It was a very ordinary evening, no different from others. It was quiet in the palace, everywhere except one room. In a spacious hall, a young couple, a fair-haired man and a pink-haired girl, were making love. Characteristic sounds could be heard through the slightly open door. The young people were truly enjoying each other. A girl who was passing by the hall at that time heard these sounds and immediately covered her mouth with her hands, hoping that she would not be noticed. She sank to her knees in shock, trying to hold back her tears. A picture immediately flashed before her eyes. She, standing in a beautiful wedding dress, and next to her, a young blonde man. However, she knew that right now, behind that door, her husband was cheating on her. Meanwhile, 10 hours earlier, preparations for the celebration were in full swing in the palace. Rihanna was also preparing to go out in public, trying on beautiful jewelry. When the girl was ready, she went out to the maids, and they reported that all preparations for the festival had already been completed. Rihanna thought out loud that she and her husband had been together for 5 years, so everything should be flawless. Then one of the maids asked where the master himself was, because he had not been seen for a long time. The girl volunteered to look for her husband herself, and instructed the others to check all the preparations again. Soon she came to her husband's office, but he was not there. The girl walked around the room, wondering where he could have gone. Suddenly she saw a box on his table. When Rihanna opened it, she saw inside a beautiful black necklace with a large gemstone in the middle. The girl gasped in surprise when she saw such a beautiful chrysolite decoration, noting that her husband clearly had good taste. For the last couple of days, she had felt that they seemed to be moving away from each other because of her worries for the holiday, so the girl decided to close the box and pretend that she had not seen anything. Soon, the celebration began. Guests arrived at the palace. Rihanna walked around the hall, looking for her husband among the crowd. She saw him in the company of 2 men. When the girl approached him, she was surprised that he had been here all this time. The man then leaned towards her to greet her and then kissed her gently on the forehead. Rihanna smiled shyly, gently stroking the kiss area. At that moment, one of the guests, Lady McCarthy, approached them. She congratulated the couple on their 5th wedding anniversary and also said that she had prepared a gift for my lady. The girl handed her the box, hoping that she would like the gift. Rihanna opened the box and inside saw a beautiful necklace with red and pink stones, noting to herself that the gift prepared by her husband, George, was also a necklace. Lady McCarthy asked in surprise, "Did my lady really not like the gift?" However, Rihanna hastened to reassure her, saying that the jewelry was incredibly beautiful, and then the guest invited her to try it on right now. The maid helped the girl fasten the necklace, although she herself did not particularly want to, since she did not plan to wear anything today due to George's gift. But when the jewelry was already on her neck, all the guests standing nearby admired it, saying that it was literally created for her. After this, Rihanna again went in search of her husband, who was again busy communicating with the guests. Then the girl asked where Lisbeth was, to which the maid suggested that she would arrive any minute. Rihanna wanted Lizzie, her beloved little sister, to be with her on such a beautiful day. Soon, a young green-eyed girl with long pink hair arrived in the hall. She was dressed in a chic black and pink dress. Seeing her sister, she immediately rushed towards her to hug her. However, at that moment, Rihanna's gaze fell on her neck, which was wearing the same necklace that she saw in her husband's office. Her eyes immediately filled with tears, and understanding began to dawn on her little by little. Her husband cheated on her with her younger twin. However, Lisbeth behaved as usual. She greeted her sister and apologized for being late. Instead of returning a greeting, Rihanna asked where the girl got the necklace from. Lisbeth just smiled as if nothing had happened and said that it was given to her. Then Lady McCarthy asked if the girl really liked someone, but she replied that it was a secret. After all, today the main character of this evening is her sister. Lisbeth approached Rihanna and congratulated her on her 5th wedding anniversary. The mistress of the palace was a little embarrassed, but still thanked her sister for her congratulations. George soon joined the conversation, greeting Lisbeth. The girl congratulated him on his anniversary, thanking him for looking after her sister for the 5th year. George gently stroked Lisbeth's head, expressing gratitude to her for being with them all these years. Seeing this, Rihanna could not even stand on her feet. She fell to her knees, and Lady McCarthy, standing next to her, helped her, asking if Lady Royd was all right. George and Lisbeth immediately ran up to the girl, trying to help her. But Rihanna just shrugged it off, saying that everything was fine. She just hadn't slept well in recent days. She said that she would rest a little, and she would definitely feel better. Then Lisbeth handed her a box with a gift, saying that this year she wanted to take care of her sister. Rihanna wondered to herself why she was suddenly doing this. Did she really feel guilty about sleeping with her husband? When the girl opened the box, she grinned when she saw a chrysolite brooch there. Lisbeth said that this is a piece of her stone. It symbolizes the happiness of the young couple. She asked George if he had prepared a gift for his wife, and the man replied that he would give it later, advising Lisbeth not to worry so much. The girl only replied that she had nothing to worry about, because she knew how much George loved his wife. Soon evening came. The guests began to slowly leave. Lisbeth praised her sister, saying that she did a good job today, and also invited her to dinner. But Rihanna said that she was not feeling well and planned to take a good rest. She said that Lisbeth could have dinner with her husband. Returning to the palace, Rihanna understood that she should think it over with a calm head, because she did not have clear evidence of their romance. She simply could not believe that it was possible. She headed to her husband's office, intending to find that box with the necklace. However, when she approached his desk, the box was no longer there. At that moment, George himself entered the office. He asked what Rihanna was doing here, to which she replied that she was waiting for him. The man did not understand why she needed him. Then the girl remembered his words at the holiday that he had prepared a gift for her. She asked if he could give it to her now. George immediately hesitated, not knowing what to answer. Then he said that he had ordered a dress for his wife, but it had not yet been delivered. He explained that it was an overseas order, and when the sea is rough, you have to wait quite a long time. George hugged Rihanna, apologizing for not ordering the dress sooner. The girl replied that he had nothing to worry about. She said that she had prepared something for him too, and intended to show it tonight. Rihanna asked if he would come into her bedroom because today was a special day. But George only backed down, saying that she wasn't feeling well today anyway, so they'd better leave this idea for later. Soon night came. Rihanna lay alone in her bed, but she didn't feel like sleeping at all. She then rose from the bed, wondering what George might be doing right now. The girl went to her husband's room, thinking to herself that she was simply going crazy, because he was incapable of cheating, especially with her sister. However, when she approached his door and looked inside, she saw what she feared most. Her husband was spending the night with Lisbeth, her twin sister. He told the girl how much he loved her, and Rihanna heard every word. However, not wanting to stay there any longer, the girl returned to her room and sat on the bed until the morning. She knew she would now have to accept that the two were having an affair. However, she did not feel sad. Her eyes were filled with the desire for revenge. She was thinking about what she should do. They didn't have children, so if she wanted a divorce, the process wouldn't be that long. However, she did not intend to just let him get away with cheating. Rihanna was determined to achieve her retribution at all costs. When it was time for breakfast, the maid noted that the lady looked too pale, and Rihanna thought to herself that she could not act alone. She needed an assistant. Mrs. Venegans was George's personal servant, and besides, 90% of the estate would be on his side, and there was a high probability that they already knew about everything and were simply hiding it from the girl. Rihanna then approached Margaret, the maid, asking her to come see her later. The girl did not understand why the lady suddenly decided to call her. The lady said it would be some important matter. At that moment, George entered the dining room and greeted his wife, yawning tiredly. He asked how she slept, to which Rihanna replied that the night had been very bad. George asked what was the reason for this, since he even let her relax that night. Rihanna decided to remain silent, clenching her fists in anger, and then noted that her husband looked pale. She added that apparently he didn't sleep today either. George just looked away, saying that he slept very soundly last night. At that moment, Lisbeth entered the room and greeted her sister and Count Royd. The girl said that she slept for several months in advance. Rihanna simply replied that she did not sleep as well today. Lisbeth noted that judging by her bad appearance, this was not surprising, but then she smiled and said that Rihanna should eat and sleep well, because she already wants to see her nephew. The girl decided not to respond to this, and for some time all three ate breakfast in silence. But soon, Rihanna decided to start a conversation about the person who gave Lisbeth the necklace. George immediately lost his breath in fear. Then Lisbeth asked if it was the peridot necklace her sister was talking about. Rihanna nodded, and then the girl decided to change the topic, saying that it was better for her to wait until she herself could introduce this man to her sister, as they had agreed. The lady thought that this was what she wanted to do until she caught these two together. Then she said that her sister was already 23 years old, and 5 years had already passed since she herself got married. The girl added that all this time she believed that she would be much more indifferent to her sister, but still understood that it would be terrible if she did not get married. Lisbeth and George listened to Rihanna in silence, not knowing what to answer. Then the girl thanked her older sister for her care, but added that she was not yet thinking about marriage. However, before she could finish speaking, Rihanna firmly told her to bring the guy she was going to marry to her. Seeing the confusion on her sister's face, the girls asked what she was so diligently avoiding. She added that Lisbeth looks like she doesn't want them to ever meet him. Then Rihanna turned to her husband, asking what he thought about it, but the man just grinned, trying to avoid answering. Then Lisbeth burst into tears, reminding her sister of her recent divorce and saying that she did not want to rush into such things so that she would not be hurt again. The girl got up from the table, apologized for ruining everyone's mood, and hurried to leave. George immediately followed, intending to stop Lisbeth. He turned to his wife, saying that it was her fault that the girl was in such a state now. Rihanna just silently looked after her husband, thinking that her only mistake was meeting them. All future sins would be their own fault, and she would do everything in her power to thoroughly enjoy their downfall. After breakfast, Rihanna decided to take a bath and also meet Margaret as she had planned. The maid could not believe that it was true that Mr. Royd and Lady Lisbeth were in a relationship. Rihanna said that everything happened in this house, and the betrayal is not so easy to hide without the direct intervention of the servants. Then the girl gently touched Margaret's cheek, saying that she was the only one she could trust. The maid burst into tears. She clearly did not expect such trust from her mistress. Then Rihanna asked if she could help her. Margaret immediately replied that she would agree to anything if it would help her lady. Rihanna asked if she was worried that she would become a thorn in Lisbeth's side. Then the maid said that from her very first day here, she had been her ward and would remain so in the future. The girl hugged Margaret, saying that she was very happy that she had her. When the lady came out of the bath, the maid decided to address her again, asking if she was thinking about getting a divorce, to which Rihanna replied that she would undoubtedly file for divorce after they dealt with George. Then the girl said that she needed Margaret to do something for her. She whispered her wish into the maid's ear, and she was surprised that her mistress really wanted to do this. Lisbeth said that she was going to get married, and so they had no choice but to help her with this. When the girl got ready, she headed to the hall where the portrait of her father hung. He was categorically against Rihanna's engagement to George. The man said that this boy was from the House of Royd, who had been raising officials for centuries, so he was alarmed that at his age he had not yet received a place in the ministry. He told his daughter that she should understand that if George turned out to be a complete idiot after the wedding, they could not interfere. And when Rihanna brought her groom into the house, the father did not express his displeasure to him. Instead, he invited him to take over the management of his hotel together with his wife. But now Rihanna understood that her father was right, because George could not even repay the debt for the faith and respect with which he was bestowed. She destroyed their portrait together, saying that divorcing him would be only the first step. The girl was not going to let him get away with his carelessness. After that, she left the room, leaving the broken painting on the floor. The next day at breakfast, George turned to Rihanna. He said he was going to tell her about it later, but decided to confess something now. The girl tensed, thinking that he wanted to talk about his betrayal. But then George said that this time he got the position. Rihanna wondered if her husband really went to the interview and didn't tell her anything. And then he said that he was hired for that position on the recommendation of the Duke of Macdonald. The girl clenched her fists in indignation. It turns out that her husband was taken because of nepotism, and she was not even surprised by such blatant incompetence of people. However, she just smiled and congratulated her husband on the appointment, saying that her father would also be happy about it. George immediately praised him, saying that everyone now recognized his abilities and potential, which neither his father nor his brothers knew about. Lisbeth immediately ran up to the man, saying that he needed to celebrate by drinking good wine. All three of them poured the drink into their glasses, but Rihanna didn't look happy at all. Feeling her husband's hand on her shoulder, she thought that the more he lost, the better it would be, because then despair would swallow him up. Shortly after, Rihanna headed out, and Lisbeth escorted her out, wishing her luck at work and telling her she was proud of how hard her sister was working. Rihanna then asked if her twin was okay, and she replied that she was going to Marquise Ezra's tea party. The girl advised her to be careful and walked out the door. Lisbeth looked after her gloomily. As soon as the lady left the house, the smile immediately disappeared from the face of her younger sister. But when she realized that Rihanna was definitely gone, she headed inside the palace, carelessly walking along the corridors. Soon she reached George's room, and the lovers immediately embraced. Lisbeth hastened to reassure the man that Rihanna had already left, so they had nothing to fear. The next moment, she forcefully threw George onto the bed and hovered over him, telling him that now he could only focus on her. After some time, the couple woke up in the same bed. The girl said with slight sadness that it was time for her to go. Then George asked her to stay a little longer, and although Lisbeth tried to resist, the desire to stay with her lover was stronger. However, after a while the girls still went to a tea party. The girls there were talking about how one famous pervert had returned again. Lisbeth did not understand who they were talking about, and then they explained to her that one crazy man had been leaving strange letters for girls for the last 5 years. They also advised the girl to be careful. Lisbeth just grinned, thinking only that she wanted to go home so she could see George's face again. When she returned home, Rihanna invited her to sit in the garden with her and her husband. She had one question for her little sister. Then Rihanna took out the letter, saying that she found it yesterday on her way home. She assumed that this letter was from the guy her sister was dating. Lisbeth was in shock. She didn't understand what the girl was talking about, and then Rihanna said that she strongly restrained her curiosity so as not to open the letter. Lisbeth immediately snatched the envelope from her sister's hands, saying that it was her personal business. Soon the girl headed to her room. She closed the doors, making sure that there was no one nearby. She was wondering who needed to write her letters. The content of the message shocked her. In it, the anonymous person said that Lady Lisbeth Norden was beautiful in her purple dress at the last dinner party. She seduces him more and more every day, and tonight he was going to bury his nose in her snow-white neck with her beautiful necklace. Lisbeth tore the letter in a rage and threw it into the trash bin, loudly swearing at the madman who dared to write such a thing to her. After a while, when the two sisters crossed paths again, Rihanna asked the twin if she was serious about that guy. Lisbeth hesitated, asking why she was interested. Rihanna was annoyed by the question, saying that Margaret had found something very interesting in her room. She showed her sister the pieced-together letter, saying that such a dirty message was found in a trash can, and meeting its author after such words was simply unthinkable. Lisbeth looked down, saying that at first she herself thought that this letter was from him, but it turned out that similar letters were sent to all noble single ladies. Rihanna stood up from the table, screaming, not understanding how her twin could hide it. She shook her sister's shoulders, saying that the mere thought of such a person targeting her bothered her, and then added that she should get married as soon as possible. Lisbeth screamed in surprise. Then Rihanna asked the girl to bring that guy home this week, because he too should know about all this. But the girl only replied that this was impossible, since she had already broken up with him. Rihanna was surprised when she asked how her sister was feeling after the breakup. Lisbeth looked away, saying that this guy was just a fish in the ocean. Then Rihanna said that she could not allow her sister to be alone after what happened. She said that she would try to quickly find her a worthy partner. Lisbeth and George looked at each other nervously, but did not dare say anything. When the couple was left alone in the room, the girl angrily threw a pillow on the bed, while the man tried to calm her down. But the lady was indignant. How could she be calm after something like this? It was as if the record on marriage had jammed in Rihanna's head. After that pervert's letter, she got into her head the idea that her sister should start a family. Then the girl, unable to stand her emotions, screamed about how her older sister infuriated her. George advised her not to worry so much, because Rhea was just talking nonsense. Through tears, Lisbeth replied that they would most likely have to hurry up with their plan. Soon another holiday began in the palace. The guests danced to the music and had fun. George and his wife arrived at the hall. They were dressed in luxurious suits. The man saw Duke MacDonald and immediately ran up to him to greet him. He introduced his wife, Rihanna, and the girl also greeted the guest, saying that it was very kind of him to hire George. Then Duke MacDonald replied that Earl Royd was doing an excellent job managing the Norden Hotel, and good managers make excellent officials. Rihanna just grinned in response to these words. If the Duke had not been a complete idiot, he would have known that all the successes were achieved thanks to her and the help of her father. George was just a scarecrow. The girl was distracted from her thoughts by a woman standing on the balcony. It was Lisbeth. She looked slyly at the couple, and especially at George. The man immediately turned away from his wife, saying that he needed to go to the restroom. Making his way through the crowd, George headed straight to the balcony where his beloved had just been. She said that she would go first, and told the man to wait a little and then follow her. George blushed, anticipating a pleasant time with the girl, and after a while he followed her. Rihanna watched them closely from below, seeing her husband disappearing around the bend. Out of anger, she clenched her fists and turned towards the exit. Coming out, the girl closed the door behind her and gave vent to her feelings. She thought that she had already come to terms with her husband's infidelities. But now, crying from what she saw, she realized that this was not so. George used dirty money to get promoted. He was a regular dork, and Rhea blamed herself for not noticing it sooner. The girl was distracted from her thoughts by a stranger who handed her a handkerchief. When Rihanna looked up, she saw a young, dark-haired man. He said that she should dry her tears. The girl smiled forcedly and took the fabric from the man's hands. She put a handkerchief to her eyes, thanking the stranger for his help. Suddenly, she saw letters embroidered on the fabric. It said, Alexander Esteraz. Ria immediately curtsied to greet the guest of honor. After all, standing in front of her was none other than the son Esteraz, His Majesty the Emperor. The man recognized the girl as Countess Royd and asked why she was crying on such a beautiful day, but Rihanna said that it was just a speck of dust that got into her eye. Then the emperor said that, apparently, the countess dared to lie standing in front of the ruler, but the girl apologized and replied that it was a personal situation. She asked forgiveness for interrupting the walk of the great son of the empire and said that she would return back. Rihanna immediately turned around and headed inside, leaving the man alone. At that moment, a red-haired man approached the emperor. He asked why Lady Royd was crying. Was it really from happiness that her husband had become an official? But Alexander was not sure of this, and added that they had yet to meet again when he could return his scarf. When Ria returned to her chambers, she discussed everything with her maid. Margaret could not believe that the master was paying bribes. The lady understood that her husband had taken the finances from somewhere. Either he had used the personal assets of the Royd house, or he had squandered the assets of the Norden Hotel. She added that because of this letter, she and her father could be involved in all this, so they needed to act more carefully. Rihanna asked Margaret to report to her if she found anything strange in George's room while cleaning, and she herself carefully checked the financial records of the family hotel. She also asked if the maid had time to prepare what they had agreed on. Margaret answered in the affirmative, adding that there was only a week left before the gentleman would start his new job. But she was forced to interrupt herself as another maid entered the room. She handed the countess a drink against fatigue, saying that she should drink it before bed. After tasting the broth, Rihanna noted that it was slightly bitter, and the maid noted that she apparently went too far with the amount of cabbage in it. However, before the lady had time to answer anything, the mug fell out of her hands, breaking on the floor. The girl lost consciousness. The maids immediately ran up to her. They tried to bring the lady to her senses, but Ria replied that everything was fine with her. She just had a headache for no reason. Margaret became concerned that she was getting severe migraines again and suggested calling her family doctor, but she replied that she was fine because the family doctor said she just needed more rest. However, before she could finish speaking, one thought came to her mind. Ria grinned, saying that it was just migraines. She said she had a full checkup with her family doctor, but everything was fine, so she would feel better soon. The maid who brought her the decoction asked the lady to inform her if the pain did not go away. She soon left the room, leaving Rihanna and Margaret alone. Then the girl asked the maid to find her a doctor, but to do it secretly from the rest of the people of the Royd house. When everything was ready, the girl, accompanied by a maid, went to the doctor, introducing herself as Margaret Sand. According to her, she was tormented by severe migraines, as well as the absence of menstruation for 2 months. Then the man asked her if the girl was married, but she replied that she was not pregnant, since she had not had sexual intercourse for quite some time. Ria said that money is not a problem for her, so she asked the doctor to conduct all possible tests and check her thoroughly. Soon after, the girls left the doctor's office, and Margaret asked if the lady thought that their family doctor had falsified all the test results. Rihanna responded that he was the Royd's man, and she couldn't trust anyone from their house after her husband betrayed her. Margaret did not know how to respond to this, and decided to take her mistress's hands, thus expressing her support. After some time, the lady's carriage arrived back at the palace. Coming outside, the girl was surprised by what she saw in front of her. A young man in a black suit stood in the yard. Margaret recognized him as Lord Nivette, and was also surprised, not understanding what he was doing in the hotel. Rihanna suggested that he came here out of a desire to find new love, because it had been 4 years since the Lord broke up with her sister Lisbeth, and it was a great time for a new start. Margaret was at a loss, but Ria ordered her to just go inside. Suddenly, the lady turned her attention to the coachman, who brought them back to the hotel. The maid asked if everything was okay with the mistress, but the girl replied that everything was fine and headed inside. After some time, Rihanna and Lisbeth met to drink tea, and then the younger twin asked if her sister was sick. Ria was seriously surprised by this question. Lisbeth heard that she went into town to see a doctor today, and she wondered if her sister wasn't feeling well, and then added that she should have just gone to the family doctor. Rihanna didn't know how to react to this, and then asked how Liz knew that she went to the city. The girl replied that Margaret told her everything because they went there together. Then, Ria thought that the maid could not tell her anything, and then she remembered that coachman. It seemed to her that she had already met him. Lisbeth asked why her sister didn't report anything to her, Was it really something serious? But Rihanna only replied that she was not sick. The doctor was needed for Margaret, and she was simply afraid to let her go in this state. She added with a smile that she would not dare to annoy the family doctor because of some maid. Lisbeth smiled falsely, realizing that everything was fine. She hugged her sister, saying that she was very worried about her. When the tea party was over, Rhea arrived in her chambers and told Margaret that the coachman was secretly reporting everything to Liz. She asked the maid to find her another carriage with a reliable coachman, but to keep it a secret. Rihanna also asked Margaret to make sure that the doctor they approached also did not say anything unnecessary, and also to explain to him that if someone offered him money, they could offer him more. At that moment, the girl realized with horror that what she was so worried about was reality. Her sister was watching her. Meanwhile, George's big day came. It was his first day at work. Rihanna helped him get ready, pretending to be sincerely happy for her husband. The man said that he always dreamed of becoming an official, just like his father and grandfather. At this time, the girl helped tighten his tie, but apparently, she tightened it too tightly, so that George had difficulty breathing. Rihanna then apologized, saying she was just nervous, but then wished her husband a wonderful day. Soon the man arrived at his place of work, where he was immediately introduced to the rest of the workers. However, one of his colleagues distracted him from greetings by pointing his finger at something standing to the side of him. It was a basket of flowers. The men assumed that Lady Royd had sent them to congratulate her husband. George took the flowers, but said that his wife was making a mountain out of a mountain. There was also a note in the bouquet, and when the man read it, his face contorted in horror. But noticing the concern of his colleagues, he said that it was just a touching note from his wife. The men just laughed, and soon left George alone with a letter in which only one short phrase was written: "I know what you did." When George arrived home, he immediately showed the note to Lisbeth, but she also wondered who it could be. The man was horrified. He explained that the letter was sent to him along with flowers. Out of fear, he clung his hands to the girl, stuttering and crying about being followed. But Liz only grabbed his wrist tightly, telling him to calm down. But Roy did not let up. He was afraid that others would find out about his affair, or that someone might find out about his bribe to the Duke of Macdonald to take the post of Minister of Finance. Without letting him finish, Lisbeth slapped the man, forcing him to shut up. The girl looked at him with contempt, ordering him to finally pull himself together. Then George reached out to his beloved, starting to sob. With tears in his eyes, he looked at her, not understanding whose hands it was. Liz sat down next to him, trying to remain calm, and said that it was just a petty threat, and these people would still not be able to achieve anything without solid evidence. She leaned towards the man, assuring him that no one could harm them. At this moment, Rihanna was quietly spending time in her chambers. Margaret asked her when she should send the next package. Then the lady said that there was no point in sending threats too often. She wanted to send the scoundrels drop by drop, to give them a little time to get nervous. Rhea said that from today on, she will slowly push them into the abyss of despair. Margaret also reported that her mistress had received a letter from royalty from the Central Palace. The contents of the letter surprised Rihanna. In it, the emperor asked her to come to the Central Palace to return the scarf. At the appointed time, the girl arrived at the palace, where Alexander was already waiting for her. He asked if she knew why he called her here. Rhea was sure that it was not just that the man wanted his scarf back. Then the emperor chuckled, saying that he really just wanted to talk to the Duchess over dinner. The girl coldly replied that if this has something to do with the tax office, then she regularly pays everything to the treasury every year. At this moment, Alexander asked with a grin whether everything is transparent in Norden's financial statements. This question made Rihanna nervous, because she did not understand what George could have done. Then she swore to God that she had never done anything shameful. Alexander noted that not everything in the world is under her supervision. Rhea realized that, as she thought, George carried out his transactions with the hotel's money, and the emperor knows that he was wasting the Nordens' money on bribes. So, the reason the emperor called her here today was because he was trying to figure out whether she was related to this or not. Then the girl said that if something immoral happened outside her sight, regardless of whether it was her family or relatives, she would find the culprit and punish him severely. After all, nothing was more important to her than the Norden Hotel. She also apologized for not being able to return the man's handkerchief herself. It was rude of her to cause him so much trouble over a trifle. Alexander just smiled, saying that this situation allowed them to meet and have lunch together today, and he just wanted to chat with the lady. When Rihanna left the palace, the advisor went to the emperor, asking whether such meetings were too dangerous, because if Miss Royd was involved in the affairs of the count, she would destroy all evidence as soon as she returned home. But Alexander, recalling her words, said that he was not sure of this. Judging by the way Rihanna behaved, her husband was caught in more than just dirty money dealings. If he were in Miss Royd's place, he would immediately hand over George, but if she doesn't do this herself, then the Emperor will never leave the Norden's hotel. Soon, Rihanna and Margaret arrived back at the hotel. Inside the hall, George and Lisbeth were sitting at the table. The girl was surprised that her older sister returned so quickly, to which Rhea asked what the two of them were doing here. Liz then said that George just wanted advice about something. The man confirmed the girl's words, saying that he wanted to know her opinion about how this outfit would look on Rihanna. He then opened the gift box, taking out a long gray dress adorned with ruffles and jewels. Lisbeth noted that this outfit suits her sister perfectly. Rihanna smiled and thanked her husband for the gift. However, as soon as she was left alone, she immediately took the scissors and cut the dress into small pieces, and then threw them into the trash. Margaret did not understand why the lady had ruined such a beautiful dress, but Rhea only ordered her to immediately burn everything that was left of the outfit. Standing in front of the fireplace and watching pieces of fabric burn in the fire, the girl said that His Majesty knew about the machinations carried out by George. That's why he called her today to ask if she was involved in this. Margaret was perplexed why His Majesty asked everything directly, because there was a high probability that the lady would tell everything to her husband. However, Rihanna said that if she wanted to protect the Norden's hotel, she had to lay everything out to the Emperor to prove that George and Duke MacDonald acted together. The maid was confused. Was her mistress asking her to betray her master? Rihanna replied that if Margaret chooses George between her husband and the hotel, then the hotel will end. Therefore, they needed to find all the evidence. For this, they needed to thoroughly check George's room, and she, in turn, would carefully look after the hotel. The next day, a tea party was held at the hotel, to which some noble ladies were invited. One of the guests said that her daughter was getting married soon. The wedding will take place in a month, and the woman has arrived here to invite Lady Royd to the celebration. The groom will be a son from the house of Nivet. The mother of the bride said that she would be glad to see Rihanna at the wedding, but she would not want to see her sister Lisbeth at the celebration, noting that although she has nothing against her, but many men look at her too interestedly, she will distract their attention. But Rihanna only smiled at Lady Shawbolt in response, saying that she need not worry about this. While Margaret and her mistress were riding in the carriage, the maid asked if the Shawbolt's daughter was really marrying the Nivet's son. Rhea said that the girl should not try to read her mind. She stated that it was just a wedding. Margaret agreed, saying that everything that happened was already in the past. Then Rihanna thought that her test results should have come back, so they should go to the doctor in the afternoon to avoid meeting others. Soon the girls arrived at their destination. Rhea opened the door and suddenly encountered a man in the doorway. The young man apologized, but then was very surprised to see Rihanna in front of him. The girl was perplexed why, after so much time, she ran into him right now, but decided not to show it and congratulated the man on his engagement. She wanted to pass by, but the young man took her hand. He said he would like to talk to Rihanna. When the young people went inside and sat down at the table, the girl asked what Count Nivet wanted to talk to her about. He said that they knew each other, so the girl could talk as she pleased. But Rhea said that she saw no reason to talk freely with someone who was about to get married. Nivet chuckled that the girl had not changed at all, but he still wanted to say something before he got married, and also to know how the lady was doing. After all, after one day, they no longer had a heart-to-heart talk with her. Rihanna asked if it would look strange if representatives whose houses had rejected the planned marriage were dating. Then the man replied that the real reason he broke off his engagement to Lisbeth, her sister, was something else. Rihanna didn't understand what he was talking about, so Nivet explained. He said that he was presented with the fact that their marriage was dissolved, and then they announced Rihanna's imminent marriage. Lisbeth suddenly became upset after she found out about her sister's wedding. She asked the young man to break off the engagement, and when he refused, she began to threaten and harass him in every possible way. Nivet said that she even wrote him a note in her own blood, which forced him to break the marriage contract with her. Liz constantly threatened that she would make his life hell if they got married. Rihanna couldn't believe that Lisbeth actually did this, but the man said that she didn't even know about his rotten nature. Then he asked her if Rhea noticed anything strange in their living together with Liz and George. Without allowing the girl to answer, he said that Lisbeth was copying her. From the very beginning, there was something wrong in his relationship with Liz. Before, he and Rihanna were interested in each other, but did not even have time to realize their feelings because of her sister's absurd love. Nivet stated that Rhea allowed her to take possession of him. Rihanna was embarrassed, saying that there was nothing between them then. They weren't even dating, although they were very close to it. The young man said that it was Lisbeth who requested the engagement at his house, but before that, they had not even communicated. Then the girl realized that she really hadn't thought about it before. One day, her sister told her that she had fallen in love with Lord Nivet at first sight at a ball. She said she didn't see anything wrong with it because Rihanna didn't like him. Then the man continued, saying that after Liz found out about Rihanna's wedding, she immediately left him because she was not interested in him, because at that time there was no chance that anything would happen between him and her older sister, something more. Lisbeth asked for a wedding when Nivet and Rihanna's relationship began to turn into something more than just friends, but immediately left him as soon as the girl married another man. Nivet advised the girl to be careful with her sister because she was abnormal, and one day she would stick a knife in her back. And even when Rihanna returned to her palace, thoughts about this did not let her go. But Lisbeth distracted her from them. She was wondering why her twin was so worried. Then the girl replied that something interesting happened yesterday. She said she had received an invitation to the wedding of Lord Nivet and Lady Shawbolt. Liz just grinned and continued eating her food. Then Rhea asked if everything was okay with her sister, to which she replied that everything was in the past. Rihanna decided to ask why Liz broke up with the guy who gave her the necklace. Lisbeth only replied that they simply turned out to be too different, because she fell in love at first sight and even swore off engagement. But in fact, she was not ready for the wedding. She felt that she needed to be as careful as possible in such a choice. Rihanna grinned, agreeing with her sister. But she still understood that one day Liz would have to settle down, and the girl assured her that she herself understood this. Then she moved her chair towards her sister, saying that she really liked living with her. Lisbeth said that she did not want to part with her, so she was in no hurry to get married. She put on an innocent face, asking if Rihanna was trying to marry her off because she was tired of her, but the girl only reassured her younger sister, saying that this was not so. Then Liz remembered how Rhea took her to her place on her honeymoon when she broke up with Lord Nivet. It was then that she realized how much her older sister loved her. Rihanna said they weren't just sisters, they were twins, so her love for her was more than just affection. Liz hugged her sister, saying that she loved her too, but her crazy look said otherwise. At that moment, Rhea reached out her hand to Lisbeth's neck, intending to remove that very necklace from her. However, she was interrupted by a maid who entered the hall and reported that the master had returned. George was standing behind her, and Liz was about to rush towards him when she suddenly saw the state he was in. The man was drunk. He smiled absurdly and waved to the women. He said he had been drinking with his treasury colleagues. Lisbeth grabbed George's arm, intending to walk him to the bedroom, but the man, without allowing her to finish, broke free and walked forward. He hugged Rihanna, saying that he was very glad to see his beloved wife. Liz looked at the couple with envy. She was clearly not happy that her lover suddenly turned his attention to his wife. Rihanna, forcing a smile, said that she would try harder to see George so cheerful more often. Soon the man was sent to sleep, and when he woke up, Lisbeth was standing in front of him. George immediately became worried, because the girl should not be here. But then Liz said that her sister asked her to wake her up and bring the man into the hall, while she herself was preparing onion soup for a hangover. She added displeasedly that he needed to get up quickly, otherwise Rihanna might suspect something. Then the man reached out to his beloved and hugged her tightly, asking how long they would live like this. The girl answered with a smile that there was not much left. She said that she had already started the last stage. When everyone was at the table, Rihanna said that she would like to invite George's colleagues and share a meal together. It seemed to her that all this time she had neglected her duties as a wife too much. Rhea said that at the same time, George will be able to show off to his colleagues and boost his morale. The man proudly stated that this was a very good idea, and since Rihanna was terrible at being a wife, it was very good of her to pay attention to this. After all, even if he doesn't talk about it, Rhea must understand everything herself and do it perfectly. The woman smiled slyly, saying that she would definitely do everything properly. She herself was going to see what would happen after 2 weeks. At that moment, something dripped onto the tablecloth, and Rihanna's nose began to bleed. George asked if the girl was okay, but she replied that she was just tired. Lisbeth helped her wipe off the blood, saying that her sister should rest more often. Soon after, Rihanna went to the doctor again, and what he told her shocked her beyond belief. The man said that if everything continues like this, the girl will not live more than a year. He explained that for a long time, she was fed a small amount of poison. All her symptoms indicated the initial stage of poisoning, but they would become more and more serious, and in the end, the girl would be paralyzed and then die. Margaret could not hold back her tears of shock and asked if there was any way her mistress could be cured. The doctor said that first of all, it was necessary to stop the absorption of the poison, and asked if the girl had any idea who in her environment might be adding the poison. Rihanna understood that this could not be done without the help of the servants. It is not difficult to guess that they knew about this secret relationship. But she could not think that Lisbeth would want to kill her and become the mistress of the estate. She didn't understand when it all started. Did all these people really wish her a quick death during all 4 years of married life? At that moment, the girl could not stand it, and when she tried to get up from the chair, she immediately lost consciousness. Rihanna was carried to the bed, and Margaret looked after her the whole time. After some time, the girl woke up, and the maid immediately told her that the doctor was going to make an antidote that should cure the mistress. Then Rhea said that they needed to change their plan of action, since the idea of marrying Lisbeth to another man turned out to be too boring. Now she couldn't even believe that she was going to let her survive. Now Rihanna wanted to force her to spend her life next to her, so that she could watch how her younger sister loses everything next to her, how she becomes unhappy. And after that, she will kill her in the most painful way. The girl also added that if Margaret is afraid to continue, then she can refuse. But the maid only knelt before her mistress, saying that it was an honor for her to serve such a wonderful person like her, and she would do so until the very end. Rihanna was touched by such words. She burst into tears, hugging the girl to herself, thanking her for staying with her no matter what. Margaret asked the lady not to cry because she must become stronger. She assured that all sinners will receive what they deserve. Then Rhea said that they need to act as usual without showing that they know anything. When the whole trio again gathered at one table, Rihanna told her sister that she should no longer rush into marriage, which surprised her very much. She said that she had been putting too much pressure on Liz lately, and Liz had just recently ended her previous relationship. George agreed, saying there was no reason to rush into marriage. Lisbeth was also happy, saying that she was very happy that they finally stopped putting pressure on her. Moreover, she said that she would like to see Rihanna and George's child as soon as possible. Rhea couldn't believe whether she really wanted to kill both her and the child, but she replied that she would also like to see him. However, the girl thought to herself that she wanted to see the cruel, hellish death of her younger sister even more. After breakfast, Rihanna went outside to walk her husband to work. She said he looked great and wished him a safe journey. When George left, Rhea called Margaret over. She handed the maid the emblem of her husband's treasury, which she hid in her sleeve. Margaret was perplexed why the lady needed such a thing dear to the master. Then Rihanna asked the girl to take the emblem to the office. Soon, Margaret met with George, who asked her to tell his wife that he would return late. And then the maid asked what business the master had planned. But the man said that he would not report to her and told her to tell her that he had a meeting today. After waiting for George to leave, Margaret headed to the restroom. Rihanna asked her to find out about her husband's life in the treasury, as well as the reason why he always comes late and drunk. And Margaret knew that there was no better place than the maid's restroom to find out any news. The girl heard that Marquis Kings had been very angry recently. The maid said that he was apparently too angry with Count Norden, whom he despised so much. Soon Margaret reported everything she had heard to her mistress. Marquis Allegory Peakins was from a family that has long been famous for its knowledge in the field of exact sciences. Then she said that Margaret should get something. It was an invitation to the upcoming banquet. Rihanna smiled, because everything became more and more interesting. Meanwhile, George got drunk again. He walked down the street with a bottle of alcohol in his hands, leaning against the wall. Suddenly, a pile of papers were thrown at him, shouting that this was complete nonsense and not work. Marquis Kings was furious. He said that this guy could not even complete an easy task. He could not believe that he was hired based on recommendations. He noted that everyone who took a job on the recommendations of the Duke of McDonald is the same as George. In the evening, the man returned home. He could not walk on his own, so the servants helped him. Rihanna asked him what happened, but George replied that a woman cannot understand men's problems. After waiting for her husband to calm down, the girl said that she had found a very good book today. As it turned out, it was written by King's ancestors. Hearing this, George immediately jumped up from his seat. Rihanna said her husband was lucky to have such an intelligent family as his boss. She left his book on the table, saying that George should read it at his leisure, after which he would respect the Marquis even more. When the man was left alone, he angrily threw the book against the wall. Rihanna, meanwhile, went down to the garden, where Lisbeth was waiting for her. She told her younger sister that George had already fallen asleep after a hard day of work. Liz said that her son-in-law is being tormented too much by his boss at work, and Rhea seems to be too indifferent to it. Then the girl asked if the Marquis was really mocking her husband, but Lisbeth replied that this was just an assumption. But still, she asked her older sister to pay a little attention to this. Rihanna just thanked her for the advice and said that she was planning to arrange something tomorrow. Meanwhile, a new day dawned. George went to work. His head was pounding, and he was counting the minutes until lunch. Suddenly, someone knocked on his office. It was Rihanna. She came along with the maids, and the man did not understand what she was doing here at such a time. Then the girl said that she had come to thank the officials who work day and night for the emperor and the whole country. There were cookies in the boxes brought by the maids, and the lady encouraged everyone to help themselves, but George did not understand why there was such suddenness. Rhea said that her husband has been too stressed about work lately, and thus she wanted to tell him to take good care of him. The man became embarrassed, not knowing what to answer. Then the girl wished him to have a good time for the rest of the day, and she herself got ready to leave. She met a man in the hallway, telling him she was worried she would leave without seeing him. After talking with the stranger, the girl went outside, thinking that all the preparations were completed, and she could only wait. Suddenly, the emperor approached her from behind and asked why Countess Norden had come here. The girl replied that she had come to look at the treasury, but the man added that she, apparently, also wanted to pay tribute to her husband's team. Rihanna realized that someone was watching her, namely the emperor's advisor. Alexander noted that the girl, apparently, loves her husband very much. Rhea coldly replied that she was a wife, so she was just doing the best she could. Then the emperor asked her if she had ever been betrayed by a man whom she loved with all her heart. He explained his interest by saying that he wanted to know what she would do in such a situation. Then the girl replied that she would return the favor so that this person would feel the same pain as she did, or even feel it twice as strong. In response to this, the emperor wished to further develop this line of thought. He said that he really liked such a countess. Then Rihanna decided to ask the man the same question, and Alexander replied that he had been betrayed many times. The girl asked what he did to them. However, the man could not tell about any grandiose place, since that person had already died. Rhea hesitated a little, wishing the man not to experience this again, and the emperor did the same. At this point, the young people said goodbye. The man went inside the building, leaving Rihanna alone. In the evening, as expected, guests arrived at the hotel. George greeted them, thanking them for their visit. Those who came admired the interior of the estate, to which the man said that all this was the merit of his wife. Suddenly, one of the guests noticed that her dish was different from those served to the others. George immediately shouted at Rihanna, accusing her of ignorance, but the girl only calmly replied that she served such a dish because she knew that the countess leads a vegetarian lifestyle. The girl admired Lady Royden's insight, but she said that there was nothing so outstanding about it. George immediately fell silent, realizing that he had yelled at his wife in vain. The guests, meanwhile, noted that the count should take care of such a caring wife, because both the hotel and household chores rest on her shoulders. George was perplexed because he is the owner of the estate and the main character of today, but Rihanna gets all the praise. At that moment, the servant informed him that another guest had arrived. The count was surprised, because he had not invited anyone else. When he turned to look at the newcomer, he was even more surprised. It was Marquis Pekins. He apologized for being late and went inside. Rihanna was quick to reassure him that everything was fine. She seated the man at his place, asking him to join the meal. George immediately jumped up from his seat, addressing his wife, but at that moment he caught Pekings's gaze. He greeted the man awkwardly, saying that he didn't expect to see him today. Pekins then asked if he was against his presence, and George hastened to assure him that he did not mean it at all, saying that he simply did not think that such a busy man would find time for such an event. The man asked if that was the reason why he did not invite him, because if he had not run into Lady Royd, he would not have known about the banquet. George was surprised when only Rihanna managed to visit the treasury, and then he remembered how the other day she came to him to give him cookies. He got angry, thinking that after that she should have just left instead of inviting his boss to the banquet. Then Pekins asked why the young man was so confused. Is it really because he didn't invite him not by mistake, but on purpose? George lowered his gaze, saying that he would not allow such impudence. Pekins chuckled that despite all his stupidity, he still had some culture in him. George did not answer, thinking to himself that everything was lost. When the guests tried the dishes, they noted that Rihanna had prepared excellent desserts. George was about to exhale with relief, deciding that everyone would leave now. But then Rhea invited the guests to walk around the mansion. She said it would be great to show them the collection in the living room. The guests were surprised, not understanding what kind of collection they were talking about. Then the girl led them to a room that looked more like a library. She said that she collected valuable ancient literature and gave each guest a book that they liked. The guests admired the amazing interior of the hotel and the noble hobby of the countess. Soon the guests dispersed to inspect the books, and then Count Peekins noticed a binding that was familiar to him. Taking the book in his hands, he realized that this was the same work that his father had written. Being a scientist, he did not expect to see it here. However, when the man opened the book, he suddenly began to shake, and his face was distorted in rage. The book contained notes written by Mr. Royden. But before the young man had time to object, Peekins threw the book at him. Opening it, George saw pages covered with unpleasant phrases about the author and the work itself. Then he remembered that he wrote them that day when he came home drunk, and then completely forgot about it. He tried to justify himself, but Peekins did not even want to listen to him, because it was clearly his handwriting. The man knew that George did not consider him his boss, but he could not even think that he would dare to insult his family so brazenly. This was inciting a conflict with the Peekins family. George dared to humiliate his father, the chancellor, so that henceforth his life in the treasury would not be calm. Then the count fell to his knees, clutching his boss's trousers with his hands and begging him for forgiveness. But Peekins only slapped his hands, saying that he did not want to stay here a minute longer. When the man left, the rest of the guests hurried to leave the room after him, asking the countess not to accompany them. Rihanna said goodbye to everyone as she watched the guests leave their house. When everyone left, she turned to her husband, asking if he was okay. The man screamed in response to a stupid question because his life as an official was over. He blamed his wife for everything and the fact that she brought this unfortunate book into the house. When George sank to the floor, Rihanna could not help but smile, realizing that this was far from the end of his suffering. It could not end with such a trifle. She turned to her husband, asking him to calm down. The girl said that nothing is over yet because she is always ready to support her husband. Then George reached out to hug his wife, apologizing for yelling at her. Rhea only told him that when it came to her husband, there was nothing she couldn't do. The next day, the girl decided to take a bath filled with rose petals. Margaret congratulated her, saying that it was the first time she had seen her mistress's smile, and this made her very happy in her soul, and Rihanna understood that this was just the beginning of her plan. Meanwhile, George went to the treasury. Standing on the threshold, he remembered the words of his wife. She told him that admitting you were wrong and asking for forgiveness is the act of a real man. George thought that Rhea was really right. Everyone should understand him, because he was young and just made a mistake. While the man was heading to the boss's office, his colleagues followed him with suspicious glances. He took the paper from his desk and walked resolutely towards Peekins's office. Meanwhile, Rihanna got her hands on papers confirming her husband's machinations. As it turned out, he was hiding the capital of the hotel. The girl angrily noted that it was very brave of him to do this. Then she asked to hide all the reports and keep it secret. Rhea assured the servants that she was not going to cover up for her husband. However, to completely break it, she had to wait for the right moment. A tax audit will take place very soon, and the documents must not fall into the wrong hands. The maid noted that they could not be hidden forever. But Rihanna was quick to assure that she had a plan, and that everyone else just needed to follow her orders. Meanwhile, George entered Peekins' office, saying that he had finished his report and would also like to speak with the boss. However, the man immediately threw all the papers on the floor, saying that it was garbage, not a report. George looked down at his feet in amazement and then bent down to collect the sheets of paper. He asked the boss to point out what was wrong with his report. Then Peekins stood up and stepped on the papers with his shoe. He looked contemptuously at the young man, asking if he now understood what was wrong with the report. Then George shouted that this was too much, because the boss is obliged to point out the mistakes of his subordinates and how to correct them. Hearing the words about the boss, Peekins just grinned. He grabbed the young man by the chest, asking if he considered him his boss in principle. George said that there was a misunderstanding between them, but these words only infuriated Peekins more. He again reminded him of those offensive inscriptions in the book. The young man desperately asked the boss to calm down, but he continued to scream. Peekins said that if he continues to make excuses, then he can immediately get out of the treasury. However, George stood his ground, not intending to leave, and then the man shouted that he would not repeat it twice. Deciding not to answer anything, the count turned around and left the office under the surprised glances of his colleagues. When evening came, Lisbeth walked carefree around the palace. She found George in the dining room, sitting alone in complete silence, not wanting to talk about what had happened. Then the girl pressed her shoe on his foot, this time more rudely asking what the man was doing here. George replied that his boss had gone crazy, so he could no longer work in the treasury. He said that he would write a letter of resignation, because he already had enough money to live in abundance for a long time. He then asked Liz where she went so early. At that moment, Rihanna came into the dining room and overheard their conversation. She asked why he said he was quitting his job. Then the man angrily slammed his fist on the table, saying that Peekins had thrown away the report he had been writing for 4 days and nights, and then yelled at him so that he would no longer appear in the treasury. He sighed, saying that now he could take care of the hotel. Rihanna smiled nervously, thinking her husband was crazy for thinking about running a hotel. She said that in social circles, they would whisper that George had insulted his boss and then had a fight with him. Then the girl took his hand, saying that it didn't matter who was right and who was wrong, because in the end, he would no longer be able to work where he dreamed. George understood this, but he had already messed things up, and now he didn't know how to get out of it. Then Rhea said that he should go to the Marquis and beg for his forgiveness, and even kneel if necessary. Hearing this, George screamed, because he is an aristocrat, the head of the Royden family, he cannot afford this. Then Rihanna remembered that yesterday he had already knelt in front of everyone. The man just shrugged it off that it was a completely different situation, and he simply had no choice. He screamed, saying that he would not be able to bow his head while in his right mind. Then he quickly left the room. Liz screamed after him, but the man did not react. Then the girl turned to her older sister, her face stretched into a smile. She asked how she was feeling lately. Rihanna clenched her fists in anger, asking why her sister suddenly inquired about her condition. Liz replied that her sister always looked tired, as if she was in pain. Rhea only replied that she was taking care of the guests, and that's why she was a little tired. Then Lisbeth said that she was also worried about her son-in-law, because inside he is a very vulnerable person. You can't force him to humiliate himself like that in front of his boss. The girl took her younger sister by the shoulder, saying that the humiliation would last only a moment, but the position would remain for life. And if you think about everything from the perspective of George's wife, who will live with him all her life, it will become clear what would be the best course of action. Rhea then left the room, leaving her sister alone with her thoughts. That evening, while Liz and George were in the same bed, she told him that Rihanna's proposal wasn't that bad. George screamed, not understanding why his lover wanted him to kneel too. Then Lisbeth said that it would be difficult for him to find a new job, and she wanted to be the wife of a man whom she could be proud of and not ashamed of. She kissed the young man, asking him not to make her blush because of him. The girl gently stroked George's cheek, saying that she believed in him. The next day, while Rihanna was calmly sipping tea, Margaret knocked on her room. She said that the gentleman had left for work. Meanwhile, George decided to follow the advice and knelt in front of Peekins, catching the surprised glances of his colleagues. He said that he had made a mistake and asked the boss to forgive him, but Peekins only ordered him to get up from his knees, saying that this would not help him. However, George remained on his knees, apologizing for the weekend incident at the mansion and for yesterday's report. Then Peekins shouted, telling him to get up quickly because no one wanted to look at him on his knees. He said that the problem is not only a quarrel with him, but that George's abilities are simply terrible. He is the shame of the entire treasury, taken on recommendation. At this time, Rihanna and Margaret were sitting at the chess table, and the girl asked whether the Marquis Peekins could really pardon the master. Then Rhea said that we need to make George apologize until the boss forgives him, no matter how much time and effort it takes. Let him bend over backwards to keep his position, because what will be his despair when he eventually loses it? Because of the feelings that overwhelmed her, the girl pushed the chess piece so hard that it flew to the floor and broke. Then Rihanna got up from the table, saying that today they needed to visit the hospital. She needed to check something. Soon the girls arrived at the doctor. The man said that the patient's condition had improved. She said her headaches were getting better, so the doctor asked her to continue taking the same medicine. Then Rihanna asked him if anyone had come to inquire about her health. The doctor replied that his younger sister Margaret Sand had come to see him yesterday, and Rhea began to think that her maid was the only child in the family. The man added that the girl said that her sister was not feeling well, but she did not want to share this with her family. Then Rihanna asked what the doctor told her. The man hastened to assure her that information about any patient is a medical secret that is not disclosed even to family members. Therefore, he lied that the girl was only slightly overworked. Rihanna thanked him and asked him to continue not to tell anyone about her condition. When evening came, George came into the dining room to have dinner with the others. He said that he had done everything Rihanna asked. The man slammed his fist on the table, saying he fell to his knees and begged for forgiveness in a sober mind. According to him, the entire treasury was present in the office. However, the Marquis did not forgive him. He was a ruthless and cruel person, so George was determined to take revenge on him. Then Rhea said that revenge is good, and she would be glad to see it. But in reality, she had a picture of her own revenge in her mind. George proudly replied that he would definitely show her this picture, if only he would wait a little. He took his wife by the hand, and this picture angered Lisbeth, who was sitting at the table with them. Soon, Lady Shawbolt's wedding day arrived, and Rihanna and George arrived at the church for the ceremony. The butler greeted them, asked the lady to show the invitation, but for some reason the girl did not find it in her bag. Then the young man said that he would check the guest list himself. Rhea thought about it. She definitely remembered that she accepted the invitation when she left the house. But George was unhappy. He did not understand how his wife could forget such an important thing. The girl asked him to calm down and not attract unnecessary attention after that incident in the treasury. Soon the butler returned to the couple, saying that their names were on the list so they could enter. The bride was already waiting for them inside. She greeted Countess Royden. Rihanna congratulated the girl on her wedding, wishing her good luck. However, at that moment someone called out to her from behind. When Rhea turned around, she saw Lisbeth dressed in a formal red dress. The bride was very upset when she saw the same girl who broke off her engagement to her future husband 4 years ago. Rihanna immediately ran up to her sister, asking what she was doing here, to which Liz replied in an innocent voice that she had come to congratulate Lady Shawbolt on her wedding. Rhea grabbed her hand, dragging her towards the exit. When the girls went outside, Liz said she didn't understand why her sister was so angry. Rihanna asked how the girl got here without an invitation. Then Lisbeth pulled out the envelope with the invitation, saying that her sister had forgotten it at home. At that moment, Rhea realized who was to blame for the disappearance. Her thoughts were interrupted by George running up to the girls. He asked Rihanna for an explanation of what was happening here. Then Lisbeth said that the whole situation offended her very much. She said that she just came to give her sister an invitation, and she dragged her outside as soon as she went inside. George put his arm around the girl's shoulders, saying that Rhea was too strict with her sister. The girl did not answer anything to this. She just walked past them, asking her husband to take Liz back, and she herself would go to apologize to the bride. As soon as Rihanna disappeared around the corner, the innocent expression immediately disappeared from Lisbeth's face. George asked her why she came uninvited. Then Liz said that she did it on purpose because she wanted to see her sister's distracted appearance. George noted that the girl apparently does not like her twin very much. Then the girl said that she had been feeling such strong hatred for her for a very long time that she was ready to kill her. Liz didn't like the fact that she was born a twin sister, and a younger one at that. Just because she was born 5 minutes later, she had to put up with a place in Rihanna's shadow. Rhea was the only one who could claim her mother's love. She received the right to manage her father's hotel, the right to love and chances in life. And everything that Rihanna took from her, Liz wanted to return to herself in any way. And if necessary, she was ready to put a knife in her back. Meanwhile, the wedding ceremony began. The priest took the oath, and the newlyweds swore love and fidelity to each other. Then they were declared husband and wife, and the guests were asked to bless the future of this couple. Rihanna reflected that she was also very happy at her wedding. All she wanted was just ordinary happiness. And now there is nothing left of this desire, only a feeling of betrayal. But she was not going to give up. She would still see who would laugh last. When the ceremony was over, everyone returned to their homes. George asked his wife if everything was okay ahead of the upcoming tax audit, to which Rihanna replied in the affirmative. She noted that the man appeared to be scared. Then she asked if they had any reason to worry, but George only said that this time the check would be more thorough. Rihanna understood that this was true. This was the first time the tax office had collected so many documents. She made sure the information didn't slip through, but she didn't know how long they'd hold out. Then the girl asked Margaret to convey something to His Majesty. Soon Rihanna arrived at the Emperor's palace. They greeted each other respectfully, and the man asked the girl to take her seat. Alexander thanked her for answering the invitation. Sitting down at the table, Rihanna noted that all the dishes were served cold. Then the man said that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked how the girl had been doing all this time. Rihanna replied that it was tax season, so she was very busy. Thus, the Emperor could not expect any unpleasant surprises. Rihanna added that her love for the Norden Hotel is so deep that it will not waver even in the face of a huge amount of money. This can happen once in 10,000 years, but not with her alive. Alexander grinned, saying that this was a worthy answer. Then he got up from his desk, approached the girl from behind, and asked where she ended up hiding the documents. He recalled her words that she would severely punish the culprit if an unpleasant situation occurred outside her sight. Then the Emperor noted that, apparently, as a result of the tax audit, the Countess's opinion had changed. Rihanna, after a short silence, replied that no changes had occurred. She asked for today's meeting because she had a request. Alexander was surprised by this answer. Then Rhea said that if the emperor promised her that the Norden Hotel would not suffer damage under any circumstances, she would provide everything he needed in state affairs, even if it is the honor of her husband or his life. She suggested that His Majesty did not need the hotel. He wanted the collapse of the Duke of Macdonald. The emperor confirmed her words, and Rihanna said that if a man wants to use her husband to crush the Duke, she will not interfere with this and will even help him. Alexander was very interested in this proposal, but he asked what if the girl would be condemned after such an act. Then Rihanna said that Earl Royden was the first to betray her. Alexander asked how she was going to take revenge on him, because if the count fell, then his countess would follow him. The girl replied that she was planning a divorce. The emperor noted that, apparently, the feeling of betrayal due to the unlawful ownership of the inn was very strong. Then Rhea said that there was another reason. He was cheating on her with another woman. While she was thinking about divorce, another problem appeared. The emperor expressed his regret, and the girl noted that this was the first time she was telling someone about this, and surprisingly, her heart felt better. Then the man promised that the Norden Hotel would not suffer, and if Rihanna was sure that she was not involved in these matters, then he would return the illegally taken money to her, even if he had to give it back from his own pocket. Hearing this, the emperor's advisor covered his face with his hand. Rihanna noted that this was too generous an offer. She would not want to use the sovereign's property so brazenly. She wanted the culprit to return the loss, no matter how, but it was necessary to demand the stolen amount from the interested party. Then the man said that it would be so. He promised to help her if necessary, because now they had a business relationship. Rihanna thought that there was nothing safer than cooperation with the emperor and thanked the man. Soon George reported that the tax audit had ended successfully. He suggested drinking champagne on this occasion, and Rihanna agreed. But Lisbeth suggested postponing the celebration, since now was the time when they should give up alcohol. Then George remembered that today was the anniversary of his father's death. He immediately turned to Rihanna with dissatisfaction, asking if she was preparing for the wake. Apparently she forgot about it. George wanted this year to be better than before, since this was the first wake since he was appointed to the service. Rihanna clarified what he meant, but the man said that the wife should think about it herself, and asked her to prepare samples and then show him. The girl was in a stupor, and George, as if nothing had happened, said that she would not be able to get away with just one draft version. Listening to the man scold his sister, Liz grinned, and Rihanna said that she did not expect such concern, because when George's father died, he did not even come to say goodbye to him. The man's face immediately contorted with anger. Was she really judging him? Then he hit the table with his fist, saying that his father was a womanizer. He tormented his mother all his life, so he was not worthy of his love. Having finally shouted that the suffering of his mother was an empty place for Rihanna, he pointedly headed towards the exit. The girls looked after him in silence. Rihanna chuckled, because a man who supposedly knows about his mother's pain behaves exactly like his father, and it was funny. After waiting for her husband to calm down, Rihanna came to his room. She said that she took care of his father until he passed away, and it was just her responsibility, not related to her feelings. She looked after him instead of her husband, and hoped that he would be grateful for it. Then George nevertheless thanked his wife, saying that if his sick father had been left alone, his reputation would have suffered. But still, he could not forgive him. His mother was so stupid. She gave birth to his legitimate son, and could have been at least a little indignant at her husband's behavior. Then Rihanna said that George does not have to forgive his father, because there are people in the world who do not deserve forgiveness. The man burst into tears, thanking his husband for his support. The girl added that he would take care of the wake. She still planned to hold it differently. She wanted to make them unforgettable. George then reached out to hug Rihanna, saying that he only trusted her, and he was very glad that he married her. He said that he loved her, but the girl decided to pretend that she had not heard these words. Her eyes flashed unkindly, and she said that she was glad to accompany his father on his last journey, because he had given her a lot. The next morning, Lisbeth helped George get ready for work, and he was unhappy that his wife was sleeping at this time. She acted as if she was the only one working in this world. Then Liz pulled him towards her, asking why he was dissatisfied, because thanks to this, she was able to help him with his assemblies today. George blushed and hesitated, saying that he liked it much better this way. Then the lovers kissed and said goodbye to each other. When the man left, the maid noticed that he apparently forgot his sign at home. Lisbeth grinned, pretending to be surprised by this. When Rihanna arrived at the dining room, it was empty. and she asked where her sister was. The maid said that the lady went out early in the morning. Lisbeth herself had already arrived at the treasury to give George the sign he had forgotten. The man did not expect to see her here at all. However, the girl immediately ran up to her lover, hugging him. She pulled out his badge, saying she had come to give it to George. The young man thanked Liz, and she asked if he was going to let her go just like that. Then George hugged the girl, holding her close, and said that there was a nice place inside. When the couple got there, George knelt down, holding Lisbeth on him, and kissed her. After some time, the girl returned back to the palace. She recalled her trip to the treasury, smiling slyly. Looking at her sister, she grinned, because she didn't even know what her husband was doing to her today. Rihanna then said that last night she had drawn up a guest list for the wake, and wanted her husband to look at it. George wondered why there were so many people there, twice as many as last time. Rihanna said that her husband wanted to make the ceremony solemn, and she only followed his wishes. The man decided to approve the list, saying that the more people, the better. Then Liz asked if her sister would be tired of receiving so many guests, because she had already been very pale lately, as if she was suffering from dizziness. Rhea smiled, saying that she would rest after the wake. At that moment, both girls thought that everything would end very soon, but each was thinking about her own ending to this story. When George arrived at work, he was told that a gift was waiting for him. It was another bouquet of flowers, and just the sight of it horrified the man. George's colleagues noted that his wife is very romantic, since she consistently sends such gifts. But when the young man picked up the note that was among the flowers, he was horrified because it was written there, "I know about your infidelities." George didn't understand whether they had been discovered during the greeting of the new officials, or at that date in the city center, or perhaps when they met in the empty room of the treasury. However, he was distracted from his thoughts by the screams of his colleagues. They reported that the emperor had suddenly arrived at the treasury. The next moment, the ruler, accompanied by servants, walked inside, wearing a white suit. George, hesitating a little in surprise, greeted the emperor. Marquis Peekins immediately left the office to meet the ruler and also ask what brought him here. Alexander said he came to pay tribute, but it seems his appearance caused a commotion. Then Peekins hastened to assure him that it was an honor for them to see the emperor. George bowed deeply, saying that he would work even harder for the good of the empire. At that moment, Alexander saw the very letter from the bouquet that the man was holding behind his back. He asked if it was Earl Royden standing before him, accepted by recommendation, and George answered in the affirmative, privately rejoicing that the emperor remembered him. Then Alexander asked if he liked working in the treasury. The young man replied that he always worked hard. The emperor chuckled, saying that Peekins himself must have become more cheerful thanks to such an energetic newcomer. But the boss replied that George was quite inept, but he was still trying to make him a good worker. The man's face twisted at these words, but he decided not to show it. The emperor noticed that both a peacock and a dove live in George. You can lose your mind for a while because of the magnificence of the peacock and survive on passion alone, but you won't last long. A woman like Rihanna is not suitable for such an inconspicuous man. However, the emperor decided to stop thinking about it and only wished Count Royden to become a worthy specialist. George thanked the emperor and promised to live up to his hopes. But as soon as Alexander left, the man returned to his thoughts again, thinking about how he could send him this letter. That evening, when he got home, he was still thinking about it, and Rihanna asked if anything bad had happened to him. George said he was fine, but then wondered why there were so many flowers in their house all of a sudden. Rihanna said that she looked at the market and decided to buy these flowers there, and with them, the house immediately became more luxurious. George did not show it, but thought to himself that the bouquet consisted of the same flowers. But Lisbeth interrupted his thoughts, saying that she was at a meeting today. Apparently, that pervert also sent a letter to Mrs. Anne. At that moment, the fork fell out of George's hands. Lisbeth continued, saying that she would like to see the face of this scoundrel just once. She wondered what kind of viscount could be capable of such a thing. Surely he was an extremely unpleasant person. He could not gain authority, so he is trying to attract attention using such dirty methods. At this moment, George jumped up from the table, saying that he had indigestion, so he had to leave. Lisbeth immediately ran after him, and Rihanna grinned slyly after them. Soon the girl came to her lover's chambers. He sat silently, thinking about his own thoughts. Then Liz asked why he was so sensitive today. George said that someone knew about their relationship, and then gave the girl a note from a bouquet. Liz was unpleasantly surprised, noting how brazen it was for a stranger to send such a letter. George suggested that it could be Peekins. Only he is capable of plotting such intrigues, and even today he was trying to undermine his reputation. Perhaps it was he who sent the bouquet, because George took the place of the man whom Pekins himself recommended. Out of anger, the man kicked the table so that it fell, and then Lisbeth asked him to calm down and not act rashly. First, they need to go to where the flowers were sent from and find out the name of the sender. She said that tomorrow she would go to the treasury to pick up the basket and take it to the flower market, and the man immediately hugged his beloved, saying that she was the only one he had. Then Liz took the letter and threw it into the fireplace, saying that they were in the same boat. Her eyes sparkled unkindly, and she said that there was nothing to worry about. Nothing would happen to them. The next morning, Rihanna helped her husband get ready for work, wishing him a good day. After he left, Lisbeth approached her, asking where her brother-in-law was. Then she took George's badge from the maid, saying that he had forgotten it at home again. Rihanna was surprised it happened again, but said Margaret would take the badge to the treasury. However, Liz said that if the maid appeared there again, George's colleagues would whisper about his sloppiness. Then she said that she could go there herself, as if on orders from her older sister. Rihanna grinned at the twins' thoughtfulness and allowed her to go to the treasury. Liz soon arrived at the scene, picked up a basket of flowers, and George praised her for her resourcefulness. After that, the girl headed out. But in the corridor, there was someone whom she did not expect to see here at all. It was the emperor. He turned towards the girl. Liz immediately bowed, greeting the ruler, to which the man said that he was seeing her for the first time. Then the girl introduced herself as Lisbeth from the Norden family. Alexander was surprised. Was it really the younger sister of Countess Norden? He noted that although they are twins, they are not particularly similar. Liz was pretty, but still lost compared to Rihanna. If Rhea divorces the Count, then her family will probably be her support. Then the man asked what brought the girl to the palace. Was it really Count Royden? Liz replied that something happened in the morning, but they didn't have time to notify the Count, so she came instead of her sister. Then the emperor wished Mrs. Royden a good journey and went about his business. Walking down the corridor, he noted that meeting his husband, who walked to the left, was too difficult a task. Rihanna shouldn't have to feel like that. When evening came, Rhea informed her husband that he had again left his badge at home, and because of this, Lisbeth had to suffer to deliver it to the treasury. But the girl said that this was nothing, moreover. Thanks to this trip, she met the emperor. Rihanna was surprised that her sister confronted the ruler. Liz said that when he heard her name, he immediately recognized her as George's sister-in-law. George himself said that yesterday he also received an audience with the emperor. His Majesty came to see him. Rhea looked at her husband with disbelief. But Lisbeth immediately began to praise George, saying that at this rate, he would soon receive a promotion. The man asked his wife what she thought about this. Rhea said that the emperor, apparently, was taking a special interest in him. George believed that this was all thanks to his outstanding skills, and very soon he would outshine the Marquis. Rihanna wondered what the emperor's motive was for personally coming for George's sake. Was it really because of her that he was so troublesome about it? The girl remembered his words that he was always ready to help her. Her face immediately turned red, and she hastened to drive away these vicious thoughts from herself. When dinner was over, Liz went to her maid to give her another order, but the girl did not understand why she had to do such a thing. She stated that she was not Lady Lisbeth's puppet, and would like to know the reason for such an order. She wondered why she had to bother looking for the store where that basket of flowers was bought. Then Liz handed her a note that was in flowers. The maid wondered where it came from, because she forced all the servants to keep their mouths shut. Lisbeth approached the girl, saying that she would soon become the mistress of this house, so she should not be insolent, because she is not as generous as her sister. Then the maid apologized to the lady, and soon she left her alone. I took the note in my hands. The girl wondered who could have done this. It all looked like hatred and resentment. Was this really Rihanna's doing? Soon the girl arrived at the flower market with a basket. The saleswoman said that these were indeed their flowers. Then the maid asked the name of the customer, since the owner of the house wanted to send flowers to him in return. But the fair-haired flower girl replied that she did not know the identity of the sender. A young maid came instead. As it turned out, the order came from a noble house. The first person the girl thought of was Rihanna's maid, Margaret. Then the saleswoman said that she remembered the customer's words. It was said that this was a welcome gift to a new member of the department, and it should be prepared with all the soul, and also hide the name of the sender so that the recipient would not feel awkward. Hearing this, George immediately thought of Pekins. He promised to give the boss what he deserved at the first opportunity. At this moment, the servant announced that the Countess had arrived at the palace. Liz said she would meet her, and George should have calmed down. Left alone with the maid, the man wondered when Pekins could have found out about his relationship with Lisbeth. The girl expressed her opinion that the boss wanted to confuse George. If he had real evidence, he would have demanded monetary compensation for silence. And yet, the Count was lucky that it was not the work of his wife. George just grinned, saying that Rahana was not capable of such a thing. If she had known, she would not have calmly sat at the same table with him. If she wants revenge, she obviously won't pull such low-grade tricks. Then the maid apologized for such a personal question, but still asked why the young man chose Lady Lisbeth. She understood that after a few years of married life, feelings could cool down, and the Count did not marry for love. But still, she was wondering why, of all the women, he chose Lisbeth. Then George said that she had taken her first steps, and he saw no reason to refuse her. The girl noted that Lisbeth is the Countess's sister, and there is a possibility that she will confess to everything. George, grinning, replied that it was safest to have a married mistress. She shouldn't get caught if she doesn't want to be discovered, because one certainly pulls the other along with him. It was the same with Lisbeth. She would not do such a thing, because no one could even think that a son-in-law and sister-in-law shared the same bed. Moreover, the forbidden relationship with her was exciting, because she was so similar to his wife, and this was more exciting than cheating with an ordinary woman from the outside. The maid looked at the man contemptuously, thinking that she had been with him since childhood. When did he manage to change so much? Soon after this, the girl went to the other maids, asking why Margaret had not been seen for so long. She was told that she had some business at home and the Countess gave her time off. Then the girl thought that the Countess, apparently, really had nothing to do with this, and the Count was right. If Mrs. Rihanna had known about everything, she would not have gotten away with it. Meanwhile, Margaret met with the same flower girl, giving her a bag of gold and thanking her for answering as she was asked. The girl also said that the flowers for the wake would be ready soon. Margaret relied on her, as this was a very important event. Soon the maid arrived at the palace, telling Rihanna that preparations were going according to plan. The girl smiled contentedly, saying that there was still something left. She would like everything to go off on a grand scale, both the funeral and her revenge. At that moment, George burst into her chambers. He was outraged that the Marquis Peakins was on the guest list. Did his wife really want to invite this curmudgeon to his father's wake? Rihanna replied that Peakins was his boss. He couldn't just be taken and not invited, but George stood his ground. However, the girl pulled her hand away from him, saying that Peakins must definitely be invited. These words infuriated the Count. He said that he did not want to see him in his house. He rushed past his wife, deliberately pushing her with his shoulder, and left the room, loudly slamming the door. George immediately went to Lisbeth, but she also told him to calm down. But the man still did not let up, because he was sure that that trick with the flowers was the work of Peakins. But Liz said that's why he should get close to his boss to find his weak points. If George was nice to him and discovered his weaknesses, he couldn't hurt them. Then the man asked what the weak points of such a poisonous snake as Peakins might be. Lisbeth hugged him, saying that everyone had them, and she herself had an Achilles heel, George himself. The man reciprocated, saying that he would allow Rihanna to invite Peakins. Meanwhile, the day of the wake arrived. Margaret helped her mistress put on her dress for the celebration, noting that she looked thoughtful. Rihanna herself understood that this was her last chance to choose between peace in her family or revenge. Tomorrow it would be too late to change anything, but the girl was not afraid. She was in anticipation. So this choice seemed simply ridiculous to her. Soon the lady came outside to greet the guests. Lady Pringe noted that this year everything looked much more solemn, and everyone understood that this was the merit of Mrs. Rihanna. Then the guest asked where Earl Royden himself was. Rihanna thought that she had only recently seen him, so she asked her to excuse her, saying that she would look for her husband. The girl returned to the palace, walking through the empty corridors. At that moment, Bennigan's, George's maid, called out to her. She said that the man was now in the garden. Rihanna noticed that the girl's hands were shaking nervously. Then she said that she would stop by on the second floor to pick up something from the room. Bennigan's wanted to say that she would go there herself, but Rihanna ordered her to return to her work. Entering the second floor, the girl closed the door behind her and took off her shoes in order to move silently. She slowly walked forward. Suddenly, Rihanna heard sounds similar to moans. Looking around the corner, she saw her husband and sister. They were kissing, standing near the wall. Lisbeth doubted that this was a suitable place for privacy, since there were a lot of guests in the palace, including Peakins. However, George hastened to assure her that only their people were here. The girl smiled, agreeing with her lover, and decided to surrender herself into his arms. At this point, Rihanna quietly approached the couple from behind, raising her shoe. One quick blow, and the girl's dress was stained with her husband's blood. George, bleeding, fell lifeless on top of Lisbeth. The girl looked at her older sister with horror, still holding the body of her lover in her hands. The next moment she rushed to the side, leaving George on the floor. However, Rihanna did not let her go, and a second later she was directly on top of her sister, intending to hit her with a bloody shoe. However, all this was just a play of the girl's imagination. In reality, she never came around the corner. She only silently listened to how her husband was having fun with Lisbeth. Then Rihanna headed out, deciding that now was not the right time for revenge. She thought that they should really enjoy this moment, because this was their last opportunity. Going downstairs, Rhea met Bennigan's again. She said that she took what she wanted, and now all the preparations were completed. Soon, George arrived at the ceremony. He explained his lateness by saying that he was looking into the mansion. Rihanna looked at her husband contemptuously, not responding to his false excuses. Soon the ceremony was announced. George greeted everyone present. He said that he again felt the incredible pain of loss, remembering his beloved father. At this point, he turned the floor over to his wife, Countess Royden. Before starting her speech, the girl looked around the guests, noticing Lisbeth among them. The Marquis Pekins was also present at the ceremony. Then Rihanna said that her husband's father was a very good man. During his lifetime, he loved her like his own daughter. George at this time exchanged glances with Lisbeth, giggling playfully. But Rihanna continued, saying that she was still tormented by her conscience because of the Count's valid will. She reported that she still had not fulfilled his will. George was confused and asked his wife in a whisper what kind of will they were talking about. Rihanna said that last night her angry father-in-law appeared to her in a dream and insisted on carrying out the order as quickly as possible. She realized that she was wrong and therefore would like to do it now. She hastened to introduce one young man to the guests. This was Joseph Royden, second son of the late Earl. He is her husband's reliable younger brother. At that moment, the girl remembered the day when her husband's father died. He told her that there was one thing only Rihanna should know. The man said that he had a son besides George. 15 years ago, under the influence of alcohol, he made a mistake. His mistress gave birth to a son, but she could not tell his wife about this. She had no choice but to go to the village with her son. The man then took Rihanna's hand, saying that if he died, there would be no one left to take care of them. George was not aware of this, because if the information reached him, something irreparable would happen. The man asked Rihanna to look after them until his son became an adult. He asked her to promise that she would fulfill the request. Only the two of them knew about this secret. Then the man handed Rihanna a chain with a medallion in the shape of half a heart and said that the child would have a second half. This would confirm their relationship. The man said that this was his last wish. He had no one else to ask. However, Rhea did not have time to give him her answer, as the man died. The girl stood over her father-in-law's bed, examining the pendant. She said that she would protect her husband at all costs and asked him to understand her. However, now, at the man's wake, standing with his second son, she still decided to fulfill his will. Rihanna said that 3 years ago she was too cowardly and therefore could not fulfill his will. But now she was determined to muster all her courage to take care of Joseph. Then George jumped up from his seat, shouting angrily at his wife. He pointed his finger at the boy, ordering him to immediately take this bastard out of here. Rihanna asked him to calm down, because Joseph was his younger brother, despite the fact that they had different mothers. These words infuriated George. He shouted at the girl, saying that she did not dare behave like that. His wife advised him to think about his image as an official, because the Marquis Pekins was present at the ceremony. But George didn't care. He grabbed his brother by the clothes, ordering him to leave his house immediately. Rihanna again intervened in the quarrel, saying that you should not say such things to a child. Then George swung, saying that he did not recognize this bastard as his brother. At that moment, Rihanna stepped between them, and the slap intended for Joseph went to her. The boy immediately took the lady by the shoulder, asking if she was all right. All the guests were shocked by what was happening, and it took George a few moments to realize his action. Rihanna then said that she understands that her husband is confused. He can hit her if he wants, but the child is not to blame. George screamed, saying that there was no guarantee that he was really his brother, because no one knew where he even came from. Then Rhea took out the pendant, saying that the other half was kept by Joseph. They connected the two halves of the pendant, which ultimately resulted in an image of a young woman. But for George, this proof was not enough. He tore the pendant from his brother's hands and threw it to the ground, the pendant breaking into many small fragments. The man said that nothing would force him to give even a penny to this bastard. He was not going to fulfill the last wishes of his father, who spent his whole life hanging out with prostitutes. Rihanna tried to stop him, saying that such things should not be said at her father's wake, much less in front of the people who came there to pay tribute to him. Then George shouted that the wake was over and ordered all the guests to leave. Then he turned around, leaving his wife and brother alone. Rihanna grinned as everything went exactly as she had planned. When the couple returned to the palace, George continued to scream, not understanding how his wife could do such a thing without consulting him. If she loved him even a little, she should have at least hinted to him about her intentions. Rihanna then said that she knew how her husband would react. If she had told him everything in advance, he would have tried to harm this child, which was why his father was worried. George shouted that he didn't care about his father's will, but Rhea reminded him that under Estaraj law, a child born out of wedlock has the right to inherit. But the man simply walked past her, deliberately pushed the girl with his shoulder, and said that this would not happen. He went inside the palace, leaving his wife alone. At that moment, Joseph approached Rihanna and asked if he could sit next to her. Then the girl ordered Margaret to serve the boy tea and sweets. Joseph understood that the lady was in trouble because of him, and Rhea assured him that everything was fine. She said that all this was so that he could become Royden's second son. The young man embarrassedly thanked Rihanna, but she said that she was only fulfilling the will of his father. But Joseph assumed that the lady was not looking for him because of the will, otherwise she would have visited him 3 years ago. Rhea confirmed his words, and then asked why he didn't look for him and George himself, because his mother died last year, and he was obviously having a hard time. However, before Joseph could answer, his older brother suddenly came up behind him and poured a glass of water right on his head. He shouted for the servants to immediately throw this bastard out of here. Rihanna's face immediately darkened. She declared that the blood of the Royden family flowed in Joseph's veins. The servants had no right to even lay a finger on him. Then George shouted that if they didn't get rid of him, he would do it himself. The man swung his hand to hit his younger brother in the face, but he promptly blocked him with a tray. George roared at the brazenness of this boy. Then Joseph, smiling maliciously, asked his brother to calm down. The count wanted to shout that he was not his brother, but the guy continued, saying that he definitely had a blood relationship with the late Count Royden, and he had not yet reached adulthood, so he would remain in the palace. Rihanna supported the guy, saying that she would give him the use of the 4th floor. George screamed indignantly because Lisbeth uses this floor. He said that a man and a woman cannot live on the same floor. This is wrong. Rihanna chuckled nervously, saying that Lisbeth lived with them, but nothing happened between her and George. The young man hesitated. He had no choice but to agree, and then Rihanna ordered the servants to show Joseph his room. At that moment, Liz ran into the hall. She shouted that she did not want to share the floor with this barbarian. Rihanna said that, unlike George, she had no right to express herself like that, and moreover, she herself was a stranger in this mansion. Liz only lived here because of her sister's generosity, but if she wasn't happy with something, she was free to leave. Rihanna wouldn't stop her. After this, the girl left the hall, not paying attention to her husband's displeasure. He shouted after her so that she would not forget who her real family was, but Rhea did not react. After some time, she decided to visit Joseph in his new room. The girl said that the guy would stay here and wait for her instructions, and if he was obedient, all the possessions of this house would become his own. Joseph smiled, deciding to tell him why he had been sitting still for all these 3 years. He waited until he came of age, because it was difficult for a minor without a parent to win a legal claim, and his brother would go out of his way to exploit this and reduce the share of his legal inheritance. Rihanna noted that this is a pretty smart plan, but she immediately added that this does not concern her, and now the guy needs to rest. His work is finished for today. Joseph just looked after his mistress with a smile until she disappeared behind the door. The next morning, the boy joined his newfound family for breakfast, greeting his brother. He said that to him, George was his dearest and only big brother, no matter what. The count rose from the table, saying that he was not going to sit at the same table with this brat. Then Lisbeth turned to Rihanna, saying that Joseph should eat in his room, since George was so unpleasant about his company. Rihanna simply replied that her younger sister shares the same table with them, and if they discriminate against George's younger brother, it will be a sign of disrespect for George himself. Liz was infuriated by this answer. She angrily threw her cutlery on the table. Then she rose from her seat and silently walked towards the exit. After a short silence, Joseph apologized for ruining breakfast, but Rhea said that was not the case at all. At that moment, Margaret poured some wine on the young man, and the lady said that she continued to hope for fruitful cooperation with the guy. Joseph said he could just sit quietly and still receive his inheritance. But since his daughter-in-law wants it, he will be happy to make a little noise. Soon the guests gathered at the hotel again. George watched with displeasure as his younger brother enjoyed all the delights of his inheritance. Rihanna apologized for that day, saying that it was all her fault and asking her to forget the words her husband said. The guests only admired the fact that the Countess found the courage to fulfill the will of the late Count, and at the same time suffered. Then the girl said that the main thing for her was that the innocent child was not harmed. Some suggested that he could sow discord in their home, but Rhea replied that her husband would not leave this boy alone if he knew about him in advance, so she had to remain silent. Upon reaching adulthood, Joseph would most likely have filed a claim against the County of Royden, and George would not have allowed his brother to live, who had disgraced the honor of his house. Therefore, Rhea decided that she would have to take extreme measures, but in this way she brought trouble to the guests, for which she apologized again. Realizing that people were on her side, the girl smiled slyly, saying that George is her beloved husband, and she takes responsibility for him. Soon after this, Rihanna met with the emperor, and he admired the countess's action. He said that in secular circles, Earl Royden is considered a monster, and Rihanna was nicknamed a loving wife who cares for her husband. But Alexander himself considered her a woman who would not be content with just this. Rhea agreed to this, and then provided the man with documents confirming George's embezzlement. Alexander was incredibly pleased with this news, and he began to look at the papers with interest. Rihanna said that after the betrayal of her loved one, she decided that she had to become even more flawless. Then the emperor said that he had heard that Count Royden had raised his hand against the girl, but she said that this was incomparable to what he was experiencing now, and then asked the ruler to use the documents as wisely as possible. At that moment, Alexander extended his palm to the girl's face, touching her cheek with his fingers. Rhea looked at the man in surprise, and he hastened to apologize and remove his hand. He said he wanted to check the wound, and it was a little more serious than they said it was. The emperor added that he would send the girl palace medicines, because to carry out revenge, she must be in good health. After all, he and Rihanna entered into a business relationship, and therefore the man was not going to accept refusals. The girl thanked him for his help, saying that she would divorce her husband when Alexander had everything ready. The man noted that it would be very elegant to file for divorce when her husband has nothing left in his soul. He promised to soon announce the exact dates, and the emperor's advisor became a witness to their entire conversation. Rihanna thanked the ruler and said goodbye to him. On her way out, she ran into a red-haired young man. As soon as the girl left the office, he ran up to the emperor, saying that right now he needed to visit the temple. It was said that for the first time in 30 years, the oracle descended and gave its prophecy. The oracle was a god. The priests helped him convey his plan to people, and his prophecies were the most accurate omen. The temple servants greeted the emperor, their second lord after God. Then the man said that he would like to know what the divine revelation says. The priest said that it was connected with the next emperor Estaraj. Alexander was surprised, because he was not yet married, and God had already given an omen. Then the man explained that for an emperor without an empress, this was the most useful prediction. However, the ruler still did not understand what was being discussed. Meanwhile, both Norden sisters went to visit their father, who was very happy to get together with his daughters for the first time in a long time. He heard that there was a fuss after the wake, and the fact that George did not come here with his wife means that he is still angry with her. Then Rihanna said that she was fine, and George would soon cool down. However, the man did not understand why his eldest daughter arranged this, and Lisbeth supported him, saying that Rhea had been acting strange lately. She ordered her to share a floor with an unknown man, and also informed her that she was also a guest in their palace. Rhea said that she would explain all this a little later. Then Liz suggested that her sister's health problems were affecting her nerves. When the father heard about this, he became worried, but Rihanna hastened to assure him that she was simply tired of preparing for the wake. But Lisbeth did not leave her behind, asking if she had any pain or dizziness. Then Rhea apologized, saying that she needed to go away. Arriving in the bath, the girl hung over the sink, trying to catch her breath and come to her senses. At that moment, Liz appeared behind her. She asked her sister what was wrong with her, if there were any problems with her stomach. She put her arm around Rihanna's shoulder, saying that they could return home now. The girl wondered why her sister was so insistent on returning, apparently to start feeding her poison again. Then Liz asked if Rhea was offended that she complained to her father. She explained that it was just a joke. She once again suggested returning to the table because their father was worried. Then Rihanna said that he was getting weaker every day due to illness, and Lisbeth should have appreciated him while he was still with them. The girl thought to herself that she would not touch her sister while her father was alive. But as soon as he leaves this world, her life will end immediately. When the girls returned to the table, the man asked if his eldest daughter was okay. but Ria was quick to assure him that she was fine now. At that moment, a servant entered the room and said that a letter had arrived from the palace. When the man read it, he dropped his cutlery from his hands in surprise. The girls were perplexed as to what was written there. Then the man said that the emperor had sent a marriage proposal. Rihanna couldn't believe her ears. Had he really decided to marry, but who? According to the oracle, the heir to the throne will definitely appear from the womb of the Norden family. The emperor was confused. Rihanna was already married. Of course she will soon get divorced, but at the moment she has a husband. Then the man said that the letter was sent to Lisbeth. They want to make her empress. Rihanna couldn't believe what she heard. Her heart felt like it sank to her feet. But Liz was incredibly happy that she was going to become the main woman in the empire. The girl's father was perplexed why the emperor chose Lisbeth, and not an outstanding girl from an influential family. Moreover, 4 years ago, Liz broke off her engagement. Then the girl ran up to the man, saying that the emperor simply fell in love with her at first sight as soon as he saw her. She explained that she wanted to go to the treasury, and then she met the emperor, and he even asked her name. Liz added that all this happened thanks to her sister, because she went to the treasury on her behalf. Rihanna asked her father in a shaky voice if he was going to approve the proposal, and Liz immediately intervened, saying that the decision was obvious. The girl smiled nervously, saying that she was no one to challenge the emperor's decisions. It was unprecedented for someone to refuse such a title, so she advised her father to send a response to the ruler as quickly as possible. The man stroked Liz's cheek, saying that I couldn't imagine that their family would be given such an honor, and congratulated his daughter on her upcoming engagement. He hugged her, telling her that her late mother would have been very happy to witness this significant moment. Rihanna at this time tried to contain her emotions. Her whole body was shaking with despair. In the meantime, the emperor's advisor decided to ask him if he was really going to marry Mrs. Norden. The man said that the oracle's word is law. If Lisbeth Norden marries another man, the next emperor will be a rebel. He will ascend the throne, getting rid of Alexander. If Prince Albert finds out about the prophecy, he will definitely win Lisbeth, so everything had to be kept secret. And then the advisor asked what the ruler was going to do with Countess Norden, because if she and the count had a child, the problems would only increase. But the emperor said that this would not happen, since she would soon divorce her husband. The advisor was surprised, saying that this would be an even bigger problem, because she could remarry Prince Albert, and this would mean the birth of a future traitor. Then he invited the emperor to marry Rihanna too. This was nothing new in the imperial family. But Alexander said that he did not want to marry Rihanna Royden. It was not that she was already married, but that the man was not sure that he would be a good husband for her. She has already tasted failure in marriage, and it would be too cruel to force her into marriage with a man she doesn't even love. The advisor tried to convince the ruler that it was impossible to think about such things now, because the oracle predicted an uprising. Then the emperor announced that he would forbid Rihanna from remarrying and having children. He will announce the words of the prophecy on the day of his wedding with Lisbeth. This will serve as a significant reason for this decision. But the advisor noted that this is too dangerous. If the prediction becomes known, then Prince Albert will take possession of Rihanna at any cost. Then Alexander said that he and the countess had agreed to cooperate, and she knew very well what awaited her in the event of betrayal. At that moment, a maid entered the emperor's office and said that the wife of Count Royden was asking for an audience with him. Meanwhile, pleased with the latest news, Lisbeth was tidying up in her room. George came into her chambers and said that he missed her very much. He asked how her meeting with her father went, and also noted that she dressed up very nicely, thinking that she did it just for him. The young man touched his lover's shoulder, but Liz immediately stood up, asking him to remove his hands. The girl coldly told George that it was time for them to end their relationship. The man didn't understand why she decided to announce this so suddenly, because he had recently been insulted by Rihanna, and now Lisbeth was talking some nonsense. But then the girl said that she had another man. Liz chuckled, saying that they needed to break up and let her son-in-law focus on Rihanna. Then the man roughly grabbed the girl by the shoulders, shouting that he was not going to let her go. But Lisbeth only coldly told him not to come to her anymore, and she herself plans to move in with her father. George squeezed her hand with all his might, shouting that he wouldn't let her go anywhere. Liz grinned, asking how he was going to stop her. And then the count threatened her that he would expose their secret relationship. After this, no man will accept Lisbeth. Meanwhile, the emperor's maid reported that he was ready to receive Rihanna. The girl greeted the ruler dryly as soon as he entered the room. The man said that he knew what brought the countess here, and then Ria decided to ask directly why the emperor decided to marry her younger sister. The emperor answered without unnecessary embellishment that he fell in love with her at first sight. But noticing the frightening expression on Rihanna's face, he quickly added that it was just a joke. The girl said that the Empress's place is honorable and not so easy to take. The Nordens are not so influential, and Rihanna's father does not have any connections in political circles, and if the Emperor pursues some kind of political goal, it was not clear to the girl how her father's family could help in achieving it. Then Alexander noted that Rhea apparently was against her sister becoming Empress, and she confirmed his guess, saying that this was unacceptable. The Emperor wondered what she meant. Then Rihanna said that the adulteress who had fun with George was her sister Lisbeth. Neither the Emperor nor his advisor could believe what they heard. But Rhea wouldn't lie about something like that, and the man understood that. She asked the ruler to withdraw the proposal, if only for his own sake. But he said that he could not do this now, and the reason for this also could not be voiced. Then Rihanna leaned on the ruler's desk, hovering over him. She needed to know when he would be able to tell the reason, but unfortunately for her, Alexander said that he would tell her only after his marriage with Lisbeth. Rhea immediately screamed that then it would be too late. Alexander said quietly that Lady Norden would live an ill-fated married life. He could guarantee it. But Rihanna didn't care about that. She wouldn't watch Lisbeth become an empress and stand on par with His Majesty, even if she had to die for it. She said that if the Emperor decides on this wedding, she will turn all the atrocities of her sister inside out. The ruler was dissatisfied that the Countess allowed herself such words, because if she made him her enemy, she would not be able to withstand. But Rhea only said that the Emperor should not make her his enemy either, because there is nothing more dangerous than a woman who has nothing to lose. A tense silence hung between them. None of them intended to give up in their aspirations. Then the Emperor ordered the Countess to return to her place and think it over again with a fresh head. Rihanna said that she would need 3 days and asked to stop preparing for the wedding for this period. The Emperor agreed, and then the girl promised to visit him in 3 days. While the Countess and Margaret were returning to the hotel, the maid asked what the lady was planning to do. The girl was going to find out the reason why the Emperor wanted to see Lisbeth as his wife, and then get rid of her at any cost. Meanwhile, the argument between Liz and George continued. The girl said that Rihanna would not leave him alive if the truth about them was revealed. Then George said that he would fall on his face and say that she was the first to tempt him, and he had no choice. But Rihanna will not forgive her sister for such a betrayal. George said that he would not allow Liz to leave him and go to another man. Then the girl smiled wryly, saying that she was just annoyed, so she decided to lie about all this. She was just offended that George had been treating her coldly lately. Liz hugged the Count, saying that there was no other man. Then she sent him back to her room, since Rhea was supposed to be back soon. George wished his beloved good night and said that he loved her. The girl replied that she loved him too, and then closed the door behind him. Walking along the corridor, the Count wondered what it was all about. Liz only ruined his mood with this joke. After some time, Bennigan's went into George's chambers, surprised that he was still awake. It seemed to her that the Count had been nervous a lot lately, so she prepared calming tea for him. The man was about to drink the decoction, when suddenly he stopped at the last moment, saying that he would take a long time to drink it, so Bennigan's could go. Then the girl obediently left the room, wishing the Count good night. As soon as the maid disappeared through the door, George poured the tea into the sink, shaking with fear as he looked at the contents of the mug. And Lisbeth, meanwhile, sat in her chambers, as if waiting for her lover to drink the decoction. The next morning, the girl continued to preen herself while standing in front of the mirror, and at that moment, Rihanna walked in on her. She said that she had an audience with the Emperor, and then Liz asked why they were seeing each other. The Countess noted that her sister looked very excited. She noted that she could not behave differently because she was to become an empress. Then Rhea continued, asking Liz to talk about how they met with the ruler in the treasury. The girl thought about it, not knowing what to say. The Emperor asked her if it was Rihanna's orders that she went through. In general, there was nothing special about this meeting. Lisbeth suggested that since the Emperor liked George, he also became interested in her. Or perhaps he simply fell in love with her at first sight. Rihanna paused, considering her sister's words. Then Liz grabbed her hand, asking her to visit her more often when she became empress. When Rihanna returned to her place, she told Margaret that her sister did not know anything. This wedding proposal was not her proposal. Then she thought that the Emperor had simply made a rational decision. It cannot be that His Majesty, of his own free will, wanted to take as empress the one who played tricks with his son-in-law. This required power that was higher than the imperial one. Then one thought occurred to Rihanna. She needed to make a donation to the temple. When the girl arrived there, the chief priest personally thanked her for such a large sum. Rhea said that a significant event had happened, so she wanted to pay tribute to the Lord. The priest clarified what event she was talking about, and then the girl explained that her twin sister would soon become empress. She said that she had already learned everything from the emperor, so there was no point in hiding it from her. After all, Rihanna already knew that her sister was the woman from the prophecy. The priest was surprised that the emperor told everything. Then Rhea made sure that her guess was true. She said that the ruler may have decided that there was no point in hiding it from her, since they would soon become one family. However, the girl was worried about the question, is it possible to somehow bypass the prophecy? Rihanna explained this question by saying that she was very worried about her only sister. Then the priest asked if the countess was really overcome by envy of God's plan. The girl answered briefly that she did not say that. The man replied that it was impossible to even think about such a thing. On the contrary, the girl should be glad that she and the count did not have a child. After all, his birth would be a harbinger of a revolution. Understanding began to slowly come to Rihanna. The revelation was not about the empress, but about the next emperor. The woman from the prophecy could not only be Lisbeth, the child of one of the sisters will become the next emperor. Then Rhea, trying to hide the trembling in her body, smiled and said that she was in no way opposed to the Lord's plan. Returning home, the countess behaved strangely. Then Margaret asked if anything bad had happened to her. Rihanna smiled happily, saying that God, apparently, had not completely forgotten about her. The maid did not understand what the mistress was talking about, and then the girl ran up to her and grabbed her by the shoulders. She said that she needed to see the emperor. Alexander was surprised that they had a chance to meet so soon, but Rihanna happily announced that she had found the answer ahead of schedule. Without allowing the emperor to come to his senses, she immediately asked to be made empress. She said that she would carry out everything that His Majesty desired. Neither Alexander nor his advisor expected such a turn of events. Then the emperor said that Countess Royden was the only one who intended to take the emperor himself as a husband and also for remarriage. But the girl said that she was ready to do anything to prevent her sister from becoming empress. Then the ruler asked if she was sure that she could bear him a child. Rihanna didn't think it would take much effort to conceive because they were both young. The emperor clarified his question by asking if the countess could share his bed. Rhea said that His Majesty is the most charming man in the empire. There is no woman who would refuse him, but Alexander said that he was asking specifically about her. The girl replied that she would be the best option for the post of empress. It was impossible to allow an adulteress to become the mother of the heir to the throne, and in this matter, the feelings of the countess did not play any role. Then the emperor said that he was very sorry for the girl, so he was worried. Approaching her from behind, he asked if she wanted to throw everything away and start over with a better man. Rihanna only said that His Majesty would not be able to understand her. After all, only after learning that her husband was having fun with her own sister, she was already dead. If Lisbeth ascends the throne, life with her beloved will become impossible for Rihanna. However, the emperor said that he could not fulfill her will, because if he made Rihanna empress, Prince Albert would immediately marry Lisbeth. The only option left was to publicly declare the receipt of a divine revelation and take both sisters as wives. Rhea agreed to this, but only if the emperor later deprived Lisbeth of her title, so that no one could remarry her after her deposition. Alexander had no reason to object to this condition. He agreed to make Rihanna the empress and Milady Norden his wife. However, the girl needed to get a divorce quickly, because even for him, it would not be easy to marry a married woman. Rihanna promised to do everything not to cause inconvenience to the ruler. However, she had one more request, perhaps too selfish. She asked the emperor to prevent Lisbeth from conceiving a child with him. Seeing the confusion on the countess's face, the man hastened to assure her that this would not happen. Rihanna said that Lisbeth will do anything to take her man away from her, so the ruler needs to be extremely careful. Then the emperor decided to ask the woman something. He wanted the girl not to betray him under any circumstances. If she does not unite with Prince Albert, then he will not betray her. If he did this, then Rihanna knew how to get even with him, and the emperor, in turn, knew what to do with the countess in the event of her betrayal. They both knew each other's weak points, so betrayal was not beneficial for them. Rihanna was more than pleased with this agreement. Then the emperor said that he would wait for her to get a divorce as soon as possible, and although he could not talk about love for the countess, he was able to take her side, and this was quite enough for the girl. The next morning, George was forced to have breakfast alone. Bennigan's informed him that Lisbeth had left. Then the man asked the woman if she was really on his side, and she answered in the affirmative. He asked the maid if she had noticed any strange things about Lisbeth lately. Bennigan's then reported that the lady had been looking rather agitated lately. After meeting Count Norden, My lady began to pay more attention to her appearance. Looking in the mirror, she constantly smiled. The maid decided that something had happened between the master and my lady to cause such a reaction. Thus, she meant that Lisbeth looks like someone at the very beginning of a relationship, as if she had just started dating a man. At this time, the girl was wandering along the corridors of the hotel, and suddenly they called out to her. It was George. Liz told him she was going to a tea party. He wished the girl a good journey and waved his hand after her. But as soon as she disappeared behind the door, he immediately went to search her chambers. The man was sure that she had someone else. But George was not going to let Lisbeth go so easily. He intended to make her his wife. Suddenly, among the girl's clothes, he saw a letter and a jar lying next to it. He recognized the pills that Lisbeth gave to Rihanna. George realized that his assumption was correct. He intended to find out who this bastard was and then kill him. The letter bore the palace seal, and the man couldn't understand why they would suddenly write to Liz. When the Count opened the letter, his face was distorted with surprise. It was a marriage proposal from His Majesty. Lisbeth was to become empress. George laughed nervously. Now he understood why she wanted to break up, but he wasn't going to let that happen. He cleaned up her room, putting everything in its place, and went outside. Soon evening came, and Lisbeth returned to her chambers. Suddenly, someone at the back of the room called out to her. It was George. He asked how the tea party went. The girl dryly replied that everything went well, and then the man said that Rihanna would be late today. He approached Lisbeth, putting his arm around her waist, but she waved her off, saying that she was tired today. But George insisted. He asked her to take off her clothes, and he would give her a massage. Liz refused this too. Then the Count decided to press for pity. He said that they had not had intimacy for a long time, and Rihanna also brought Joseph here, and now it was very difficult for him. He leaned towards the girl, saying that he needed her support, while gradually taking off her clothes. Liz eventually reciprocated his feelings, and George immediately threw himself at her with a hug, telling her how much he loved her. He kissed the girl, continuing to remove her clothes, and then laid her on the bed. At this time, George was thinking that he would never allow Lisbeth to leave him. She won't be able to get rid of him and become empress. Instead, she will bear his child. Smiling slyly, the Count invited the girl to be together until the end of their days. At work, George was in high spirits. Peekins was surprised, because all this time he had been depressed, and now he was sitting with a smile from ear to ear. Then the Count said that the thought that he could work in the treasury greatly encouraged him, which is why he looked so joyful. Bowing after the boss, he thought to himself that he could grumble as much as he wanted, because he didn't care anymore. The only thing George thought about was Lisbeth's face when she found out about the child. Could she still dream of being an empress? Surely she will get rid of Rihanna as soon as possible and will beg him for marriage. However, his wife distracted him from his thoughts. During the lunch break, she arrived at the treasury, bringing with her a bouquet of flowers. Rhea said she went to the flower market and loved the smell of the flowers so much that she went a little overboard and bought too much. George's colleagues noted how lucky he was to have such a caring wife. They asked if those 2 baskets of flowers were also a gift from the Countess, but the girl pretended not to know what they were talking about. George hurried to take his wife outside, saying that this was just some kind of nonsense. Coming outside, Rhea demanded an explanation from her husband, and he shouted that Pekin's had sent him flowers on behalf of a woman in order to annoy him. He did this to quarrel with Rihanna, but the girl was sure that the Marquis would not have acted in such a childish way. Then George shouted that she knew nothing about this old man, and now she also suspected her husband of deception. But Rhea only smiled in response, saying that she had no doubts about her husband. She hugged him, saying that he had never disappointed her before. Then the girl took out a large bag of food, saying that she had prepared lunch for 2. George was surprised, because his wife was always busy with the hotel. But Rihanna said that she will always find time for her beloved husband. Shortly after lunch with his wife, George returned to the treasury. His colleagues discussed how unfairly he was treating his wife, but immediately fell silent as soon as the man walked inside. In the evening, after another night spent together, Lisbeth said that there were rumors that the Count had a sponsor, a mistress who sent him flowers and on whose recommendation he got a job. George immediately shouted, saying that he was not that insignificant and he definitely didn't get the job because of some woman. Then Liz asked what would happen if the rumors reached Rihanna, but the Count was sure that his wife trusted him. But the girl insisted, saying that if he devotes little time to her, then she might check these rumors. Liz asked him to be a little more loyal to his sister, go on dates with her and give her gifts. Moreover, very soon there will be a masquerade ball in the palace. George could give her a dress. Then the man thanked Lisbeth for the good idea, saying that he would buy her a dress too, but it would be much more beautiful. Soon, the Count actually gave his wife a gift, a floor-length red dress. The girl noted that it was ideal for a masquerade. Then the man came up to her from behind and hugged her, saying that she would be the most charming at the holiday. Rihanna jerked sharply, asking if something had happened to her husband. He was unhappy with this question. Did he really need a reason to love his wife? Rihanna then realized that he was apparently worried about what she thought about the treasury rumors. However, she said she was just very happy. The girl kissed her husband on the cheek, saying that she was happy to be his wife. In fact, she thought that thanks to this, not Lisbeth, but she would become empress, and it would be good if George watched this, depressed and in torment. Soon the masquerade ball began. Rihanna arrived at it, dressed in the same dress and in a mask that matched it in color. Margaret reported that the gentleman was wearing a blue suit and a white bow tie, and Milady Lisbeth was wearing a pink dress and white shoes. Rihanna smiled slyly and headed into the hall, ready to carry out her plan. Lisbeth, meanwhile, overheard others talking about how Earl Royden of the Treasury was cheating on his wife. It was said that someone sent him flowers twice and also got him a job based on a recommendation. Then Liz entered the conversation, saying that Countess Royden had been married for 4 years, but had not given birth. The guests assumed that the girl was infertile, and her husband began to walk for this reason. Lisbeth watched with a sly grin as rumors about her sister's inferiority developed. At this time, George waved at her from above, calling her to him. The girl asked if Rihanna would notice them, but the Count assured her that she had gone to the restroom and that she was wearing a red outfit today, so she would be easy to notice if something happened. Then Liz led him inside the hall. George was a little worried about the large number of people around, but the girl assured him that no one here would recognize them. This is the charm of such events. The next moment the couple began to dance, not paying attention to the others. George said he wanted to kiss the girl, and she invited him to go outside. As soon as the couple reached the garden, they immediately merged in a passionate kiss. However, at some point, Lisbeth's heel broke and she began to fall. George didn't have time to catch her, and the girl flopped straight onto the grass, clutching her sore leg. Apparently, she sprained it. Then the Count helped Liz up and took her home to then call a doctor to see her. A girl in a black dress with white ruffles watched all this from the window. It was Rihanna. She changed her dress so that her husband would not recognize her at the holiday. Soon the Countess returned to the hall and saw a small company of people whispering about something. She decided to join the conversation, saying that she also had something to share with the guests. The Countess said that rumors about Count Royden's mistress are flying everywhere, but no one seems to know her identity. The guests immediately began asking the girl if she knew the name of his mistress. Rihanna pretended that she was not sure whether to talk about this, but people insisted. Everyone was interested in learning such hot news. Then the girl said that Milady Norden and Count Royden had a special relationship. All the guests were shocked. No one could believe that the Count had an affair with his wife's sister. Rihanna added that all the servants are aware, but the Count forces everyone to remain silent. Her maid told her about this. She is close enough with the maid of the Royden house, and she shared all the secrets with her under the influence of alcohol. The Countess watched with a satisfied grin as the rumors spread from person to person. Soon she left the common room and went for a short walk along the corridors, when Rihanna came across a man. A blonde stranger in a blue outfit told the girl that she looked beautiful. He asked if she would do him the honor of dancing with him. However, Rhea quickly apologized and said that she was about to leave. Then the young man did not squeeze her hand too much, asking for at least a chance to talk. The Countess said that she had to return to her husband, but the man stood his ground, because today was a masquerade ball. The rest did not even know that the girl had a husband. At that moment, the Emperor, dressed in a black and white suit and mask, approached them and said that he knew about this woman's wife. Then the stranger apologized to the girl for his discourtesy and hurried away. Rhea asked the ruler how he recognized her, to which he replied that the mask hides the face, but it does not change the voice. And the girl herself recognized Alexander, since there are not many people in the empire with a similar appearance. The man was flattered by these words and smiled slightly. Then Rihanna bowed to the ruler, thanking him for helping her avoid difficulties. But the emperor said that if she agreed to dance with that man, it would not be beneficial for him. The fact is that the stranger was the ruler's brother, Prince Albert. The emperor doubted that he recognized the countess and deliberately invited her to dance. He probably just couldn't resist Rihanna's beauty. The emperor noted that the girl looked especially beautiful today. Then he asked if she would refuse him if he asked her to dance. Rihanna at that moment thought about the fact that her husband was now standing right in front of her and took the emperor's hand. She noted that his hand was surprisingly warm. The man chuckled, because his cruel nature did not mean that his limbs had to be icy. Rhea also said that Alexander dances surprisingly well. She had never seen the emperor at parties before, since they tired the man, especially if there were women present who were eager to take the place of the empress. Then the countess said that very soon he would no longer have to worry about this. Alexander responded to this by saying that there were interesting rumors in the banquet hall. Then the girl said that she had started the last stage. The man couldn't help but note that this was good news for him, but he doubted whether Rihanna would be okay doing so. After all, she will have to remarry an unloved man. Rhea only replied that the emperor could see the result of her marrying the man she loved right now. Alexander, after a pause, said that living alone is also not bad. There are women who ruined their lives because of a man, but there are no women who ruined it because they did not meet him. Looking at Rihanna, the man remembered someone who ruined his fate by meeting the wrong man. Then the girl asked who he was talking about. The emperor meant his mother, and this answer greatly surprised the countess. Then he asked her if she would feel better after revenge, if she could live the rest of her days with a man who did not love her. But Rihanna asked him not to worry about it, because their agreement did not talk about love from the very beginning, and now the girl does not even know the meaning of this word. She believed in her, but now every day she realizes how stupid she was. Looking at the banquet hall and the people dancing inside, the girl decided to say goodbye to Alexander. Raising her mask, Rhea smiled, asking the man to be in good health until their next meeting. When the banquet was over, George immediately ran to his wife, assuring that all those dirty rumors were lies. The girl just calmly sipped her tea, noting that every tea party people only talk about them. The whole of Esterage discusses it. The son-in-law and sister-in-law were having fun together, and this was a rather rare and therefore scandalous incident. At that moment, Lisbeth entered the room on crutches, her face full of anger. She asked what was going on here. The girl screamed furiously that someone was spreading terrible tales to prevent her from getting married. Rihanna assumed that it must be the man who held a grudge against her and George, and the man immediately said that it was the work of Pekings. The countess smiled wryly, saying that the gossip would soon subside. She would take care of it. George then said that she was the only one he could trust. When the girl left, Liz asked the count if he was sure that this rumor had not come out of their house. Only the servants knew about their relationship, but did all of them keep their mouths shut? George remembered that people said that the source of the rumor was a maid of the Royden family. At that moment, Bennigan's came into the room. She brought tea for her master. The couple looked at the maid sullenly, clearly suspecting her of spreading these rumors. The woman immediately shouted that she was innocent, because all her life she had followed any instructions of the count. She even gave poison to an innocent man on his orders. But Liz had already made up her mind. She said that Dame Bennigan's had worked hard all this time, so from today she might not work in this house anymore. The maid immediately ran up to the count. She did not believe that he could do this to her. The man turned to Lisbeth, saying that they had no evidence of Bennigan's guilt. Firing her would be too impulsive a decision. Then Liz said that they should change all the servants instead. George was surprised by this decision, but the girl said that otherwise they would be living with potential traitors. Determination was visible on her face. She ordered the count to fire everyone without exception. Then the man decided to turn to his wife for advice, but she also said that it was a good idea. George was shocked that Rihanna supported this decision. She explained this by saying that the rumors were too thorough. They could not be made up without living in this house, so the source was also a servant from their house. And if it is impossible to find out who it is, then they have no choice but to get rid of everyone. At this point, the girl left the room, not paying attention to her husband's indignation. As Rhea walked down the corridor, she bumped into Joseph. He asked if it was for his sake that she decided to replace all the servants. It seemed to him that this was how she tried to take care of him. But Rihanna replied that it was not for his sake, but still he will also benefit from it. Joseph smiled, saying that he would like to thank the girl, but the countess said that there was no need. However, the guy insisted. He gently took Rihanna's hand and kissed it, thanking her for her help. Then the girl smiled crookedly at him and walked away. Joseph asked her why she didn't like him. She was too cold towards him, but on the first day she was very polite. But Rhea replied that he was a guest in an unfamiliar place. She was obliged to meet him with dignity. Joseph then decided to ask her what she would do after she divorced his brother. He wondered what she thought about remarriage. Rihanna asked who he meant by her future husband, but the guy laughed it off, saying that it could be anyone. It could even be himself, because it would be the best revenge for George, to have fun with his brother. Rihanna just grinned. Did he really want her to be like Lisbeth? Joseph tried to explain that this was different, because they would not have an affair, but a remarriage. but the Countess still refused him. She said that he would have many enemies simply because he was an illegitimate child who became the owner of the mansion. And if he married a woman who was married to the previous owner, then there would be even more of them. It was a refusal for his own good. He should have found a more sincere and attractive person than Rihanna. Then Joseph gently hugged the girl by the shoulders, saying that she was already kind and beautiful. Rhea said that the guy didn't know anything about her, but he didn't back down. He wanted to get to know the girl better. Looking at him, the Countess saw a small and stupid child who was trying to get involved in something dangerous. She remembered the Emperor's words that she would have to spend her life with an unloved man. She wondered if Alexander felt the same way when he looked at her. Then Rihanna smiled at Joseph, saying that he would definitely find himself a good girl. The guy was perplexed. The Countess was his benefactor. He would never be able to find someone who would surpass her. But the girl only advised him to find someone who would truly love him, and then left completely. Meanwhile, George sat in his office. He was angry at his wife and mistress for forcing him to fire everyone who had worked for him all his life. He thought that even if these rumors were spread by the servants, for him it did not mean anything bad, since because of this story, Lisbeth would never be made empress, just as he wished. However, if the gossip continues to spread, Rihanna may become suspicious. Then the man took a piece of paper and began to quickly write something under the influence of emotions. In the morning, he came to his wife's chambers. He asked if she really was going to fire everyone completely. Rihanna said that if his concern was due to the fact that there would be no one to keep order in the house, then she could replace the servants gradually. After all, they don't know who spread these dirty rumors. How can they live under the same roof with those who cannot be trusted? Then George asked to leave at least James, his coachman. They grew up together, and the Count was sure that he could trust him. Rihanna wondered why he decided to leave the coachman and not Lady Bennigan's. However, she decided to agree, and George thanked her for her decision. He also asked her to think about the others, because there was a possibility that it was not the servants who started the gossip. Meanwhile, a young boy arrived to the Countess. He introduced himself as Frankie and said that from today he would work for her. However, Rihanna said that hiring him would not be easy as she was going to fire the coachman, but her husband insisted on keeping him. Frankie was upset. He thought that in this case he would not be able to work here, but the girl calmed him down. She said that he could get a job here, but she would ask him for something. She ordered him to keep an eye on James, the same coachman, and report to her about his every move. Soon, the Countess returned to the palace, and Lisbeth immediately ran up to her, asking if people were still talking about that story. She wanted to know who the instigator was that planned this in order to stop her wedding. Liz was worried that the Emperor would believe these rumors. Then Rhea smiled slyly, saying that they had already changed the servants, so soon everyone would forget about everything. Lisbeth was furious because these bastards were given the opportunity to work here, and they were chatting left and right in gratitude. At that moment, a maid came in to see the girls and said that the tea party at the Boire house had been cancelled. It was said that someone again received an anonymous letter from that pervert. Lisbeth was immediately indignant at how persistent this scoundrel was. But on the other hand, she thought that thanks to him, everyone would forget about gossip. Rihanna looked in disbelief at her sister's genuine joy. After a while, the Countess went about her business, and as she got into the carriage, Frankie said that everything was more serious than he could have imagined. The girl did not understand what he was talking about. Then the boy explained that James had left the estate last night, and he had followed him. It was approximately 2 o'clock in the morning. The coachman was surprisingly well dressed and generally looked suspicious. That late night, the coachman, hiding his face under his hat, was heading somewhere, and then he stopped near the mansion. He pulled the letter out of his coat and put it in the mailbox. It was hard to see in the darkness, but it appeared to be an envelope. Frankie reported that James was staying at the Bourrege mansion. When the Countess returned to the palace, Margaret told her that James could not have done this alone, because the letter contained information inaccessible to commoners, and most likely, Earl Royden was the pervert. However, Rihanna did not answer. She just sat silently in a chair, looking out the window. Suddenly she laughed loudly, confusing the maid. The Countess smiled nervously, saying that Lisbeth didn't know what a depraved bastard George was. She doesn't suspect that the letter she received is fake, but that didn't matter. George will deny his guilt, but Rhea will not fall for it. She only wanted to get rid of Lisbeth by sending her to marry. But thanks to this discovery, everything will end up much more interesting. Then Margaret asked what the lady was going to do. Rihanna planned to expose George so that not only Lisbeth, but the entire empire would know about his perverted inclinations. The maid asked if they still had evidence, because he managed to hide for 5 whole years. But the Countess replied that even if there were none, they could make them until he himself was caught. At breakfast, Rihanna said that that pervert, apparently, still had not calmed down. This time the letter arrived from Lady Bourej. Lisbeth said that the author of this creation is simply disgusting, a real coward. Then Ria asked her husband what he thought about all this. After all, if he is married, his wife is probably superior to him. This is clearly a man with a feeling of inferiority, or he lacks attention from his beloved. Lisbeth objected, saying that women despise such people. He definitely does not have a soulmate. She felt sorry for his family. They had to live with such a parasite under the same roof. At that moment, George jumped up from the table, saying that he would go first since he had work to do. Arriving in his room, the Count gave free rein to his rage. He could not believe that Lisbeth called him a coward, because everyone around him was afraid of him. 5 years ago, he started this because of one trifle. George was rejected by the girl with whom he fell in love at first sight. But after some time, he received news of her marriage to a wealthy marquis. This vain fool chose money and status. George thought she was different, but it turned out that she was the same as all women. She trampled on his dignity, so he vowed to take revenge on her. The man handed the letter to James so that he could deliver it to this girl. The coachman himself noted that the message was written perfectly. The next day, the girl fainted. Fear shrouded the secular circles of the empire. Everyone was wary of the pervert who sent the letter. George was excited by the fact that he could influence aristocratic women without having a large fortune or a special plan. He did this when he was stressed, after his wedding with Rihanna. Every time he felt like he was falling behind her, he wrote letters. They became an outlet for George. He considered these women fools who did not understand anything, and now he was going to write another letter. Rihanna is going to die in a month anyway, so he decided to write to Lisbeth. George didn't know who sent her the letter that time. He was clearly an amateur. He spoiled Liz's mood, and that's all. But after George's letter, she won't even show herself on the street. She will begin to be wary of men. And against the backdrop of rumors, it will be much more difficult to cope with this. In the evening, the Count instructed James to send a letter to Lisbeth. The coachman was perplexed, because Milady was his beloved. Then George said that this would be his revenge because she wanted to fire the coachman. Meanwhile, Lisbeth herself was in her chambers. The maid was helping her stretch her sore leg. She was already recovering, and the girl could stand on her own, without the help of crutches. Then the maid gave the girl a letter. The sender's name was not indicated. Lisbeth thought it might be a secret message from the emperor. However, as soon as she opened the envelope, she immediately realized that the letter was not from the ruler. When she read it in its entirety, her face contorted in horror, and her body trembled with fear and a rushing feeling of nausea. The next moment, Liz lost consciousness, falling to the floor. The maids immediately ran into the room, picked up my lady, and carried her to the doctor. Margaret picked up the letter that was lying near the girl. Its content shocked her. The doctor told Rihanna that her sister's confusion was caused by shock, and when my lady found peace of mind, she would feel better. The Countess asked Liz to eat, but the girl only turned away, saying that she was not hungry and wanted to be alone. Then Rihanna decided to leave her, saying that her sister could call her if she needed anything. After a while, George entered Liz's room and asked if she was all right. The girl immediately jumped out of bed. She screamed that the letter had come to her for the second time. She was very scared. Liz understood that this psycho knew her well and was watching her, but she didn't know who from her circle was capable of this. George smiled slyly, and then sat down next to his beloved, hugging her and saying that he was always ready to support her. Touching her lips with his fingers, he said that he would always protect her from such scum. However, the girl moved away from him, saying that they needed to find out the identity of the criminal. Lisbeth was going to talk to Lady Barrage, and George tried to persuade her, citing the fact that it was dangerous to go there now. However, the girl silently left the room, leaving the Count alone. She soon arrived at the estate, and she and Lady Bourej came to the conclusion that the same person was writing to them. Her letter spoke of the blue dress she wore to Lady Shabalt's wedding, which is probably when the scoundrel saw her. Lisbeth thought about it. She was also at that wedding. Lady Bourej was frightened, realizing that someone was looking at her at that moment with eyes full of dirt and lust. Then Liz said that she would definitely make the scoundrel pay for what he had done. The girl took this matter seriously. She conducted a real investigation, and when the mystery was close to being solved, she came to Rihanna, asking if she had taken the letter that Lisbeth had received earlier. The Countess said that she threw it away because its contents were not suitable for storage, and then asked why her sister was interested. Then Liz said that, in her opinion, someone from their circle was a pervert, because all the ladies who received the letters knew the sisters and were with them at the same events. Rihanna smiled slyly as she suggested asking for guest lists to note who was at each event. Lisbeth tearfully asked her to do this because her older sister had many more connections, and Rhea agreed. George witnessed their conversation and hid around the corner of their room. When the girls dispersed, she went to Lisbeth. The man advised her to simply forget this situation, but the girl was sure that the scoundrel would not stop there, so it was necessary to nip the problem in the bud. Then George offered her a cup of tea, and Liz, without hesitation, took a few sips. George grinned as he approached the girl. Suddenly, she felt dizzy. The next moment, the cup fell from her hand, and the girl herself fell unconscious on George. The man slapped her on the cheek, screaming and asking her to wake up. And when he realized that Lisbeth definitely couldn't hear him, he carried her to the bed and carefully covered her with a blanket. He then took the bottle of ink and poured the entire contents onto the table and the letters Liz was working with. George returned to the girl again, gently stroking her cheek and thinking that she should have listened to him and stopped. Then she would not be lying unconscious now. Soon after this, the Count went to his wife to report that Liz was not well. She was under enormous stress because of the letter and did not want to rest, so she fainted. The doctor said that Lisbeth should rest for several days and not leave the house. Rihanna then said that she had an appointment today, so taking care of her sister falls on George's shoulders. The Count waited until his wife left the palace and then went to Liz's room. The girl had already woken up and was sorting through her things. She asked if George had seen the letter and notes that were on the table yesterday, but the man just put his arm around her shoulders, sat her down on the bed and said that now the girl needs to rest, and sooner or later the letters will be found. Lisbeth obediently lay down in bed, but she did not understand why her head was pounding so much. George said that she was too nervous and gave her some pills to take. Soon the girl felt as if everything was swimming before her eyes, and the man pressed her to him. The next moment, George kissed the girl, and when he was sure that she had definitely lost consciousness, he decided to take advantage of her while she was unconscious. Meanwhile, Rihanna arrived to Lady Borej, telling her the shocking results of her investigations. That letter and the guest list all pointed to one person, her husband, George Royden. The woman couldn't believe it, because Lisbeth also received this letter. How could he send this to his sister-in-law? Moreover, such a crime must have a motive. Rihanna then told the woman that she needed to talk to her daughter. Indeed, on the day that Lady Borej received the letter, Rihanna's coachman saw something strange. The next moment, Frankie came into the room, and the Countess asked him to tell him what he saw that day. After a while, evening came. Lisbeth woke up from an incomprehensible noise outside. Looking out the window, she saw an unfamiliar man who was trying to break through the servants and get inside the palace. George also woke up, not understanding what was happening. Then the stranger ordered that Count Royden be summoned here immediately. The Count recognized him as Duke Fariz and hurried to go out to him. The man asked him if there was a servant named James in this mansion. Then George brought the coachman to him, asking why Fariz was looking for him. Frankie, who was standing behind the man, said that this was the man he saw that night. Before George had time to object, the Duke immediately punched him in the face. The Count fell to the ground, finding himself right under the feet of Lady Borej's angry father. Lisbeth immediately ran outside, not understanding what was happening. However, before she even had time to approach her lover, Fariz threw herself at him again, striking the man blow after blow. George shouted, trying to calm the man down, saying that there was some kind of misunderstanding between them. Then the man screamed. He didn't need any explanation from this scoundrel. After all, he knew that it was George who sent disgusting letters to his daughter and other aristocrats. When Lisbeth heard this, horror contorted her face. She could not believe that it was true. Fariz said that the coachman saw George's servant leave a letter at his house, and then the Count hastened to justify himself that James wrote all this himself. The coachman immediately shouted that it was all a lie, that he was simply following the master's orders. All the letters were signed by the Count, and he was simply handing them over. George screamed with all his might, refusing to admit his guilt. But Fariz did not believe in this, because a simple coachman could not have written a letter of such content, because it testified to the closeness of the sender to the families of the affected aristocrats. It was George Royden who was present at all past events, so there was no doubt that he was the author. After this, terrible rumors will definitely begin to circulate about the daughter of the Norden house. Then George turned to Lisbeth. He grabbed her by the dress, shouting that he had nothing to do with it. However, the girl angrily hid his hand, not wanting to listen to his excuses. She turned around and ran back to the palace, not paying attention to the Count's screams. Fariz then approached George, asking if he had any other excuses. He gave the Count a choice. Either he confesses to what he did in court and accepts punishment, or he will have to deal with him personally. The Count thought that if this came out, his reputation would come to an end, he would be kicked out of the treasury, and Rihanna would leave. Then the man knelt down, addressing the Duke. He said that this situation could cast a shadow on his reputation. His daughter is not yet married, and if he gets even with the young guy because of a little prank, then no one will dare to propose to her. However, before he could finish speaking, the man kicked him in the face with all his might. The servants watched in horror as he beat the Count, leaving no living space on him. They wanted to stop him. However, Margaret intervened in the conversation. She said that if the servants wanted to keep their jobs, they needed to keep their mouths shut. Everyone immediately fell silent, silently listening to the sounds of George's blows and pleas. After some time, Margaret reported everything to Rihanna and Fareza's daughter. She said that she had difficulty stopping the man, fearing that he would kill the Count. The doctor said that George would likely have problems with his sex life and fertility. Borage felt that her father had treated the Count too harshly, but Rihanna assured her that this was a normal reaction of a loving father. She once again apologized to the girl for her husband, but she understood that this was not the Countess's fault. Moreover, she was worried about the fact that the Roydens did not have a child, and after this situation, they would not be able to have one. But Rhea said that conceiving a child with George was out of the question. Now she realized how lucky she was that she had not become pregnant by him during all this time. But Lisbeth was having a hard time at that moment. She was hysterical. The girl couldn't believe that all this was really happening. She was sick of how disgusting this situation was. All this time she met with such a pathetic, low brat, and these thoughts did not give her peace. Liz became so ill that the maids had to call the doctor. He told Milady to rest and recover. He also said that last time Count Royden told him to remain silent, but now he had to report that Lisbeth had recently taken a large amount of toxic substances. The girl immediately jumped out of bed, and the doctor explained that it was the same poison that was used to poison the lady. He asked if she remembered drinking before she fainted. Then the girl stood up in bed and took out a bottle of pills from the chest of drawers, smiling nervously. The doctor said that although he was forced to obey the orders of the Count, all this caused him anxiety. Moreover, this drug is fatal to the embryo. Lisbeth was surprised. She did not understand what the doctor was talking about, and then the man said that the girl had been pregnant for some time. After some time, George came to his senses. His entire face was wrapped in cloth and bandages. He was informed that for several days he was on the verge of life and death. When the Count was informed that his wife Rihanna was now at work, the man screamed, not understanding how she could leave her husband alone in such a state. He immediately stood up in bed, ordering clothes to be brought to him, since he did not intend to stay here. George shouted that his job was his duty, he could not lose his place in the treasury, and he was going to prove it to everyone. Soon, Margaret informed Rihanna that the Count had left for work in this state. In the treasury itself, apparently, he was not welcome either. His colleagues thought that the Count should be executed. Rihanna smiled contentedly, because everything was going exactly as she had planned. George, meanwhile, arrived at the treasury. His arm and leg were broken. He could barely walk on crutches. His colleagues were shocked. They could not understand what brought the Count here, because he was on sick leave. Then Peekins told him that if he came to write his resignation letter, he could just send it by mail. But George only coldly replied that he had done nothing wrong to be fired. That story was his private life. As a citizen, he had not done anything serious and was going to continue to work here. But Peekins just grinned, saying that he would fire him in any case, because he had defiled the name of all Esterage's officials. He needed to write a letter of resignation immediately. However, George was not going to do this, saying that the Duke of Macdonald had vouched for him, so the place should remain his. Peekins walked past him, saying that in that case he could keep the place for the rest of the working day. When George went to his workplace, he discovered that the table was no longer there. His colleague reported that a few days ago he was removed by order of the Marquis. At that moment, one of the employees ran into the hall and said that something interesting had been hung in the lobby. Meanwhile, Lisbeth told the doctor that her child had died. The man was shocked. He asked how much medicine the girl had to take for this. He feared that the lady had deliberately killed him, and Liz confirmed this, saying that she was not going to bear the child with the bastard. She will take the most honorable place in Esterage and will never hold some kind of brat to her chest. At that moment, a servant ran into the chambers. She said that a wall newspaper had been posted for everyone to see. It was written on behalf of a servant who had worked in the Royden residence for more than 10 years. It was said that George was a degenerate who lived with his sister-in-law at someone else's expense and had intimate relationship with her for several years. All the servants of the estate knew about this, but kept their mouths shut, fearing punishment. Evidence of the servants' words was also attached at the bottom of the wall newspaper. Before George had time to read everything written, the guards suddenly called out to him. He was detained on suspicion of corruption and attempted murder and was soon taken to prison, where he will remain pending trial. Until the end, George tried to justify himself, saying that it was all a simple misunderstanding. However, the investigator informed him that the Duke of Macdonald had already confessed everything, so both men would be stripped of their positions and soon sent into exile. Moreover, there were witnesses who confirmed the fact of the Count's assassination attempt. Lady Bennigan said that she had served Royden for a long time, but one morning she was simply kicked out without even giving a recommendation. In addition, fearing publicity, the Count tried to poison her, and then the woman decided that if she continued to endure all this, she would not survive. Therefore, Earl Royden had to be punished, because he endangered the lives of his faithful servants so that he himself could sleep with anyone. Then George tried to convince the investigator that Lisbeth was to blame for everything. It was she who was going to drive out and kill the servants. Then the man asked if the Earl would admit to the charge of poisoning his wife, Rihanna Royden, and then George hesitated. At the same time, the families of the injured aristocrats who received letters from him also filed charges, and an investigation will be conducted on these grounds. Meanwhile, the maid told Lisbeth that the Count had been arrested, and the investigation did not confirm the fact of her complicity. The girl said that Count Norden asked to protect Lisbeth at all costs, but the girl herself said that it was all over. Her father could prevent his daughter from being sent to prison. However, he will not be able to do anything about the fact of betrayal of the Emperor. Lisbeth faced many charges: adultery, attempted murder. Among other things, she would be an empress who conceived from another man. Meanwhile, the truth about Count Royden's betrayals spread throughout the empire. The meeting between Rihanna and Lisbeth was not long in coming. The Countess slapped her sister on the cheek, asking what it was like for her to sleep with her husband. Lisbeth laughed madly, saying that Rhea seemed very offended that such a hubby was taken away from her. However, Rihanna understood that it was only a matter of George being her husband, because Lisbeth thought that by taking men away from her sister, she could defeat her. But she won't succeed, and if she keeps this feeling of inferiority to herself, then perhaps the day will come when she will win and become empress. Lisbeth was shaking with anger and fear, but she did not dare to answer. Rihanna then ordered her sister's things to be brought into the hallway, as Lisbeth was returning to the Norden residence. Thanks to their father, the girl will not be in prison with George. The man took care of his daughter, and that was the only reason why Rihanna kept her alive. After some time, George was informed that a visitor had come to see him. It was Rihanna, and as soon as the man saw her, he immediately rushed to his wife with a smile on his face. He knew that she would not believe these rumors and would come to save him. However, at that moment, the man standing next to the Countess handed George the paper. It was Rihanna's lawyer. George wanted to be glad that his wife hired a lawyer for him to clear him. However, the smile immediately disappeared from his face when he was told that the document in his hands was an application for divorce. The Count immediately burst into tears, turning to his wife. He begged her not to do this to him, because if she leaves him, he will die. He said that he was even ready to kneel if only she would spare him. In response to this, Rihanna only laughed, because she did not care about her husband's requests. She came to look at his face one last time before his death, and the girl was very glad that her hubby looked pathetic. If she suddenly happens to think about her husband, she will certainly remember his image, and this thought greatly lifted her spirits. After some time, Rihanna arrived at the Emperor's palace, who was glad to see her after a long time. He said that the divorce proceedings would soon come to an end, and then the man asked whether Lisbeth should also be arrested, or at least isolated from society for the rest of her days. But Rihanna, with sadness in her voice, replied that she would not touch her while her father was alive. Due to the situation with the post of Empress, there was nothing to do, so she hurried, but the girl was worried that her father, who was in poor health, might not be able to withstand such a blow. Then Alexander said that if anything happened, he could send the imperial doctor to him. He added that if she wanted, she could depose or even execute her sister at any time. The emperor did not even think about conceiving a future heir from such a person. At this time, Lisbeth was sitting in her room at her father's estate, thinking about what she should do. A gray-haired man looked in on her, telling her that she should eat, otherwise her health would deteriorate. When the girl was left alone again, she took out a bottle of liquid. Liz thought that if she lost her child, she would not become an empress in any case. She will not be able to get married and enter secular society as a whole. And in that case, Wouldn't it be better for her to just have the baby? In Estorage, an illegitimate child can also receive an inheritance. Thanks to Joseph Royden, she could receive the Royden inheritance. Lisbeth understood that if her father died, Rihanna would not leave her a penny. Then her only way to survive is to have a child and claim the Royden inheritance. The girl walked up to the mirror, carefully looking at her reflection and her stomach. She turned to her child, saying that they would have to try hard. The next day, Rihanna told her servants to pack her things. At that moment, Joseph came to her. The Countess said that she was leaving the palace. Since she was no longer related to the Roydens, she was going to stay at the Norden Hotel. Then the young man said that his proposal for remarriage was still valid. However, Rihanna had no intention of staying here. Instead, she wished Joseph a successful marriage with his future wife. Finally, she said that even though George was in prison, he still had his status, and during his lifetime, this house would belong to him. Meanwhile, his coachman James came to the imprisoned Count. He said that with other servants he was trying to rescue his master. George was incredibly happy that he would finally be out of prison, and then James handed him the flask. He said that he had brought the Count his favorite whiskey to brighten up the whole situation a little. Then George apologized for blaming the coachman that evening, but the boy said that he had long forgotten it. When the Earl had emptied his flask of whiskey, James handed him the paper. Opening it, George realized that it was a will written by the coachman on his behalf. It stated that George was leaving this world and transferring his property and title to his younger brother Joseph. However, before the Count had time to object, his body suddenly went limp and blood flowed from his mouth. Then James, taking the flask from him, said that he kept the Count's dirty secrets and was faithful to him, but in the end, he set him up. Calling the former master a trash brat, the driver turned around, leaving the man to die alone. When James returned to the palace, Joseph gave him a whole bag of coins for his good work. Now he could rightfully be called Earl Royden. Rihanna, standing behind him, displeasedly asked what he had done. Then Joseph repeated her words that while his brother was alive, this house was not his property, and now he would like him and Rihanna to take care of this place. However, the girl once again advised him to find a good wife, and then turned towards the exit. Joseph, realizing that he could not win the Countess's heart, wished her to be happy. She definitely has the right to this. Rihanna just grinned, saying that she would never be happy again. All she could do was try to become even more miserable. When night fell, Lisbeth was asleep in her bed at her father's house. In the middle of the night, she was woken up supposedly because of something important. When the girl left the room, her father was already waiting for her. He hesitated a little and said that the emperor had sent a proposal to Rihanna. He was going to accept her as empress, and the man noted that all this was very unexpected, including for him. Lisbeth immediately screamed in rage that the emperor didn't really love her, but just wanted to contact the Norden house, and she didn't understand the reason. Did her father really own some secret wealth? However, the man hastened to reassure her that he himself did not know the reason for all this. Before the girl left, he hastened to add that Lisbeth was going to be made queen. He also said that he needed to meet the emperor at least once before sending a reply. Lisbeth immediately ran to her father. The last thing she wanted was for him to refuse the ruler. The man hesitated because his daughter's reputation left much to be desired, but Liz shouted that this did not matter because he would marry her anyway. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by a maid who said that Mrs. Rihanna had arrived at the palace. The father went to meet his eldest daughter, and Liz immediately went to her room, rummaging through her things. She thought that she had not expected such an outcome of events. However, she did not want to accept everything as it is, and although she might not see the title of empress, she could at least become a queen. The girl remembered her sister's words that she could not win by simply taking her men away from her. But having taken out a bottle of poison, Lisbeth thought that she could still defeat Rihanna. The next moment, she drank the contents of the bottle. After another moment, blood flowed from her mouth and she fell to the floor, unconscious. The girl woke up already in bed. Sitting next to her bed was her sister Rihanna, who told her that the girl had suffered a miscarriage. Lisbeth just laughed joyfully, asking if her sister was going to tell the emperor about everything. It doesn't matter that Liz is an adulteress, because His Majesty will still accept her as queen, because abortion is not something taboo for receiving this title. Then Rhea asked if her sister knew why the emperor needed all this, but she didn't care. Rihanna said that the emperor told about the oracle's prediction. It was because of him that they were taken as wives. Lisbeth was surprised and asked what the oracle had predicted. Then the countess said that the next emperor would undoubtedly be born from a woman from the house of Norden. The younger twin couldn't believe her ears because she couldn't even think about this reason. Rhea said that from the very beginning, It did not matter which of the sisters to marry. The point was that the countess was married, but as soon as she got a divorce, she was also proposed to. Understanding of the situation gradually began to dawn on Lisbeth. If she had not touched George, the Empress's place would have been hers from the very beginning. Considering that Rhea and George were unable to have a child, which is why they constantly caught sidelong glances at themselves, only an unhappy married life awaited the older sister. However, thanks to someone's virtue, everything changed, and His Majesty promised the girl that he would not have a child with Lisbeth. Soon the medicine that would make the girl infertile would begin to take effect, so this was Liz's first and last child, as well as a chance to become the mother of the next emperor. The girl seemed numb, not believing the words of her sister. Despair seemed to be spreading through her body. Then Rihanna thanked her, because thanks to her she would become an empress and give the country a ruler, and she was ready to endure the existence of her sister just to admire her unhappy expression. At that moment, Lisbeth couldn't restrain herself. She rushed at her older sister, grabbing her by the throat. She screamed that she wouldn't just leave it like that. She would definitely kill Rihanna. Then the girl's father ran into the room. He grabbed Lisbeth and pulled her away from her sister, telling her to calm down. The girl screamed that this creature had stolen her place, and then her father hit her hard on the cheek. He said that her behavior was outrageous. She was the only culprit here, and she could not atone for her pig even if she was on her knees. Then Rihanna announced that she was going to take her leave, and her father wished her good luck on her journey. When the girl left the room, Lisbeth looked at her father with a crazy look, saying that he had hit the future queen, and for this, he would face consequences. The man shouted in response to his daughter's impudence, saying that he would immediately send his refusal to the emperor. Liz threatened him, saying that he had no right to go against the oracle's prediction. Then the father said that he was not going against him because Lisbeth was not Norden. 23 years ago, an interesting situation happened. An acquaintance of Gordon, Rihanna's father, went to prison. He was called a traitor. The guy's name was Howard. He said he was falsely accused. However, he asked the man not to worry about him because his life was already coming to an end. However, he still had a daughter. As soon as he was imprisoned, his wife gave birth prematurely, and the only thing he asked Gordon for was to give his child a good life. After all, if everything continues like this girl will live a miserable slave life. He asked the man to accept his daughter as his own, because Gordon himself would soon have a daughter, and he could declare the girls twins. Howard voiced his last request, to take his daughter Lisbeth and raise her like Lisbeth Norden, and immediately after that he passed away. Thus, Liz was not a true representative of the Norden family. Therefore, she had no right to marry the emperor. After a short silence, Lisbeth asked her father if anyone else knew about this besides him. When Rihanna returned to the palace, a chic outfit and jewelry awaited her. It was a gift from the emperor for today's celebration. The girl hesitated. She was a little embarrassed to receive such expensive gifts, but the maids reported that the ruler insisted that she accept it. They reported that there would be a celebration at the palace where the future empress would be presented, and since Rhea was temporarily in the Norden estate, preparations would not be easy, so the emperor ordered a gift to be sent. Soon the holiday itself arrived. The girl appeared at it in the outfit donated by Alexander. All the guests were amazed by the beauty of the future empress. Lisbeth was also present at the celebration, noting that her sister fits her new status like no one else. Fakely smiling, the girl said that she was very glad that she would continue to live with the future empress. Seeing her sister's cold face, Liz said that she loved her no matter what, even if Rihanna herself hated her. However, at this moment everyone suddenly fell silent. The emperor himself appeared in the hall, dressed in a chic white suit. Rihanna and Lisbeth immediately greeted the ruler. However, Alexander did not even pay attention to Liz and immediately went to her older sister. The man took her hand, inviting her to the first dance, and the girl, smiling broadly, agreed. Lisbeth was left alone, watching with envy as the emperor led her sister away. As the couples began to dance, Rihanna thanked the man for such a wonderful gift. Then Alexander asked how the father of the future empress was doing. The girl replied that he was a little ill, but his condition would improve as both his daughters became part of the royal family. Thus, the queen could not be touched for the time being. Count Norden was weakening, so Rihanna was worried, and this worried the emperor himself. The girl was surprised that the ruler was worried about such things, but he said that she would become his wife, so, of course, he thinks about that too. Rhea noted that she would not be the only wife of His Majesty, but for Alexander, she was the only wife he was worried about. After all, everyone knew the saying, "You marry two, but love one." But the emperor proposed to keep the question of feelings a secret for now. Meanwhile, the music ended, and then Alexander invited Rihanna to dance again. At that moment, Lisbeth approached them. She apologized for her tactlessness, but still decided to invite the emperor to a dance. Then the man said that he was forced to refuse, since he had already made his promise. But Lisbeth did not give up. She said that she wanted to ask Alexander a question. She asked if he knew that his sister could not have a child for 4 years. Rihanna immediately lowered her head, and the emperor gloomily asked Lisbeth what she wanted to say. The girl explained this by simple curiosity, because if her sister could not give birth to a child, the ruler would have to do something about it. Rihanna stood in a daze. She herself understood this problem, but did not know how to answer it. She and the emperor agreed that she would give birth to an heir, and His Majesty would not consider Lisbeth as a candidate for the prince's mother. However, there was still a possibility that Rhea would not be able to give birth to a child at all. She was distracted from these thoughts by a sudden appearance in the hall. He said that he had an urgent message for Lady Rihanna. The young boy reported that Count Norden had died. The girl couldn't believe her ears, and at that time her sister chuckled slyly. Seeing the smile on Lisbeth's face, Rihanna immediately understood everything. It was she who killed their father. Then she felt that the ground seemed to be sinking into her from under her feet, and the next moment, the girl fell. The emperor managed to catch her, trying to bring her to her senses. Lisbeth also ran up to her, pretending to help her. However, when Rihanna's feelings returned, Liz reported that the poison she drank was fatal to the fetus. She asked her if she thought a person who had been using it for a year would be able to get pregnant. Sometime later, the day came for the funeral of Gordon, Rihanna's father. It was reported that he had a heart attack. The help was not provided in a timely manner, and this led to death. However, Rihanna didn't believe it. Her father never had heart problems. There were so many servants in the estate, but no one really knows anything. However, then the girl thought that that day all the servants were busy dressing Lisbeth, so only her father and Liz herself remained in the estate. She remembered her sister's smile at the party. It turns out that she was aware of all this from the very beginning. Rhea couldn't believe that Liz actually decided to do such an act. At that moment, Margaret approached her. She said that she would take a place for the lady so that she could say goodbye to her father for the last time. Standing in front of Gordon's coffin, Rihanna said that according to doctors, he died due to heart disease. The autopsy also found no traces indicating murder. But why then do anxious thoughts haunt her? Rihanna guessed that it was all because she let Lisbeth kill her father. But if it really was her doing, then she definitely won't wait for mercy. Rihanna intended to destroy everything that was dear to her with her own hands. When the farewell was over, the girl said that they needed to find out what her father was doing on the day of his death. She instructed Margaret to check on everyone and everyone in the estate, including everyone who had been here at least once in the past month. It was also necessary to find out what Lisbeth was doing and who had seen her last that day, because it was obvious that they still did not know something. After some time, the wedding day of Rihanna and the emperor arrived. The maids were in full swing preparing the palace for such a significant ceremony. Margaret personally helped her mistress. She thought about the best way to take revenge on Lisbeth, and came to the conclusion that if Rihanna and the emperor were truly happy, it would be a huge torment for her. Thus, Rihanna will be able to take revenge on her sister, and at the same time she will remain happy. But the girl herself was tormented by the question, will she be able to experience love again? After George's betrayal, she realized that love would not protect her. She did not know how Alexander felt, and besides, they were bound by a contract. It's impossible for a relationship like this to be about love, and these thoughts were tearing Rihanna apart. However, her preparations were completed, and she had to go to the ceremony. The girl appeared in a luxurious wedding dress. Its train was so large that Margaret had to help the lady carry it. Alexander was already waiting for her near the altar. He noted that his bride looked beautiful as never before. When Rihanna came down to him, they both turned back to where Lisbeth was standing. The girl was dressed in a simple dress, and overall looked very awkward compared to her sister. However, the newlyweds were not particularly worried about Liz's condition. The emperor took Rihanna by the hand, calling her his empress, and invited her to go into the hall. Lisbeth was filled with hatred from everything that was happening, because she was literally the third wheel here. The next moment, Rihanna and Alexander entered the ceremony hall. The guests rejoiced as they met the future empress. Meanwhile, Liz trudged along alone behind the couple. None of the guests wanted to greet her. Soon, the wedding ceremony began. The priest read a prayer, asking if the emperor was ready to love and respect the Norden sisters in sorrow and in joy, and also to fulfill the duty of a husband. Alexander answered in the affirmative without hesitation. When it was Rihanna's turn to take her oath, her face grimaced, but she replied that she agreed. Later, after the ceremony, the girl asked her husband to forget about today's oath, saying that she could not love him. Alexander reassured her, saying that he himself was experiencing the same emotions. However, he did not expect that Rihanna herself would come to him. The girl replied that this was their agreement. She undertook to fulfill it. Then the emperor said that he was very glad that in the end, the girl did not change her mind. The next moment he kissed her, holding her tightly to him. At this time, Lisbeth was sitting alone in her chambers. The maids informed her that His Majesty the Emperor had arrived at the Empress's palace. The girl was filled with anger from the realization that once again she was out of business. However, she put a smile on her face and said that the maids could go and rest. When Liz was left alone, she thought that from the very beginning, she knew that Rihanna would be the first for the emperor. Obviously, Liz's situation was now many times better than before, but she was in a disgusting mood. But she has come so far that she simply cannot give up. In the end, she will still be the one Alexander Esteraj chooses. So she'll let Rihanna laugh all she wants because it won't last long. Meanwhile, Rihanna herself spent the night in bed with her husband. Although she showed no resistance, she was visibly shaking, and the emperor noticed it. He said that today it would be better for the girl to just sleep. He would understand if she did not want to have intimacy with him today. Rihanna realized that the man sensed her fear. As they kissed, she felt blood flowing throughout her body, just like the day she first saw George with Lisbeth. A disgusting feeling that was accompanied by goosebumps and nausea, as if it were connected with the memories of that day. It was a kind of disgust. When His Majesty stopped, for some reason Rihanna felt calmer. But this cannot be done, one way or another. It was her responsibility. Then Alexander said that she did not need to force herself, but the girl said that they may not have much time. The man did not understand what she was talking about, and then the girl explained that the poison she was taking could lead to infertility. The emperor was surprised why she was talking about this only now. Rhea replied that she needed time, because nothing was clear yet. She also said that she suspected the queen of murdering her father. Unfortunately, she did not yet have any physical evidence. However, at the celebration she laughed, and also told Rihanna about the poison. However, it was impossible to speak with certainty about her infertility. Moreover, the queen took the same poison, but she had no changes yet. Then Rihanna asked her husband to wait a little, because if Lisbeth took the same poison, they could watch her. The emperor really didn't like the fact that Rhea was always next to the queen, because of which her hands were tied. They could not delay the wait. Then the girl assured him that she would definitely find evidence. The next day, at tea, the girls talked about how the emperor, apparently, fell in love with his empress at first sight. Listening to all this, Rihanna tried to smile so that others would not think anything bad, but she understood that there was no talk of love. Last night, Alexander told her that he didn't want to be loved, and didn't want to love either. These feelings are too fleeting, and in the end, only hostility remains, even if the feelings are insignificant at first. Therefore, he suggested that Rihanna not love each other, but only help as when they first met. However, the girl told the guests that His Majesty cares about her so much, so she can only be grateful. Then the girls asked if the queen ever left the castle. They suggested that she was simply ashamed to be born. Moreover, the emperor was not interested in her. At this moment, Lisbeth approached the table, bowing to her sister, the great moon of the empire. Rihanna said she didn't invite the queen here. Liz responded with strange sadness that the empress's words hurt her. However, she then smiled and added that they both fit the description in the prophecy, which was wonderful. Liz placed the basket of cookies on the table, saying that she had baked the treats for Her Majesty herself, since she had been good at cooking since childhood. Rhea said it was so long ago that she didn't even remember anything like that, but Liz remembered it like it was yesterday. Then the girl approached the empress, asking if it could be that she too was poisoned. Rihanna didn't understand what she was talking about, and then the girl said that it was just a joke. She sat down at the table, saying that she was simply offended that she was not invited to the tea party. Noticing the perplexed faces of the girls, she asked if her joke was really that bad. Then the queen handed the cookies to everyone, saying that they didn't look very good, but they tasted good. All the girls immediately hesitated, citing problems with their throats and so on, rather than try the queen's treats. Then Lisbeth said that in that case, she would eat everything herself, and took a bite of the cookie. The guests looked at each other nervously, not believing that the queen herself decided to taste her preparations. Liz smiled, asking the empress to at least sometimes call her for tea, because she had no one except her sister, and their father would really like to see them together. Rihanna's face immediately darkened. Lisbeth acted as if she had not killed the man. The guests noted that the Empress apparently had not yet had time to recover because the Count died so suddenly. Then one of the women said that Count Norden rested in peace because both of his daughters occupied such high positions. Rihanna thanked the girl for her kind words, but Liz interrupted their conversation. She said that she was the first to receive an offer from the Emperor, but because of the terrible rumor, she was stripped of her status as Empress. It was just as hard for her father as it was for her, because the rumor spread so quickly, as if someone had deliberately spread it. But Lisbeth hoped that she would not have conflicts with others because of this. Rihanna thought that you would have to be a fool not to understand the meaning of the words spoken by Lisbeth. Initially, the right to become Empress belonged to her, but it was taken away from her, and she became Queen. No one knows if the Queen is really that immoral, or if someone just started an unfounded rumor, and if so, did the Empress get her place fairly? If you skillfully mix truth with lies, people's doubts will increase, and Lisbeth used her head well this time. Then Liz added with a smile that despite the injustice, just being close to Her Majesty, the Empress is a great joy for her. Rihanna replied that if she really is so grateful, then she needs to be more careful with her words in the future. After all, it seemed as if she doubted His Majesty's worthy decision. It's unlikely that the Emperor knew anything if he ended up putting Lisbeth in her place. Rihanna said she should be grateful to the Queen for the prophecy, and hoped she would take it into account while living in the imperial palace. Meanwhile, Alexander went to the temple, but was informed that there were no new prophecies. There was no prophecy for more than 30 years. The previous emperor received only one prediction in his entire life, so Alexander should not have expected too much. The emperor wondered if the empress and queen were poisoned and could not have children. He believed that there would be no new prophecy, so it happened, and by the set date, the next emperor should be from the Norden family. However, he was tormented by the question of which sister was supposed to give birth to him, but it seems that Alexander had no choice. The advisor noted that the emperor constantly had a gloomy expression on his face, and then the man said that the empress had long ago told him about the poison, and it was also unknown whether the queen was connected with the murder of Count Norden. The advisor could not believe that Lisbeth was capable of such a terrible act. Then Alexander said that nothing was known now, but they needed to prepare. He asked the man to secretly go to the doctor so that he could create an antidote, and at the same time the Duke of Killen should not find out about it. The red-haired man said that he would carry out the master's orders. And at this time, the emperor began to think that he was again dealing with poison, as if the fate of his parents was repeating itself. A girl who came from a poor family, Alexander's mother, Empress Liliana, took this place due to the persistent courtship of his father. But his father, former Emperor Richard Aramis, was too frivolous and did not want to give his heart to one woman, and after 3 years of marriage, he began to cheat on his wife. Having been rejected by her loved one, Alexander's mother fell ill due to illness. There was only one chambermaid left in the Empress's palace, who sincerely cared about her. Liliana treated her like her own sister and relied on her. The chambermaid, being alone in the imperial palace, was just looking for power, and Liliana did not know that she was her husband's mistress. As a result, the people she trusted most, the emperor and the chambermaid, poisoned her. And that woman's name was Rosalind Killen. She was Albert's natural mother and the only daughter of the Duke of Killen. Alexander thought that this was not even funny. He decided to be the opposite of his father, but in the end, it all turned out this way. Suddenly, a sound was heard behind the man. He wondered who it could be, because he ordered all the servants to be recalled from the garden. Then a girl came out to meet him, saying that she had been looking for the emperor for a long time. It was Lisbeth. The man immediately asked what she was doing here. Then the queen said that she too had been chosen by the oracle, so that she was entitled to at least one night with His Majesty. Alexander asked her how she dared to appear at the emperor's palace without permission, and in this form. The girl said that love can be rash, and asked to pay attention to her heart, but the emperor only advised her to be more prudent. After all, in any case, this act did not speak about her feelings for him, and the girl should not have appeared here so shamelessly. Lisbeth shouted that she was also his wife, the queen of the empire. Didn't she really have the right to appear to her husband? Alexander only coldly replied that he did not give the queen the right to do this, and if she wanted to receive normal treatment, she should have behaved appropriately. Lisbeth screamed that one day the emperor would take pity and call her to the imperial palace himself. He would need her to conceive the future heir. And in the end, he will cling to her chest and talk about love. But in response to this, Alexander only grinned. He replied that love is just a dream, and then left the girl. However, Lisbeth was not going to give up. She would still see how he would bend his knees before her, but before that, she must definitely get rid of Rihanna. In the morning, the Empress was informed about the conflict between the Queen and her husband. The Empress's palace housekeeper, Elizabeth, reported that it appeared that the guards were patrolling at the gate and did not notice Lisbeth. The Emperor was confused, but leaving here he was very calm. The Queen was probably up to something. Elizabeth also reported that in the morning, the Queen baked cookies and went to the Emperor. However, His Majesty did not even receive her gift. Then Rihanna said that they needed to prepare wine as a gift for His Majesty's birthday. This was the first celebration after the wedding, so it was necessary to take something rare and expensive. However, the housekeeper said that this would not be a good idea. As it turned out, the Emperor was not famous for his love of wine. This was not known to many. Alexander only drinks white wine in small quantities, but even then it would not be a good gift. Then Elizabeth offered to prepare an apple pie for him. As a child, Empress Liliana often prepared it for her son. Deciding that this would be a great gift, Rihanna announced that she would make the pie with her own hands. The palace's chief pastry chef, Alain, was sent to help the girl. Rihanna had heard a lot about him being a professional in his field. Alain stated that he also prepared dishes for the Empress herself. Then the girl said that she had never cooked before, but the man promised her that everything would not be so difficult. However, as soon as he turned away for a moment, the stove behind which the Empress stood burst into flames. All her preparations were once again burned out. But Alain did not lose heart. He believed that the lady would definitely succeed. However, Rhea got burned, so her wound had to be treated first. At that moment, Margaret ran into the kitchen and announced some urgent matter. Then Rihanna asked if everyone had really run away from their seats. When the girls left the kitchen, Margaret reported that no evidence had yet been found, nor had there been any witnesses. It was said that there were no quarrels between the Count and Lisbeth. Before the Count's death, they communicated pleasantly during meals. However, there was something strange in this story. The cook, who was supposed to have a shift that day, received a recommendation the day before and hastily left the estate. She disappeared before she could be questioned. Moreover, the letter of recommendation bore Rihanna's signature. Meanwhile, Lisbeth was surprised at how quickly her maid dealt with that cook. It was quite a difficult matter, and she was glad that the girl had coped with it. However, she was worried whether she had tied up all the loose ends. Then the girl said that she hid her so that no one could find her. Everything turned out to be much simpler because she had no family or friends. Even if someone found something, the maid promised to deal with it, and all the mistress had to think about was getting the highest position. Lisbeth was surprised by such an unusual approach to the matter. As a rule, people like this girl have a motive, and then she asked the maid if she could trust her. Then the girl replied that she would prove her loyalty to the Queen with all her might. After all, her life depended on Lisbeth. If the traces lead to them, then she cannot avoid execution. However, if the Queen is elevated, she will be able to claim the title of chief maid in the palace. Lisbeth noted that she and this girl were quite similar. Her parents were in debt from gambling, and she left shortly before they sold her little sister, and by how much she reaches for money and tries to climb career ladder, we can say that she is not an ordinary girl at all. However, Liz didn't know if she could trust her, because now the Emperor supports Rihanna in everything, and she also needed someone loyal. There was nothing Lisbeth could do in the palace, so it would be nice to have extra hands. But Rihanna manages all the maids from the Norden estate, so she needs to be careful. For now, Liz could only trust the servants from her palace who had not yet dealt with her. A girl who was so hungry for money and recognition couldn't just betray her, so she decided she could use Diana. The Queen gave the maid a large bag of money, enough for living expenses and additional needs. Diana thanked her mistress and promised to prove her loyalty to her. Then Lisbeth told her that from now on, she would be her eyes and ears. Meanwhile, Margaret treated Rihanna's wound, which turned out to be more serious than expected, but the Empress refused the help of a doctor. She was more interested in her personal errand. They had to find the missing maid before Lisbeth beat them to it. Margaret promised to find her as soon as possible. Then, Rhea asked the girl to help at a dinner party, where their first meeting with Prince Albert would take place. The Empress was worried that something would go wrong. When the meeting arrived, the girl, as she had expected, was having some difficulty eating due to her wound on her finger. Then the Emperor brought a fork of food to Rihanna, asking her to help herself. The girl was embarrassed, saying that she could ask the servants, but the Emperor insisted. He saw that Rhea couldn't even hold a fork properly. Then he said that he intended to feed her himself. The girl hesitated, saying that the Prince and Queen were sitting in the hall, but this was Alexander's plan. He deliberately staged this scene in front of their eyes. Then Rihanna smiled and said that she would not refuse such a tempting offer. Having carefully tasted the food from her husband's fork, the girl turned to Prince Albert, saying that his brother was very caring. The young man said that in secular circles, everyone had heard about their warm relationship. Rihanna noted that this is all thanks to the care of His Majesty. He is always there, so getting used to life in the palace was not so difficult. Then the girl asked what Lisbeth thought about this, and she, stuttering a little, agreed with the Empress. Albert asked Rihanna to take care of his brother because he always wanted Alexander to have a good family. He said that he would like to quickly receive news about the child from the prophecy, but the Emperor interrupted him. The man said that his brother was especially talkative today. He asked him to continue to watch his words and not start empty conversations in order to avoid misunderstandings. Then Lisbeth asked if the Emperor would like to spend the night in the royal palace. Today, good wine was brought there, but Alexander only took Rihanna by the hand, saying that tonight he was going to spend time with the Empress. Seeing this, Liz immediately fell silent, looking at her sister with hatred. Meanwhile, the action moves to an unknown palace. A middle-aged male duke was sitting at the table when suddenly there was a knock on his door. A girl entered the office and said that the Emperor was spending the night in the Empress's palace today, and he wasn't even paying attention to the Queen. Then the man said that everything was ready, and it would be nice to send the Queen at the same time so that she would fall into the trap. Using the Queen's jealousy, they were going to get rid of the Empress, and then the Emperor would be left completely alone. Then the man asked the stranger if she realized her importance in this matter, to which she answered in the affirmative. The next moment the girl took off her hood. It was Diana, the same maid who swore allegiance to Lisbeth, but now she was going to give the Queen a good spin. At that moment, one blue-haired girl woke up, lying on a hospital bed, her face and head wrapped in bandages, screaming the name of the Empress. She did not understand where she was, and then the same man came to her, saying that she was at the estate of the Duke of Killen. He said that the girl was found in a broken carriage and was immediately taken to his mansion, and then her wounds were treated. The girl thanked the Duke, but it seemed strange to him that the first thing she did was call the Empress. Was she really her personal maid? But the Duke said that although the girl was not one, she still called out to the lady immediately after waking up. Then the man walked away from the room, saying that he had made a mistake. This girl was in no way connected with the Empress. The girl suddenly asked him what happened to Her Majesty. However, Killen said it was impudent to ask questions that did not concern her. Then the girl said that she would like to know if it concerns Her Majesty. And then the man shouted that he would not tell her about such a thing. The girl hastened to reassure him, and then said that she had worked as a maid at the Norden estate for 10 years. The man grinned, realizing that the girl had fallen for his trick. He asked if her name was Emily. Killen explained that the Empress had accurately named this name. While investigating the circumstances of Count Norden's death, they discovered that a maid named Emily had disappeared. She had received a falsified letter of recommendation and left the estate, and it was all very suspicious. The girl was in shock. It turns out that the letter from the Empress was a fake, but she was sent in the Norden carriage. Then she asked if the man knew who could have done this to the maid. She introduced herself as the same Emily from the Norden estate. The girl assumed that the person who did this was Her Highness the Queen. Then the man confirmed her words. The maid immediately rose from her bed, saying that then she also had something to say. Then she told what happened that day at the Norden estate. The Duke of Killen did not expect to hear the name of Earl Brown again, and even regretted that he could not talk to the girl to the end. But even so, she was an eyewitness, so he already learned the most important thing. The Queen added poison to the Count's cup, and now it's up to him to decide how to use this information. That night, Rihanna had a strange dream in which she saw Lisbeth strangling their father. The girl immediately ran up to the man, intending to bring him to his senses. However, at that moment, Lisbeth grabbed her hand, saying that she was late again. Rihanna woke up in a cold sweat, screaming her father's name. Alexander, who was sleeping next to her, immediately realized that she was having nightmares again. He said that coming to terms with the death of a loved one is not easy, and in fact, building a close relationship with someone is the same as condemning yourself to suffering. The girl thanked him for his support. Then the man took her hand. He said that the antidote would soon be ready. Rihanna was surprised, because this was the first time she had heard about it. Then the Emperor explained that the poison in her body would dissolve, and he himself ordered a study to begin in order to completely cure the girl. And as soon as the antidote is ready, he will think about a medicine that will make the Queen infertile, because this way the Empress will be calmer. The girl smiled, and then Alexander leaned towards her, intending to kiss her. At that moment, Cain, the Emperor's advisor, entered their chambers, interrupting the couple's kiss with his presence. Seeing that the man was already awake, he grinned and apologized for the intrusion. Then the emperor gloomily asked why he had come. As it turned out, the queen wanted to invite Alexander to a dinner party. She insisted on his presence, so Cain could not do anything. But the emperor immediately refused. He asked to tell Lisbeth that he already had an appointment. Cain wanted to say that the emperor had no plans today, but the man said that he had just planned a dinner party for himself. He planned to spend it with the empress. The man said that he did not want to miss the opportunity to be alone with her. Soon the dinner party arrived. The emperor immediately noted the taste of the dishes. The girl said that she consulted Lord Cain about the man's preferences. However, he said that he did not have a favorite dish. Alexander explained that even if he has a favorite dish, he would not want to let anyone know. After all, if such information becomes public, he will not even be able to find out who planted the poison on him. Then Rihanna asked if someone had already tried to poison the emperor. He answered in the negative. However, he had some concerns. Seeing the confusion on his wife's face, he said that he was not worried about her doing that. After all, they were not just allies. If Alexander did not trust his wife, he would not have invited her to dinner. Rihanna then smiled and said it was time for dessert. Then Alain entered the dining room and greeted the emperor and empress. He presented the man with a dessert that Rihanna had made herself, and Alexander noted that she must have gotten hurt then. But Rhea just said that it was their first time celebrating the ruler's birthday, so she wanted to do something special. The girl lifted the lid, showing the man an apple pie. She said that she tried to repeat it exactly as her husband ate it as a child. Alexander noted with a smile that Lady Elizabeth must have told her about this, because she was his nurse. Then Rihanna smiled widely, congratulating His Majesty on his birthday. The emperor thanked her, saying that he was expecting her at the birthday ball that evening. When the time came, Rihanna showed up to the ball, but she thought she was dressed too pretentiously. But the maid noted that today the ladies would dress up in their best clothes. The emperor himself would be dressed solemnly, and his empress should do the same. At that moment, Margaret approached the girl and said that His Majesty had sent her a bouquet of flowers. Rihanna blushed with embarrassment, thinking that this was too generous a fee for one night, but still noted what a considerate person the emperor was. When the ball arrived, all the guests were glad to see the sun and moon of the empire. The guests noted that the empress looked simply beautiful, matching the heroine of this evening. Then Lisbeth approached the emperor, congratulating him on his birthday. The girl said that she had prepared a gift for him, the legendary high-quality wine from Tsiantis, made by Henry Crone himself. Alexander noted that his mother really liked this wine, and then he thanked the queen for the gift. Lisbeth suggested we have a glass, because today was a special day. It was necessary to raise a toast to the health and well-being of His Majesty. Then Rihanna remembered that she was told that the emperor especially did not like red wine, but the man agreed to try it. The girl tried to dissuade her husband from this idea, but he seemed not to hear her. Soon, Lisbeth made a toast to the health of His Majesty, the emperor, and the eternal prosperity of Esterage. After hesitating a little, Alexander still drank from the glass. Rihanna looked at her husband with concern all this time. Soon the man left the banquet hall, and Rhea went in search of him. When confronted by Cain, she said that the emperor had a strange complexion, and it bothered her. After hesitating a little, the man said that His Majesty was outside now. Then the girl headed to the door, warning her husband that she would come in now. The picture she saw shocked her. Alexander was sitting on the floor, leaning against a column, beads of sweat running down his face, and he was breathing heavily. The girl immediately ran up to him, worried that something had happened to the man, but he said that it was all because of the wine. He didn't want to show weakness in front of people, so he drank it against his will, but now he asked Rihanna to keep what she saw here a secret. Then Alexander pressed himself to the girl's chest, asking her to sit with him like that for a while. Rihanna gently stroked her husband's hair and hugged his shoulders. After some time, he said that now he felt better, and the reason for this was the efforts of his wife. They were the ones who helped him, and now he intended to thank Rihanna. The girl wanted to refuse, when suddenly Alexander said that he knew about her intentions to do charity work with other nobles. Rhea said that she intended to do so immediately after the celebration, and the emperor decided to go with her to give her support. The girl thanked her husband, noting that his presence would have a beneficial effect on their business. Then the man said that they were very late and it was time for them to return. And then the couple went back to the hall, holding hands. All this time, Lisbeth was watching them, hiding behind one of the columns. She thought that there were two people, but only one prophecy, and she did not like this situation at all. The queen was going to decide for herself who would take her place next to the emperor. The next day, Rihanna arrived at the shelter, The workers immediately began to bow to her in greeting. The girl did not expect such a respectful greeting at all, because she came here to serve a good cause and not to receive honors. Then the owner of the shelter said that today 2 sisters, the Empress and the Queen, came here, and their visit alone was a pleasantly great honor. Rihanna did not understand what she meant when she spoke about the Queen, and then the woman pointed to Lisbeth, who had already arrived here and even decided to help them sweep the streets. The girl immediately ran up to her sister, saying that she was late. But she herself was looking forward to this day and asked to forgive her discourtesy and the fact that she came in advance. Rihanna just smiled wryly and told her servants that it was time to begin. Looking at her sister, Lisbeth thought about how she was trying to make herself look good in front of the emperor. Then the girl threw the broom away out of anger, not intending to do this humiliating cleaning anymore. She leaned against the tree, sighing from exhaustion. At that moment, a little girl who lives in an orphanage tripped over her leg. The baby immediately stood up and, through tears, apologized to the Queen. However, Lisbeth was infuriated by this situation. She ran up to the girl and began shouting at her. She accused the baby of ruining her expensive dress. At that moment, Rihanna ran up to them and asked the girl if she was hurt and why she was crying. The girl pointed to Lisbeth, saying that her eyes were very scary. The Queen jumped up, asking her sister not to jump to conclusions based on the child's words. Then Rhea asked Liz not to force herself to come here next time, because there is no point in doing charity work that is not from the heart. After that, the girl took the baby away for an afternoon snack, and Lisbeth was shaking with anger, and she was not going to forgive it. Meanwhile, all the children gathered in the dining room to try the goodies that the Empress brought them. Lisbeth ran to her sister, saying through clenched teeth that she was wrong. She said she'd like to help with the cooking, and Rhea generally didn't mind. Then the Queen went to the kitchen, and she wondered why the cook was cutting off the sprouts from the potatoes. The woman explained that they are poisonous and can be poisoned, and one child even died because of them. Then an idea came to Lisbeth's head. Since a person can be killed using potato poison, she can kill Rihanna and pretend that she didn't know anything. The girl secretly took a few potatoes with her, thinking that soon she would become the only girl from the prophecy, and then His Majesty would have no choice. Then the Queen asked the cook to leave the preparation of the potatoes to her. At this time, Rihanna walked past the kitchen and noticed the women's conversation. Soon, when the dishes were ready, Lisbeth sprinkled Rihanna's plate with grated roots. At that moment, the Emperor entered the shelter. He wanted to see the Empress. While everyone present greeted the ruler, Lisbeth decided to hide before she was noticed. But the man noticed her. He had seen her earlier. Then the Queen was doing something in the kitchen, smiling slyly. Soon it was time for afternoon tea. Rihanna invited her husband to enjoy the dishes. However, the man looked strange, as if something was bothering him. Then he invited Rihanna to swap dishes with him. The girl didn't understand what he was getting at, because the plates were exactly the same. Then he said that someone could have poisoned her dish, and he would feel better if they switched. The Empress decided not to argue with her husband, and soon the man tasted the food from her plate, catching Lisbeth's gaze. When the meal was over, and the couple were riding back in the carriage, Rhea noticed that Alexander looked paler than usual. She said that they could stop the carriage if the man was not well. Then the Emperor noted that Rhea, apparently, also noticed something strange in the Queen's behavior. She gave her sister a portion last, and then looked at her and grinned. And if Alexander had not eaten her portion, Rihanna herself would have done it. The girl guessed that something was wrong with the food, but she didn't want to raise eyebrows about a place that already needed help. But she still did not understand why the Emperor made such sacrifices, because his life was more valuable than hers. However, the man said that their lives are equal. Moreover, only Rihanna can give him an heir, because he is not going to have children with Lisbeth. Then the girl said that she had no intention of dying. However, the Emperor said that he was worried about her, and she should not be so careless about herself. But before the man had time to finish speaking, his unconscious body suddenly fell straight onto his wife, and she immediately called a doctor. Soon the Emperor was brought to the palace, where he was examined by a doctor. Everything pointed to poisoning, and the dose of poison was significant. Rihanna asked what condition her husband was in now. The man said that he had given the Emperor some medicine, so the worst was over, but he needed to rest. He then handed the girl a small bottle of liquid. This was the antidote that the Emperor asked him to create. It wouldn't work right away. They had to see how it would work first. Soon the doctor left the room, and Rihanna was left alone with the Emperor. At that moment, Lisbeth ran into the chambers. She excitedly shouted that only the last scoundrel could do this to the ruler. Rihanna didn't understand why her sister was putting on this show. The Queen said that she simply came to look after the Emperor, because due to his poisoning, Rihanna would have to replace the man on the council. However, Rhea was not going to tolerate this impudence. She ordered her sister to return to her place. Moreover, Lisbeth was the main suspect in the poisoning. The girl screamed, saying that she was a queen. She must give birth to an heir for the emperor, so she would not do such a thing. Rihanna then said that the poisoned bowl of soup was intended for her, and it would be stupid of her to leave the main suspect next to the emperor. Lisbeth was outraged, not understanding since when the empress accused people so baselessly. Then Rihanna said that if her sister really wants to prove her innocence, they will conduct an investigation tomorrow. Lisbeth asked the empress what would happen if she still did not leave. In response to this, Rihanna slapped her in the face, saying that if the queen wants to keep her miserable place, she will listen to her and silently leave the chambers. The girl advised her sister not to act rashly, because until now she felt sorry for her. Then Lisbeth threatened the empress that he would regret what he had done. With these words, she turned around and left the room. Soon, the council meeting began. Rihanna took the emperor's place, explaining to those present that the ruler had been poisoned the previous evening. The girl said that His Majesty visited the shelter in order to support the work of the charity group. He ate nothing but potato soup, and it so happened that right before the meal began, they exchanged plates. Therefore, the original victim was the empress, but the question is how the ruler was poisoned. All this meant that everyone who participated in the charity event yesterday was a suspect in the assassination attempt on a member of the imperial family. Everyone who came to the shelter yesterday is a suspect. Their movement will be restricted until the results of the investigation are known. Rihanna also said that there would be no exception for the queen. She then assigned Count Esper to conduct the investigation under his direction. Count Esper, having assembled an investigative team, first went to the scene of the incident, to the Mason orphanage. The manager said that yesterday, it seems, she didn't notice anything suspicious. However, she noticed something while cleaning the bins. There were only potato peelings, but she saw the fruits being peeled and the roots removed. Apparently, the queen threw them away separately. The count was surprised whether the poison from potato roots was fatal. The manager explained that the roots from a whole bag of potatoes would be enough for a lethal dose. Soon the count reported everything to the empress. Also, a little later, Mrs. Proctor, who participated in the charity, came to Rihanna. She said that Lisbeth learned about the poison from her. Then Rihanna realized that only one person could be the criminal, her sister. Lisbeth herself, meanwhile, could not find a place for herself. She tried to reassure herself that a lot of time had passed, and she certainly had not left behind evidence. Perhaps she should have just left things as they were. At that moment, Diana came in to the girl. She was excited, as she had just heard the news from the washerwoman. It was reported that evidence was found. Potato roots cut off during cooking, they all disappeared. Mrs. Proctor came to the empress and called the queen a criminal. Then Lisbeth realized that now she was truly finished. Rihanna, meanwhile, was sitting by the emperor's bed. 5 days had already passed, but he was still lying unconscious. The girl touched her husband's hand, and then, unexpectedly for her, tears rolled down her cheek. At this moment, the emperor squeezed her hand in response, asking if she was really so worried that he might die. Rihanna was incredibly surprised that after so much time, her husband finally opened his eyes. However, having come to her senses, she reported that the criminal had already been found. Count Esper managed to find out something, and Madame Proctor confirmed his guesses. At this moment, Alexander touched his wife's cheek, praising her for a job well done. He knew she could handle everything. Then he proposed to finally execute the queen, but Rhea said that she could not find evidence of Lisbeth's involvement in the death of her father. But still, she wanted her sister to answer for her sins, and then the emperor suggested that she act gradually. At that moment, Prince Albert entered the room, greeting his elder brother. He said that he could now breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that Alexander had woken up. Then Rihanna stood up, intending to leave the brothers alone, but the emperor told her to stay. Albert noted that the man, apparently, was not very happy about his visit. He said that everything had been turned upside down, and he should hate Alexander, and he, in turn, should ask for forgiveness, but for some reason only Albert was the criminal. However, the emperor said that it was not so, because hatred is a feeling that is shared by two, and if he hated his elder brother, nothing prevented him from feeling the same. Albert was surprised by this answer. However, Alexander asked him to stop making a joke, because it has always been like this. Then the prince said that since his brother did not care that he had come to him from pure motives, he would leave. In any case, he was convinced of the emperor's well-being, and now he could only wish him a speedy recovery. When the prince left, the emperor noticed the bewilderment on Rihanna's face and told her to speak out if she wanted. However, he explained to her that this is his relationship with his brother. They hate and despise each other. Then he asked his wife if she thought they needed something more. Rihanna responded to this by reminding him of the relationship between her and Lisbeth. Alexander, smiling, noted that in this he and the Empress were very similar. At that moment, Margaret burst into the chambers, barely breathing. She screamed that they had found that missing maid. Then the Emperor congratulated his wife on the fact that she had achieved her goal much earlier than she had expected. The girl pressed her cheek to the man's palm and said that in order to mark a happy ending, they would need to open another bottle of champagne. Soon, the Emperor's health completely returned to normal, and he was able to appear at the council. He said that today, there was only one topic for discussion on the agenda. These were the atrocities of Queen Lisbeth Norden, on the basis of which the council should punish her accordingly. The Queen's first crime was an attempt on the life of the Empress, Rihanna Norden, through poison. It failed, as a result of which the life of the Emperor was endangered, which is the second crime. And the third crime is the poisoning of her own father, Count Norden. These accusations were enough to strip the Queen of her title. However, at this moment, one of the council members decided to object. It was the Duke of Killen. He asked if the Emperor had evidence pointing to the Queen's involvement. Alexander then said that Madame Proctor's testimony and Count Esper's investigation should be enough. However, the Duke said that the presence of poison in potato sprouts was no secret, and it was impossible to blame the Queen just because of the disappearance of the sprouts. The Duke then moved on to the topic of the death of Lisbeth's father. But at that moment, the Emperor invited one person into the hall. It was Emily, the same kidnapped maid. The man gave her the floor. The girl said that on the day of the murder of Count Norden, she was performing her duties at the estate. Then she saw Mrs. Lisbeth pouring something into her father's glass. Almost immediately after this, the Count died. Emily then stated that that was all she knew. The girl looked at Duke Killen, who smiled slyly, holding a finger near his lips. Emily remembered his words. The man ordered her not to tell anything. Then the Emperor asked whether this evidence would be enough for the Duke, because they could not leave alive someone who not only killed his own father, but also dared to encroach on the imperial couple. The rest of the council had nothing to say, but some were confused because Lisbeth was the girl from the prophecy. The Emperor announced that from this moment on, the Queen would be stripped of her title and sentenced to death, which would take place in 3 days. And in view of the prophecy, Alexander insisted on personally carrying out the execution of the sentence. Then the Duke of Killen said that, in view of this same prophecy, the execution of the Queen would be a rash act, since the Empress had not yet given the Empire an heir. However, the Emperor said that he and the Empress had married quite recently, and both were still young, so such worries were unnecessary. Killen chuckled, saying that he was only thinking about the good of the ruling family and the Empire, so he could postpone the sentence for now, because it could be carried out at any time. The Emperor looked gloomily at the Duke. He understood that in the eyes of others, the decision to execute would indeed seem unreasonable. Then he agreed with the man. However, this did not cancel the Queen's atrocities. After all, it was she who served the poisoned dish to the Empress. Thus, the Queen's life is spared, but she is stripped of her status and appointed as a handmaiden to the Empress. After the Emperor's words, dead silence reigned in the hall, because if the girl came from an aristocratic family, she was given the name of a court lady, and if the girl was a commoner, then she became a servant. In the long history of the Esterage Empire, there was only one case when the Emperor's beloved took her own life. Aristocrats, for whom a good name and honor were always more valuable than life, preferred poison given by the hands of the Emperor, considering it a dignified death, because losing a title, becoming someone's servant, and suffering public contempt was another meaning of death. And this punishment for Lisbeth lasted for a week. The maids and housekeepers beat her for every mistake. Liz asked Rihanna for help, but for this she only received further blows, because she had no right to address Her Majesty so shamelessly. One day, the girl asked her servants to stop. She turned to her younger sister, saying that she had been working as a servant for several days, but still did not realize her situation. Then Rihanna ordered the maids to punish her until Lisbeth's eyes looked at her feet. At this point, the Empress left the room, and the servants seemed only glad that the lady had finally untied their hands. Lisbeth screamed, begging Rihanna to have mercy, but it was all in vain. Meanwhile, the Empress herself came to her husband, who asked whether she liked his decision regarding Liz. The girl said that she could not even dream that the Queen would become her maid. Then she said that she knew that the Duke of Killen stood up for Lisbeth. Apparently, he wants to cooperate with her. Rihanna intended to carefully monitor her sister, and the Emperor could make a decision about her fate at any time. However, Alexander hoped that the decision would satisfy the Empress for another reason. It was more fundamental. Until now, the Queen had never answered for her sins, and the Emperor was very annoyed by this. He wanted her to know what shame was. So he was curious what Rihanna really thought about this decision. Then the girl said that she could only be grateful that the man thought so. At that moment, a sharp pain pierced the Emperor's head. Rhea immediately rushed to her husband. Apparently, he has not yet fully recovered, but he refused to see a doctor. Rihanna was upset by the situation, so she asked Alexander not to act so rashly again, because helplessly watching her husband unconscious turned out to be much more painful for the girl than she thought. The Emperor said that he was thinking the same thing when he did this. He was frightened by the thought of Rhea losing consciousness after a bowl of soup. The girl thought about it. It turns out that the Emperor took poison for his own sake, but in the end, he found himself in danger, and the Duke prevented the attempt to punish Lisbeth. And the reason, most likely, lies in the absence of an heir. Rihanna decided to tell her husband that the antidote prepared by the doctor had an effect. However, the girl asked the Emperor to help her every night, meaning to conceive a child. What happened made her understand that if she did not give the man an heir, this would happen again and again. Alexander agreed with her, and then the girl promised to visit the central palace, starting from the coming night. But the man stopped her, saying that he himself would come to the Empress's palace. Soon, the incredible marital harmony in the imperial family was widely discussed in secular circles. However, Rihanna herself had nothing to say about this. Several days passed when the Emperor began visiting her palace at night, but he never took off his clothes, and especially Rihanna's clothes. However, the girls supported rumors about their happy life and the imminent appearance of an heir. Then one of the guests asked if it was true that the wine that would be served at the founding banquet was Henry Grand red wine. At that moment, a man approached the girls from behind, saying that this banquet would be special, since this was the first celebration in honor of the founding of the country, in which a female oracle would be present. This man was the Emperor. He approached the girl, saying that he missed her very much, so he came without an invitation. He invited Rihanna to enjoy a tea party arranged for her together as a couple. Thus, the couple spent the evening in each other's company. As the tea party drew to a close, the young people said they were very glad to spend the evening together. The man then hugged Rihanna, holding her tightly to him. The girl blushed with embarrassment, and then Alexander said that he would wait for her at night. He said that the founding banquet would be held soon, so he had to be the first to leave the evening, and with that, he left. Rhea smiled warmly after him, bidding him farewell to the night. In the evening, the girl said that she was very pleased with the presence of the Emperor at the tea party. She also asked her husband not to overwork himself in preparing for the banquet, because he was still not fully strengthened. Alexander grinned, noting his wife's thoughtfulness. Then Rhea asked why he decided to prepare wine for the holiday, because the man did not like it. But the Emperor replied that it would be enough for him to simply remove it from the body immediately after drinking it. An awkward silence fell between the spouses, and then the girl asked if there was a reason why the man could not drink wine. After a short pause, the Emperor replied that the reason for this was murder. He said that his father poisoned his mother. He wanted to make his mistress an empress. One day, at a joint dinner, a man invited everyone to drink red wine. Liliana was able to be in the presence of her husband for the first time in a long time, and so she agreed. That same evening, her condition worsened sharply, and less than a day later, she died. And since then, Alexander remembered her at the sight of red wine. It seemed to him that he too would soon become like this. After all, there is nothing more painful than being betrayed by those you trusted and loved. Rihanna immediately thought of George and Lisbeth. She also knew this feeling, and besides, all this happened in front of His Majesty. Soon, Prince Albert was born to the imperial family, the son of a mistress who took the name of the Empress. Then Rihanna realized that this was probably the reason for such a friendly attitude towards her. The girl said that she did not want to watch the Emperor force himself to drink wine, much less try to remove it from his body. At that time, the man looked very sick. Then Rhea took Alexander's hand, saying that she would find another way to help the man cope with this. Everyone in the palace had already given up, but she was not going to leave everything like that. Then the Emperor asked the girl why she was trying so hard. Clenching her fists, Rihanna replied that she and the man are comrades who should help each other, so she does not see anything strange in this. The next morning, Margaret ran into the couple's chambers. The Emperor was no longer sleeping, but with a gesture, he asked the girl not to scream too loudly. Then the maid saw Rihanna, who was calmly sleeping on the Emperor's arm, and hurried to leave the room. The man leaned towards his wife, practically touching her cheek with his nose, and at that moment, the girl opened her eyes. Alexander was embarrassed, not expecting Rhea to wake up so quickly, but she said that His Majesty was insultingly beautiful in the morning. Immediately after this, Rihanna fell asleep, and the man only continued to admire his sleeping wife. When the Empress woke up, she headed to her office. A surprised Margaret was already waiting for her because she had witnessed their joint awakening. She told the lady that the Emperor had been looking at her with incredibly tender eyes all morning. The maid suggested that if everything continued like this, perhaps the ruler would fall in love with the girl. And although Rihanna smiled at the girl, she herself thought that this was hardly possible. Meanwhile, the long-awaited day of the banquet to mark the founding of the empire has arrived. The Emperor and Empress were sitting at the same table, and then the man asked if she had found a way to get rid of his injury. Rihanna said she didn't yet know how significant it was, but she had a way. Then she handed him a special handcrafted, custom-made wine glass. If poison is mixed into the wine, the color of the glass will change, and Alexander will immediately understand everything. Soon the time came for parting words from His Majesty the Emperor. The man suggested raising glasses in praise of the prosperity of Estorage. The man raised his glass to his lips. Its color did not change in any way. Rihanna, seeing this, was very happy, because now her husband did not have to worry about this. Lisbeth, meanwhile, carried out her duties as a servant. The guest discussed her behind her back, saying that she would rather commit suicide than live such a shameful fate. The girl heard all this. She was furious that these non-entities dared to talk about her like that. She was going to give them all what they deserved as soon as she regained her title. They will not be able to break her, because she is the noble queen of the empire. Lisbeth was distracted from her thoughts by Diana, who handed the girl a letter, saying that it was from the Duke of Killen, Prince Albert's uncle. The maid reported that he was the only one who voted against Lisbeth's deposition, and now he has promised to help the queen restore her status. Lisbeth decided that in this case she should give the Duke a good gift. Meanwhile, Rihanna noted that of all the guests at the banquet, she was not able to greet only Prince Albert. Alexander was wondering why she needed him, but the girl said that she only wanted to see him, since they would not have another chance. Then she asked if the Emperor really did not want her to communicate with the prince. Without waiting for her husband's answer, the girl said that she would be his empress until the end of her days. She was not going to give the child to another man. The Emperor asked if she really thought that was the case. However, the next moment his cheeks turned red. He said that he felt hot and asked to go out to get some air. The man walked around his wife and headed towards the balcony, trying to cover his cheeks with his hand. When the couple arrived on the balcony, Rihanna noted that the Emperor drank a lot of wine and then asked how he was feeling. The man said he was fine, but he was flattered that the girl was so worried about him. Rihanna said that he had to drink because of her, but Alexander interrupted her because he did not drink under duress, and now his health was normal. He noted with a smile how attentive the girl was to him. After all, she had to make a lot of effort to help him cope with the injury. Then Rhea said that the Emperor himself did the same for her. The man became embarrassed. His cheeks turned red again, and he looked away. Rihanna recalled how he gave her flowers, came with her to the shelter, and generally saved her reputation. Thus, she felt the same as the Emperor. Alexander's cheeks continued to turn red. He could not understand why this was happening. Had he really had too much alcohol? Then he asked the girl if she had ever spent time at a founding celebration. Rhea replied that as a child, the streets were a lot of fun on that day. Then the Emperor asked her if she would like to go outside now. He would like them to walk down the street together. The man said that he had a passage known only to him, so they could use it without fear. Soon the couple left the palace, going to the city center on horseback. Rihanna said that His Majesty controlled the animals so well that she even forgot that she was sitting astride. Then the man said that if they didn't want to get caught, they should address each other differently. He told Rihanna it was okay. She could just call him by his name. Blushing, the girl timidly said her husband's name, Alexander. The man grinned, because the girl looked as if she was saying his name for the first time. But Rhea explained herself, saying that it was not customary to call His Majesty by name. Then the Emperor asked him to call him Alex, since Alexander sounds too long. Then the man took his wife by the hand. The girl asked where His Majesty was taking her. The Emperor smiled back at her, saying that she could simply call him Alex, without mentioning his title. In the city, meanwhile, the holiday was in full swing. The couple enjoyed each other's company, not noticing how time flew past them. Soon they sat down on the grass to try the local treats. One of the sweets fell into Rihanna's palm. The man gently took her wrist, licking the place where the treat had fallen. The girl was surprised and immediately blushed, but Alex did not answer anything, just smiled softly. The next moment, when the fireworks began, the couple were entwined in a tender kiss. They continued to kiss each other until the noise of the firecrackers died down. When it was all over, the couple moved a little away from each other, feeling a sharp surge of embarrassment. Then Alexander asked to think of all this as practice, because Rihanna herself asked him to spend time with her every night. Until now, they had only held hands, and the man felt that it was time to take things to the next level. However, they were already late for the holiday, so Alex invited the girl to go back. Rhea gave him her hand, and they went to the palace. The girl thought that even after learning about George's betrayal, she didn't feel that way. Then she only felt betrayal, but it wasn't so painful and annoying. But in the end, she couldn't believe it. Had she really fallen in love with His Majesty? Rihanna was distracted from her thoughts by a stranger who bumped into her. Alexander immediately hugged his wife to him when he was sure that everything was okay with her. The stranger apologized for her ignorance. She was an older, dark-haired woman. Her face seemed familiar to Rihanna. It was Lisbeth's nanny. However, before the Empress had time to say a word, the woman immediately ran away and disappeared into the crowd. The Emperor did not understand what was happening, but his wife assured him that everything was fine. Then they held hands and continued their way back to the palace, but Rhea still could not take her eyes off the woman. After some time, they arrived back at the banquet. At that moment, a breathless Lord Cain ran up to them and said that the aristocrats had caused a commotion when they learned about the Empress. Soon, a council was assembled. The aristocrats were perplexed as to why accusations were being brought against the Empress. After all, she could not deceive the entire empire. Then the Duke of Killen said that Rihanna was apparently infertile. Moreover, he was ready to provide evidence. The next moment, a huge stack of papers was placed on the Emperor's desk. Killen said that it was not difficult for him to find evidence, because it was in the house of Earl Royden in his chambers. It was said that the glass from which Rihanna drank was filled with poison for a long time. So there were enough toxic substances left in it that made it possible to detect the poison. If you take a certain amount of this poison, side effects may occur, including infertility, so the evidence also included a doctor's report. Then Duke Killen asked the Emperor why he looked so peaceful in such a situation. He asked if the ruler knew about all this, to which Alexander said that all this was just an assumption. Then Killen said that there was only one moon in the empire, and perhaps because of this, there would be some problem between the two princes. After all, everyone knew that the Emperor spent every night with his wife, but to no avail, and therefore, for the sake of stability and maintaining the traditions of the empire, it was worth restoring the queen to her status. Then Alexander could not stand it, saying that he was not going to listen to it anymore. However, Killen did not let up. He said that the Emperor should spend his nights with the queen. Otherwise, the entire empire will learn about the Empress's infertility. The next day, Alexander came to Rihanna's office. The girl was already aware that the queen had been restored to her rights. The man knew that no matter what he said, it would sound like an excuse, but the Duke of Killen resorted to a veiled threat. If he had not restored the queen and returned her to the palace, Killen would have made public the fact of the Empress's infertility. And as a result, the Emperor was unable to keep his promise to his wife. Alexander said that he had nothing to object to, and then apologized and headed for the exit. Rihanna looked after him wearily. However, at this moment, she decided that she could no longer simply remain silent. She ran out after the Emperor, asking if this was his way of protecting her. The girl said that there was no need for this, because now it made no difference whether it was all an agreement or a promise. The fact is that she, too, could no longer protect the man. Then the girl approached the Emperor, saying that she fell in love with His Majesty. Rihanna, gently taking the man by the hand, asked him not to share the bed with the queen. However, as soon as Alexander heard about love, memories immediately flooded back to him. He remembered how his mother, crying, shouted to her husband that he swore to love her, to which the man only laughed. At that moment, little Alexander entered the room, finding his mother on the floor, all in tears. Then the Emperor told Rihanna that he could not accept her feelings. He apologized to the girl and then left, leaving her alone. At that moment, Lisbeth came out from around the corner. She noted that the Empress was too pale. The girl did not want formal greetings, since her older sister already knew that all this time she had not had a good life. Lisbeth said that Rhea must have already decided that she would become the only female emperor, stripping her of the title. However, now the Empress did not have to worry, because the queen was going to give the emperor a child. Then the girl said that she would go and prepare for the upcoming night with the ruler, leaving her sister alone. A week had already passed since that moment. It was the eve of Alexander and Lisbeth's joint night. Sitting in her office, Rihanna thought about the fact that during all this time, His Majesty had not visited her. Suddenly, she noticed that the portrait of her and her husband together tilted again. As the girl approached to straighten the painting, she noticed something strange behind it. It was a secret safe, and there was something inside it. Rihanna immediately called Margaret to open it and take out the contents. There was a box in the secret compartment. Inside were several boxes and a book, which Rhea immediately hurried to open. Margaret asked what the lady read. However, the Empress left this question unanswered. She asked the maid to urgently find one person. It was Anna, the same woman in the cloak. She knew Lisbeth's biological mother. Alexander, meanwhile, walked thoughtfully along the corridors of the palace. He was overcome by thoughts of his last meeting with Rihanna, how she confessed her love to him. It was the first time he had seen such an expression on her face. Suddenly, something stabbed in his chest. It was a completely new sensation for him. He could not understand its nature. Suddenly, Elizabeth's housekeeper ran up to him. She reported that Her Majesty the Empress had ordered her to be prepared to leave the palace. The woman didn't know what was going on, but it seems that Rihanna wanted to find someone. She left a message for the servants in which she asked everyone to trust her and just wait. Elizabeth asked the emperor if he knew the reason why the empress left so hastily, to which the man replied that she had confessed her love to him. The housekeeper replied that the man seemed to share these feelings. However, Alexander himself believed that he did not deserve this. Then the woman said that the man always looks at Rihanna with a kind and gentle look, and his feelings are so obvious that they are visible to absolutely everyone in the palace. Alexander replied that his father also married his mother for love, but their end was not sweet. The man believed that he inherited his father's blood, and in the end, he will end up hurting Rihanna and making her unhappy. Then Elizabeth asked him why he thought that Mrs. Liliana was unhappy. Of course, the late emperor hurt her feelings with his passion for other women, but the lady always said that she was happy. After all, Liliana had her son Alexander. His every step, every hug made the lady smile. She said that she felt love, and she would like her son to know the same feelings in the future. Alexander could not believe that his mother, having experienced so many misfortunes, still loved him. Tears suddenly poured down his cheeks. Then the housekeeper said that love has different forms, but Mrs. Liliana did not stop loving her child until the end. The man thanked Elizabeth. He needed to hear these words, because the burden of his guilt for not being able to save his mother was too great. The woman told him that nothing was over for him yet. His feelings for the Empress were mutual, but he should stop being afraid of them. Elizabeth believed that Rihanna would definitely understand Alexander. Then the man thanked the woman with all his heart, smiling broadly at her. When the day arrived for their night together, the Duke of Killen congratulated Lisbeth. The girl said that if she takes the plunge and gives the emperor an heir, she will never forget the man's mercy. Then Killen said that the queen misunderstood him, because it was not her place to give life to the heir. The emperor would never allow this. He advised Liz to do what she had done before. Then he pulled out a small box from his pocket, containing a needle. And with this needle, washed with poison, Lisbeth will have to poison the emperor. The girl immediately screamed. She was shocked that the Duke dared to offer her such a thing. Killen just grinned, because for the girl this would be a very feasible task. She would only need to deal with the emperor, and then the Duke would make Lisbeth the Empress of Esterage. He will place Prince Albert on the throne, and the girl will be Esterage's only moon. Then Liz thought that not Rihanna, but she herself could become an empress, the noblest woman of the empire. The girl remembered how, as a child, Rhea told her about the cuckoo, a bird that secretly lays its eggs in other people's nests. A cuckoo, having just hatched from an egg, instinctively drops all other eggs. This is a survival instinct. And left alone, the cuckoo pretends to be a real bird chick, lives in the nest, and feeds alone. Then the little girls were very amazed by this fact. However, now Lisbeth did not see anything strange in this. She herself grew up not knowing who she really was. Lisbeth always had to work hard to get something, but why did everything come so easy for Rihanna? The girl would like to be Lisbeth Norden from the very beginning, but Rihanna has always been a real daughter. But now the girl intended to represent the Norden family, because only she will remain, Lisbeth Norden. At this time, Rihanna and Margaret, along with a detachment of guards, were heading back to the palace. The girl was carrying a stack of papers with her. She was finally able to reveal the truth, but she had to hurry to put everything in its place. Lisbeth, meanwhile, entered the emperor's chambers. The man noted that she must be in a good mood, because in the end, she achieved what she wanted. However, the girl smiled and said that she was just fulfilling her destiny, and since the man decided to share the bed with her, they should have started doing it. As they sat down on the bed, Liz asked the emperor to relax. The girl moved closer to him and hugged him tightly. She immediately pulled out a poisoned needle from her sleeve and pointed it directly at Alexander's body. At that moment, Rihanna burst into the room. The man did not expect to see the Empress here. However, he realized that something was wrong and immediately pushed Lisbeth away from him. Rihanna ran up to her husband, asking if he had suffered at the hands of her sister. But the man hastened to assure her that the queen did not have time to harm him, but the Empress made him wait too long. Then the girl said that she was a little late because of the search. At that moment, Lisbeth ran up to them. She screamed furiously. She and the Emperor were about to share a bed, and their sister interrupted them. Then Rihanna walked up to her and hit her hard on the cheek. The girl said that Lisbeth would no longer be able to hide her secret. The queen screamed hysterically, saying that she did not understand what they were talking about. Rihanna shouted back at her. She was pretty tired of this whole performance. She ordered her sister to immediately tell the whole truth. Then Lisbeth stood up and put a smile on her face, saying that she did not understand what the Empress was hinting at. Rihanna gave her a death glare, saying she didn't expect her sister to turn down the last chance she was being given. Then she turned to the Emperor, saying that they should go to the conference hall as a matter of urgency and summon the entire aristocracy. Soon, the council was assembled, and Lisbeth was brought there tied up. Killen silently cursed at the girl, because he hoped that she had already completed her assignment. Then the Marquis of Pekings, also present at the council, asked the Empress to explain why they had been gathered, but Duke Pekings interrupted him, shouting that all this was outrageous. The entire aristocracy was forced to come here at such a late hour. Rihanna said with a gloomy look that they all owed an urgent matter for such a sudden gathering. She stated that the matter concerned the queen. The girl pointed at Lisbeth, saying that she killed her father and also tried to kill her. But the list of crimes does not end there. The queen also deceived the Esterage imperial family. Killen chuckled, saying that it was a thing of the past, and it all sounded like a mistake, but Rihanna assured him that there could be no mistake. First of all, the criminal hid the fact that she was not a member of the Norden family. The council members were completely confused. Who could this woman be if not Norden? And how did the Empress even know about this? Then Rihanna asked to bring a witness. The same woman Rhea had encountered in the city entered the room. Lisbeth recognized her as her nanny. Then the Empress introduced this woman to the council, saying that this was the midwife, her Anna Brown. She came from a family of traitors that was wiped off the face of the earth 23 years ago. And the queen's real name is Lisbeth Brown. Thus, the queen had nothing to do with the prophecy. At this point, Lisbeth screamed, saying that witnesses could be manipulated, and she demanded proof that she was not a member of the Norden family. Then Rihanna pointed to the available evidence, a signet ring that once belonged to the Brown family, as well as a diary left by Empress Liliana. In the palace of the Empress, Rihanna noticed that the walls in a certain place were quite thin, so she decided to examine them. Inside, the girl found a safe. It seemed that Empress Liliana had specially arranged a secluded place that no one would know about. Then, with the Emperor's permission, Rihanna decided to read the contents of the diary. The book said the following: "Now Alexander is already 3 years old. His Majesty the Emperor, as if waiting for this moment, started an affair with some girl. I feel so bad that I want to die, but I must hold on, because I need to protect my child. Unfortunately, I have no allies in this palace, so I decided to leave next to me the only person loyal to me, my old friend, Mrs. Brown." Emperor Richard Wurmfern and the Duke of Killen were watching the walk of the two friends at that moment. He told the ruler that next to the Empress was the wife of Count Brown, whom Liliana completely trusted and made her personal maid. Richard noted that his wife took the wife of an aristocrat as her servant, and Killen reported that the aristocrats were now acting extremely suspiciously. In addition, the Empress began to often spend time in the company of Duke Brown. Then the man suggested that the Emperor stop this suspicious relationship because it would discredit his authority in the eyes of his subjects. After all, Richard was the son of the Empire. Soon Mrs. Brown was accused of treason. No matter how much she tried to prove her innocence, the Empress was not allowed to do anything. She was forced to watch as her friend was taken away by the guards. That same day, the Brown family was wiped off the face of the earth. Then Killen came to the Empress to express his condolences to her. However, due to his deep concern for Liliana, he decided to assign his sister to her as a personal servant. Then the girl greeted the Empress, introducing herself as Rosalind Killen. Liliana smiled fleetingly at the new maid, and then asked to leave her alone. She wanted to rest. Finally, the Duke of Killen asked her to take care of his sister. Rosalind was brought to Liliana as a new maid, but the Empress did not care about her at all. And Rosalind herself did not care about the Empress. Seeing how the girl was talking sweetly with her husband, the emperor, Liliana only noted that it was all disgusting. After some time, a man arrived to the empress. He reported that Mrs. Brown's daughter had survived. This man was Count Norden. He reported that he managed to save her. Then Liliana asked him to take care of the girl as if he were his own child, and when the time came, she would like to meet her. The diary entries ended there, and this can only mean that Her Majesty Empress Liliana died immediately after she wrote this. Thus, 2 women from the Brown family, accused of treason, thanks to the help of the Norden family, were able to survive and avoid their fate. When Lisbeth realized that the Duke of Killen had killed her parents, she screamed, because it was not enough for him to get rid of her family, and now he decided to set her up and use her herself. The Duke immediately shouted back at the girl, telling her to shut up. Then Liz said that she also had something to say. Diana, the maid working in the Queen's palace, was the Duke's henchwoman. In addition, the Duke forced her to commit an assassination attempt on the Emperor. Lisbeth also said that she has evidence. The poison needle now lies under His Majesty's bed, and if an investigation is carried out into the origin of the poison, then all traces will lead to Killen. Alexander immediately sent guards to search for the needle. Soon, she was found and brought to the council hall. Then the Emperor was ready to sentence both criminals at once. What happened to the Brown family is horrifying, but this does not relieve Lisbeth Brown of responsibility for the murder of Count Norden and for the attempted assassination of the Empress, Rihanna Norden. And this is not to mention her complicity in the assassination attempt on the Emperor himself. Thus, due to the gravity of the crimes, Lisbeth Brown is sentenced to death, which will take place in 5 days. The girl immediately began to struggle and cry. She asked the Emperor to have mercy, saying that she was just a victim who was being used. However, the girl was taken away by the guards, and then it was Killen's turn. He urged the man not to believe the words of this evil girl, and he himself was devoted all his life only to the Estrage family. But Alexander did not want to listen to his excuses. He ordered the Duke to be put in prison. He will be executed with Lisbeth Brown in front of the entire empire. Killen shouted, asking the Emperor to think about Prince Albert, because he would be left all alone in the imperial palace without his own blood. Then Alexander looked at him with a gloomy look, ordering him to be silent until he executed him right there. Duke Killen tried to escape from the hands of the guards, but it was in vain. Finally, he shouted that he should have gotten rid of the Emperor much earlier. The throne of this country belongs to Albert, not him. When it was all over, Alexander and Rihanna left the hall. As they walked along the corridor, Prince Albert ran out to meet them and announced that he had something to tell his older brother. Then the Emperor said that he would not let his uncle go. Moreover, he should have done so earlier and not brought the situation to such a state. However, Prince Albert said it was not too late to put things right. The young man said that his elder brother could expel him right now. Alexander was surprised. He did not understand what Albert was up to this time. But then the prince said that his destiny had been fulfilled, because until now he had remained in the palace to protect the Emperor. He remembered how once in his childhood he came to his older brother. Back then, they met every day in a rundown shack because his mother didn't want him to be friends with his brother. But one day, something happened. The boys were going to have fun, and Albert invited his brother to play with swords. He said that he left his sword here last time and immediately ran to find it. However, at that moment, the boards under his feet cracked, and he fell down into a deep hole. Albert asked his older brother to help him, because he was very scared. Then Alexander said that he would definitely pull him out, and ran to ask the Empress for help. However, that day no one came to save the boy. Alexander could not believe it, because he personally told everything to the Empress. But, as it turned out, he was only convinced that someone had been sent to help Albert, and then he was strictly ordered to go to bed. In fact, the boy was pulled out only the next day, and then his mother, the Empress, called him to her. She lied that Alexander did not tell her anything. He was afraid that his younger brother would take the throne from him, and therefore hated him. Rihanna couldn't believe her ears. Rosalind put her own son in danger in order to worsen her relationship with her brother. Then Albert said that he began to avoid Alexander because of this, but he soon learned the truth. Then the Emperor asked his brother why he hadn't said anything all this time, why he allowed him to hate him. Albert replied that it was better, because of his uncle, Alexander lost his own mother, and his life was in danger, and it seemed that only hatred could help his younger brother cope with this. He wanted to be there and protect Alexander at least in this way. But now that it was all over, Albert wanted the Emperor to let him go. He didn't want to leave remorse, otherwise it would happen again and again. However, Alexander did not give him permission to leave the palace. He ordered Albert to remain here in order to atone for the sins of his uncle. His younger brother must stay here and prove his loyalty to the palace. Only then can he forgive him. After some time, the execution of the criminals took place. People were furious when they learned of Lisbeth's crime. Nobody objected to the death sentence. And finally, it was all over. After all this, when Rihanna and her husband were walking in the garden, Alexander said that now both Count Norden and his mother could rest in peace. He asked the girl why she did not go to the execution with him, and Rhea replied that the emperor needed time because he had to go through a lot in such a short period of time. Alexander agreed. He needed time to accept the truth and forgive. Only this way he could live more peacefully. Therefore, he began to read his mother's diary, in which she kept feelings for him. His first steps, first words. All the love that Alexander received in childhood is conveyed in the diary. His mother wanted him to become someone who could love completely, not a great emperor. And therefore, he wants to follow the path she desires. Then the man said that he was a little late, but still wanted to give Rihanna his answer. He stated that he shared her feelings with all his heart. Now he realized that he truly loved Rihanna. Meanwhile, 2 years have passed, and the imperial family has just decided to go on their honeymoon. Margaret noted that even for His Majesty this was too much. But Rihanna said that Alexander was busy all this time because they had a new family member. Baby Real was also planning to go on a trip with his parents. Thus, 2 years ago, justice was done, and Rihanna and Alexander were still married for 3